How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
Some idea.
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. We can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not a because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah.
But
Please.
Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn, who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before, and so it's such a funny stream because
So they tolerate her?
oh no, not anymore. She no. She's I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil ich ein in die Arbeit einweist und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeiter einreißt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist. Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein. Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist, weil dich ein in die Arbeiter einreißt und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Здравствуйте, comrades. Welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is when we watch the real far left, the furthest of the far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. We are not watching Democrats, liberals, or progressives on Socialism Saturday because Democrats, liberals, and progressives are not real socialists. We are not watching Bernie Sanders, AOC, because real socialists and communists consider Bernie Sanders and AOC to be capitalist traitors to their pure communist cause. We are watching the people who are pushing every crazy idea in the world today. If you want to know who put critical race theory and gender ideology in your kids' schools, teaching your kids to be trans and queer, teaching them to be they, thems, drag queen story hour, all that bullshit, it's the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who pushed push critical race theory, anti-racist education, DEI, and all of that. It is the people we watch on Socialism Saturday. If you want to know who's doing environmental justice, reproductive justice, shouting your abortion, what else? What other crazy stuff? Anti-ICE. How could I possibly forget that? Anti-ICE protesting, pro-Palestine protesting, which it doesn't really mean they care about Palestine so much as they hate Israel. Point leftists on that one. Okay, broken clock is right twice a day. If you want to know who's doing all that crazy shit, it's the people we watch here. And most importantly, it is the radical revolutionary far left in America that has pushed what I believe is the most dystopian ideology in existence. It is the thing that fascinates me more than any other part of the far left, and that is queer Marxism. I am currently writing a book. In fact, I have 2 books technically in progress. Hang on. I should have had this up before I started this stream, but I did not. I am currently writing a book called, let me show you the thing. Why isn't anyone ready? Said Miranda Priestley. Why isn't anyone ready? Well, because I just wasn't ready. I wasn't ready. I'm currently writing 2 books about queer Marxism. And I had kind of put it on the back burner, if I'm being honest. I'm about halfway through the main book, which is literally called Queer Marxism. That is what it is literally. Oh, no, that's not even it. That's not even the one I was looking for. That is not even the one I was looking for. I was looking for this one, Queer Marxism, an anti-communist introduction to the left's most dystopian ideology. This is a book that I've been working on for a while. This is a book that I have fully researched. I have dedicated so many of my socialism streams explicitly to queer Marxism, because I am writing the definitive volume on the development and evolution of queer Marxism as an ideology in America. And there is no one else in the country right now that I know of that has the level of information and research on this than I do. And when I say no one, I mean no one. If you know of someone who knows more about this stuff than I do, please feel free to put a name in the chat. I sincerely and truly mean this, because I have been deep diving into this topic for years. I have gone into their subcultures. I know how it started, where it started. I know what all the major influences are on it. I know how it evolved from the Mattachine Society through the Daughters of Bilitis, through the queer liberation movement, through STARS, through Stonewall, through Compton's Cafeteria Riot, which came before Stonewall, up through the 80s into the ACT UP movement, which eventually turned out the anti-assimilationist versus the assimilationist factions of the queer far left, one of which just wanted normie LGBTQ rights, and then the other ones wanted all the sorts of crazy shit. And the 2 ideologies splintered and then started fighting with each other. And that led up to the eventual formation of militant queer activism as we know it today. Losers like Andy No, who don't know what the fuck they're talking about, they mislabel this as transgender extremism because Andy No doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Andy No has no idea this stuff exists at all. At least he didn't until I told him about this. I was literally, if anyone has any illusion that Andy No is somehow ahead of me on this topic, let me put that to rest for you quite easily. The only reason Andy No has any inkling of any of this is that I told him about it. Before I told him about it, he had no fucking idea. And I have the DMs to prove it. Because it all happened over Twitter direct message. I've actually released the DMs before. People want to go find them. I haven't even hidden this. I'm just not going to do it on the stream. I've actually put these out there before. So I don't know of anyone else that has the depth of research I have. I don't know of anyone else that has I mean, guys, I have actual physical propaganda in my office right now going back to the 70s. I actually have original copies of their propaganda that I went to a rare bookstore in San Francisco specifically to buy these documents because I wanted to make sure they were historically preserved. That's the level that I've gone to. I have a whole collection of these people, of different artifacts and memorabilia. And I'm not even the only one in my community that collects this stuff. Other people collect it too. Because it's that fucking crazy. It's that fascinating. We have delved into this ideology extensively on this channel. We have gone through the queer liberation movement. We've talked about the Mattachine Society. We've watched the ACT UP documentaries. We have delved into the interviews of the people who were in the ACT UP movement. We have read their propaganda on numerous occasions, which is exactly what we're going to be doing tonight. I have been showing people for years the development and the evolution of this ideology. And the reason I've been doing all this is I have been working on a book about it for probably over a year and a half. And I kind of put the book down because I needed to put the book down. But the thing of it is I have now been informed that Andy No, who is a fucking con artist grifter for so many reasons, and I'm not even going to get into the full extent of the reasons here tonight. I have now been informed that Andy No, the con artist grifter who doesn't even live in the United States, who doesn't even do real journalism, who staged that whole milkshake thing years ago as a publicity stunt so that he could sue the city. I know you had security with you there that day, Andy. A person who doesn't even do his own journalism because he pays other people to do his journalism for him. A person that has gatekept so much information about the real far left from people on the right. If you guys had any idea how much more was going on than people like Andy No were telling you, you would be shocked. You would be appalled and you would be fucking pissed off. And let me just ask the chat, for the people who have been following me for years, for people who have studied this queer Marxism stuff with me, only answer if you've been around for a while. One in the chat, if you believe that Andy No is gatekeeping information from the public based on what you have seen directly for yourself in receipts and other things we've looked at. 2 in the chat if I'm lying and making things up and being hyperbolic. And if you believe 2, answer 2. 1 in the chat if you've been around a while and you believe just based on the evidence that I've shown you on this channel that Andy No is lying and gatekeeping information from the public. 2 in the chat if I am being hyperbolic and I'm making too big of a deal out of nothing. You can see the chat on the screen right now. You can see the chat on the screen. You don't know enough, Bella. You don't know enough. You might know enough about Andy No. That might be true enough. But like about queer Marxism, we're gonna blow your fucking minds. We're gonna blow your fucking minds. There is not a single 2 in the chat. So for the people who've been around and the people who have been paying attention and the people who have been looking at the evidence with me for years, it is very, 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 very clear that Andy No is lying to the public. It is very, very, very clear that Andy No is purposefully misinforming the public. And if you are under any sort of delusion that Andy just doesn't know, which, by the way, it's his fucking job to know. That's his only job. It is his job to know. For people who think this is an innocent mistake, I literally used to send Andy information about this shit all the time. He only knows about some of this stuff because I told him about it, and he ignored most of the fucking stuff I ever sent him, which, you know what? People are allowed to ignore what I send them, but when I send them is directly contradictory to the narrative that he's shilling publicly, and I'm saying, Andy, here's evidence that is not correct. Here's direct evidence that's not correct. Here's direct evidence that's not correct. And of course, I have receipts to back up every single fucking thing that I say. People should really know that by now. Andy ignored all of it. So don't tell me he didn't know. He was informed. He saw it. He used to DM back and forth with me on Twitter. So don't tell me he didn't know who I was. He used to share my stuff until I started telling the truth about him being a lying fucking grifter con artist that doesn't even do his own journalism, that pays other people to do his research for him, and then he just fucking takes credit for it because it's all about the brand and the image. Doesn't even live in America. Does no on-the-ground journalism. Staged that milkshake thing to sue the city as a publicity stunt. And by the way, if people don't believe me that he provoked that whole thing as a publicity stunt, and by the way, I'm not trying to justify it. Violence should never happen, because this is going to get clipped out of context and people are going to say, Karlyn, no. Violence is never justified. Violence is never justified. I am not excusing what happened to him. Antifa should have been arrested. They should have been put in prison. They never should have done that shit in the fucking first place. But of course, they're Antifa. What do you expect? And that is actually the point. Guys, I want you to think back to what happened with Savannah Hernandez at the ICE facility. What was it, about a month ago? Savannah Hernandez got attacked outside the ICE facility about a month ago. The reason that Savannah got attacked, I'm sorry, is because she went there to provoke them. That is what the conservative journalists do. They go into leftist environments, stick a camera in their face, put a microphone in front of them, and they are doing it to provoke them, because then they get a clip that goes viral on social media and they get to play the victims and they get to go, President Trump, Antifa is attacking journalists, which is true. And I'm not dismissing it again. They should be doing that, and they should be arrested, and they should be prosecuted. I'm not excusing Antifa. I want you to understand the dynamics of how this works, though. When I go to a leftist event, when my community goes undercover at a leftist event, we go undercover. We are not there to provoke them. When I go to a leftist event, I am there to collect data. I am there to study them. I'm there to collect their propaganda. I'm there to document what groups are on the ground. I am studying these people as like an anthropological experiment. I am studying them. I don't call attention to myself. I don't go up and stick a camera in people's face. I don't go up and stick a microphone in people's face. I don't start debating with people. I don't even barely talk to people unless I absolutely have to get a piece of information that I want. When we are going to events, we are doing something completely different. And that is why there has never been a single person in my community that has gone undercover at a leftist event that has been in a physical altercation of any sort. I don't even think there's been anyone in my community that's been caught, except for me. I got caught one time, but like, I'm on the internet. I don't count. I don't even think a single person in my, like, tell me if this is true, guys. Has any of you even gotten caught going undercover, or were you just able to go to the events and collect the propaganda and see what groups were there and everything was fine? Because we are not going in to provoke them. We are not going in to get a viral clip on social media. You don't even know I'm at these events until after I've already left. I'm not live streaming from these events. I'm not doing any of that stuff, because we are not there to provoke. We are there to study. We are there to research. We're there to gather information, and we never get caught. Except for me that one time. I'm the exception. Okay. When Savannah Hernandez goes to an event, she's going there to provoke them, to get in a debate with them, to get in a fight with them, and that does not excuse violence. But Savannah Hernandez knows what she is doing. She knows that if she goes there and she sticks a camera and a microphone in their face and she doesn't have on any sort of disguise, they're going to go, that's right-wing journalist Savannah Hernandez, and then the crowd's going to get really pissed off, and then there's going to be an altercation, and that is exactly what Savannah Hernandez wanted. She wanted the crowd. She wanted the provocation. She wanted something like that to happen because that gets her more famous and more money and more clout and more exposure on social media. That is the way the conservative grifter ecosphere works. And I'm not saying there's not value in doing that. Honestly, if I'm being upfront, I'm not saying there's not value in demonstrating that the left will get violent. There is, of course, value in that. People need to see that sort of thing. So I'm not even necessarily, it might seem like I'm really chastising Savannah for this. I guess I'm not really as much because I understand there is value in that sort of footage. What I want people to really understand is Savannah Hernandez knows exactly what she's fucking doing. Savannah Hernandez is not surprised when she is attacked. Savannah Hernandez is overjoyed when she's attacked because she got what she wanted. She got the viral clip. She got the footage. She goes viral. She gets famous. She makes more money. Yada, 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 yada. That's what I'm saying. So, very long-winded way to say, one in the chat if you understand that when Savannah Hernandez was attacked at the ICE facility, she provoked that thing to go viral on social media. 2 in the chat if you think she was there being a serious journalist and she didn't do anything to provoke the left and she had no idea she was going to get attacked. 1 in the chat if you think Savannah Hernandez knew exactly what she was fucking getting into. She provoked them to go viral on social media. 2 in the chat if you think I'm just being hyperbolic and she was just innocent and she had no idea what she was getting into. Savannah Hernandez has been around a long fucking time. Savannah Hernandez knows. Okay? Now, I want you to think back to Portland during the time when Andy Ngo went to that parade or wherever he was at, and Andy Ngo got that milkshake thrown on him. I want you to think back to that. That was at a time, quite frankly, where Antifa was much more violent. That was at a time when Andy Ngo had already been clearly identified by them in Portland, so they knew who he was. Andy Ngo knew that if they knew he was there, something was going to happen. Andy Ngo went to that event with security. How do I know that? I know everything at some point. I find out everything at some point. And although I'm not going to reveal all the receipts right this second, I hope the people that are watching right now know me and know my work enough to know where if I fucking say something, there's evidence. And it's not always advantageous to reveal things right at the moment that maybe you would like to, but sometimes you got to be smarter than that. What I do know is that Andy Ngo went to that fucking event with security. Why would Andy Ngo go to this event where he has his face on full display, where he knows he is surrounded by people who want to hurt him, militants that will hurt him if provoked? He has security with him, and yet somehow he's still walking in the open by himself to get beamed in the head with a fucking milkshake. And again, no excuses for Antifa. Fuck those assholes. They should be arrested and in jail for the rest of their fucking lives. That shit should never happen. But just like Savannah Hernandez knew what she was getting into when she went to that ICE facility, Andy Ngo knew what he was doing when he went to the parade that day. Maybe he couldn't have predicted getting that milkshake that in the face specifically. Maybe he couldn't have predicted specifically, this is how they're going to try to hurt me. But what is going on, and you see conservative grifters do this all the time, they set up scenarios where they are attacked. They go into this scenario knowing that they are going to be attacked because that is what the left does. And again, I'm not saying there's not value in getting that footage. I think there is. But they know what the fuck they're getting into. Okay? So I think that Andy Ngo, ever since then, has been doing basically nothing but misinforming people about the left. I think after Andy Ngo rode that incident to conservative glory, and he was in the right place at the right time, he has been riding this whole thing for years and years and years. And in that time, I will say this. I actually think that Andy Ngo's original book on Antifa was quite good. I don't, when people do something good, I will say they're doing something good. I don't think that everything that Andy Ngo has ever said and done is shit. That first book on Antifa, I think is quite good, and I think it's worth reading. So I'll throw that out there. But ever since that fucking book, Andy has been lying to and misinforming the public about the left. And that is just fucking reality. And he has been gatekeeping information. He has been smearing people behind their back. He has been smearing people openly. He did that to me, didn't he? He took the side of a drunk meth head who physically assaulted me in Portland because he doesn't like me. He pulls all this behind the scenes bullshit that you guys have no idea about. So anyway, I'm going on and on and on, but that's a very long-winded way of introducing why we're doing a fucking U-turn and going back to queer Marxism. And for the next several months, you guys are going to see a lot more queer Marxism showing up, not maybe every day because that's a lot, but like, we really need to hunker down. We really need to hunker down because tonight is going to be the kickoff of how I educate the public about what this actually is. So that when Andy Ngo's bullshit narrative, con artist, grifting book about transgender extremism comes out in October, I want my audience to be educated about what this actually is. I want my audience to be pissed the fuck off at how much Andy Ngo is lying and gatekeeping from the public. I want my audience to be the smartest people on the internet. I want you guys to have evidence. I want you guys to have receipts. Because when I say that we are going to war with Andy fucking Ngo, I do not mean a war of violence. I would never do that. Violence is awful. Violence is never acceptable. When I say we're going to war against Andy Ngo, we fight intellectual wars here. We drove James Lindsay fuck off insane by intellectually debunking his work. We followed James around the internet to every single live interview he had, and we asked him questions about the left that we knew he could not answer. And that was one of the reasons James went insane, because we just kept showing up and asking questions and there wasn't anything he could do about it. And we will be doing exactly the fucking same thing with Andy Ngo. Every time Andy Ngo says anything about his bullshit narrative about trans extremism, Trantifa, I want people in his fucking replies calling him a liar, presenting intellectual evidence, and knowing how to see through all the bullshit that he puts out. We fight intellectual wars. We do not smear. We do not defame. We do not do these backroom fucking bullshit tactics that Andy has been engaging in for fucking years. We fight in public and we fight intellectually. So, tonight, we are getting back into a topic that I have actually covered before. There will be people in the chat for whom Queer Ultraviolence and the Mary Nardini Gang is a review. But we are doing this for a couple reasons. We are doing this because I need to finish the Queer Marxism book, and I need to get my book published. Essentially, we have 5 months, guys. We have 5 fucking months before Andy Ngo's bullshit con artist, transgender extremism book gets published, okay? In those 5 months, I need to finish my book, which really shouldn't be a problem. I actually write books very quickly when I'm focused on them. I need to finish my book on queer Marxism. I need to publish my book on queer Marxism. I need to get my book on queer Marxism out there. I need it to be read by people. I need to do book clubs on it. Need to do any of that stuff to be able to head off Andy Ngo's bullshit at the pass. Okay? I want to be able to say, I'm sure Andy is going to sell more copies of his book than I'm going to sell of mine, because all of Andy's friends are going to buy it, and they're going to buy it in bulk, and then they're going to sell it on the... So like, I have no illusion that I'm going to outsell Andy Ngo. That's not the fucking goal. The goal is to make sure I am published before him. The goal is to make sure the date comes out before his, And I have 5 months to do that. And that really shouldn't be a problem. Half the book is already fucking written. I already have the research done for the other half. But like doing stuff like this, going back through these materials over and over and over again, it actually does help me become better at teaching it. It reminds me of things. I read things in a different way. So I have read all of the stuff in this book many times. I have read Queer Ultraviolence on stream before. I have read it on my own just for fun. And if you don't know what Queer Ultraviolence is, we'll show it to you in a second. I've read all this before. But even this for me, which is going to be a review, I'm not only going to be reviewing the information for myself, which will help me to finish the book, I'm also going to be teaching it to you guys, either the first time you've seen it, or some of you have seen this stuff before, okay? So before we get into what Queer Ultraviolence is, let me get into some chats here. Where has Big Tech and Algoth been? Well, you know the funny thing about this. Is Big Tech has now, if you don't know who Big Tech is, don't worry about it. Big Tech has now ascended into giving me absolute maximum silent treatment, which means he does not acknowledge me publicly. He doesn't acknowledge anything I say. He certainly doesn't answer me privately, but he really never did that because he's always been giving me the silent treatment. He doesn't hint around about things, and he has blocked me on Twitter. And at first I was annoyed about the blocking on Twitter part because like I wasn't even tagging him on Twitter. But then I started thinking about the ultra maximum silent treatment, digging in his fucking stubborn ass control freak fucking heels. And I started thinking about it. And I said, this is actually the best possible thing that can happen. Because it means that I can say and do whatever the fuck I want. And I have, and there will be no accountability for me. This literally, and again, if you don't know what I'm talking about, don't worry about it. But I was thinking about this and I was like, this is actually the best possible scenario for me. Because I can literally say and do whatever the fuck I want on stream, on Twitter, wherever I feel like saying anything at all. Or not saying anything at all if I feel like not saying anything at all too. I can literally say and do whatever I want. I can make any fucking comments I want. I can do anything, and he is digging in his heels into maximum silent treatment so that it will never be acknowledged and I will never experience any negative ramifications from it. So, W me, I win. A rare W for me, Big Tech L. I mean, I don't even know. Don't know what to say about that. Anyway, let's move on. Newbies, no debunking, no arguing or insulting Dr. K. Yeah, the last part's really important. No proving how smart you are because you're damn well not smarter than me, I'll tell you that. Because you are probably not. We don't want your opinion. Shut the fuck up and learn. Thank you, old sub. Really appreciate that super chat. You rock, bro. We got Doug coming in with a gifted channel membership. Let me add that to the tally. Hey, look at that. We got 1 gifted channel membership so far. Hopefully we get up to 100 by the end of the stream. That would be awesome. Werner, honest question. Intellectually, if more conservative people are willing to listen to me with facts, this is the way. I mean, good luck, Warner. Like, good luck is what I would say. I would say good luck to you, sir, because we have been trying to talk to conservative people with facts and evidence and receipts for years, and they don't listen. So good luck. Give it a try. Let us know how it goes. All right. Let's see. What else do I have here? Okay. Here is what we're reading tonight. And yes, we will be reading. But this is some of the most fucked up dystopian shit that you guys will ever read in your life. If you want the real life dystopian novel, this is what you read. This is what you start with. Old sub W's, bro. Thank you. 10 gifted channel memberships. Really appreciate it, bro. Thank you for your ongoing support. We love you. Queer Ultraviolence is an anthology of the Bashback movement. Andy No does have this entire PDF, by the way. And so I'm going to be very interested to know if Andy even talks about this in his book. Because I know for certain that Andy No was given the entire text of this because I fucking gave it to him. I'm going to give you guys the link for this. This is a PDF that you can all download and follow along. Hang on. Download Queer Ultraviolence. Put that link in the chat. Put that link in the chat over on Rumble. Let me pin that on YouTube right quick. So you guys can download this and follow along. Now, Queer Ultraviolence is a giant anthology written by people, I think, that were actually involved in the Bashback movement. What is the Bashback movement, you ask? The Bashback movement was a militant queer movement that started in the mid-'80s in the Midwest. Basically, there's a whole corridor of like Midwestern cities that cultivated basically the thing that has led to what we deal with today in terms of queer militancy. There was Milwaukee, there was Chicago, there was Indianapolis, and there was Minnesota. And basically that little Midwest corridor cultivated a lot of this extremist queer bullshit. A lot of people think that this stuff came up in the cities in New York and San Francisco, and there is truth to that as well. Different things were going on in those cities, but people really underestimate how influential that whole Midwestern corridor is to the overall development of the far left as we know it today. And also remember, at the same time, actually not even at the same time, probably 2 decades before the Bashback movement, because again, the Bashback movement started in the mid-2000s. 2 decades before the Bashback movement, we saw the start of what became modern-day Antifa developing in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. That is the birthplace of modern-day Antifa in the United States. It's the Sharp movement that began in Minneapolis in 1986. That became Anti-Racist Action Network. Anti-Racist Action Network is what became modern-day Antifa as we know it today in the United States. That is the evolution, okay? So that started in Minnesota in 1986. 2 decades later, the Bashback movement starts really cultivating in this Midwest corridor. And again, we're talking like, it's like Milwaukee, Chicago, Indianapolis, and Minneapolis. Those were the cities that were cultivating a lot of this bullshit. One of the major influences on the Bashback, and the Bashback movement was essentially an anti-assimilationist queer movement. When we say queer, we are not talking about being gay. We are not talking about being trans. Queer is a political movement. Queer is a radical, militant, anti-assimilationist, far-left political ideology. That is what it is. When we are talking about being queer, we are not talking about being gay. You do not have to be gay to be queer. When we are talking about being queer, we are not talking about being trans, especially not transitioning from man to woman or woman to man, because queer doesn't even want gender to exist. Queer doesn't want someone to transition from a man to woman or a woman to man. They do not want the categories of gender to exist at all. They want to transcend gender and transform gender. Non-binary literally means no binary. That is what it means. No men, no women. Okay? So you do not have to be trans to be queer. You do not have to be gay to be queer. You could be straight and cisgendered and white and male, and you could still identify as queer if your ultimate goal is to undermine what they call cultural normativity, the cultural norms that uphold capitalism, and eventually overthrow and abolish the United States government to institute their little queer utopia in which they no longer have the oppressive force of capitalism telling them what to do, and they can eliminate all identity categories. All identity categories. They want all identity categories eliminated. That is the ultimate goal. That gets into queer nihilism. We're not quite there yet with you guys. Queer nihilism is this whole other brand of fuck off insanity. This is the real shit. Okay? Andy No will never teach you about this. This is the real shit. So the Mary Nardini Gang was a group of militant queers that started in Milwaukee around the same time as the Bashback movement. The Mary Nardini gang was instrumental in starting and stroking the fires of the Bashback movement. The Mary Nardini gang was a group of people, and we don't know who they are, and we don't know exactly how many of them there were, although I do think the person who put this book together was a member. We have some ideas of who the members are. I think that both the people, especially fucking Keegan, I think that both of those people were involved in the Mary Nardini gang, but we don't know that for sure. This is a group of militant anarchists who never revealed their identity, who wrote the manifestos that inspire the militant queer movement today. Do you want to know how I know that Tyler Robinson was not a queer Marxist? Tyler Robinson had nothing to do with this. This is the far left in terms of queer ideology. This is where they are today. If someone is saying things and doing things that do not align with this, they are not in that subculture, guys. It's just, this is some of the most influential material that exists on the far left today that most people have never bothered to read if you are not in their subculture. Okay? So this is the good stuff. This is the stuff that blows people's hair back. And we're going to read some of it today. Now, I want to show you what this is. So this is the Mary Nardini gang. Right there. When you see Bashback, Bashback is basically, you can use it synonymously with the Mary Nardini gang. Bashback is the movement. The Mary Nardini gang was the specific anarchists that were writing a lot of the propaganda that facilitated the movement. And what this book is it basically goes through the entire timeline of the movement. It gives you the communications of the movement. And then it gives you theories and essays that informed the movement. And guess what? Towards the Queerest Insurrection, horror theory, criminal theory, what is it to become beautiful, and obviously Interview with the Mary Nardini gang. These first 5 chapters were all written by the Mary Nardini gang. This is all the Mary Nardini gang. They are the very first things. Oh, you guys really can't see that well. Hang on, let me make that a little bit bigger for you guys. There you go. These are the first things that are listed under the influential theories and essays. Well, yes, they did write Be Gay, Do Crime as well. Be Gay, Do Crime came out later, though. This anthology came out in 2011. This came out in 2011. They did write Be Gay, Do Crime, but that wasn't until 2018. So the Mary Nardini gang also did write Be Gay, Do Crime, but that was in 2018. So it was 7 years after this. Basically, what happened is in the mid 2000s and in the late 2000s and the early 2010s, the Mary Nardini gang started spitting out all of these militant queer essays, and they were being distributed as a part of the Bashback movement. Okay, then the Mary Nardini gang went away. After 2012, the Mary Nardini gang basically went away. The Bashback movement kind of shuttered, and then what happened after 2016? Things started bubbling up again in 2016, and all that stuff. So essentially, the Bashback movement and the Mary Nardini gang kind of lost steam. I think a lot of them went into it seems as though they became book publishers, writers, things like that. I bet you that that they were actually much more influential in academia. But the problem is, again, we don't know who was actually in the Mary Nardini gang. We have no idea, because that information has never been revealed. That's a mystery I would love to solve someday. I really think that there might actually be a time where we find some crazy shit in academia that we are able to match back up to the people who wrote these essays. I bet you that time will come at some point if we look for it long enough, but that's a whole other fucking project. So the Mary Nardini gang and the Bashback movement kind of shuttered after 2012. And they went dark for a couple years. Things started to bubble up again after Trump got into office the first time. And then in 2018, the Mary Nardini gang released another essay called Be Gay, Do Crime. And that kind of started bubbling up queer militancy again. And then they went quiet again. And then in the last few years, we've seen multiple times where the bashback movement is trying to come back. We've seen multiple bashback manifestos get released. We have seen the Be Queer, Do Terrorism manifesto. Everyone remember the Be Queer, Do Terrorism manifesto? By the way, why didn't Andy No cover the Be Queer, Do Terrorism manifesto? Do you want to know why Andy No didn't cover the Be Queer, Do Terrorism manifesto? Because I broke the story and I got there first, and Andy No's a jealous little bitch. Gate kept information from the public because I published it. Again, you guys don't believe me? You guys don't believe me? Hang on. Let's go over to the Substack. Let's just make sure where everyone's real clear about this. Be Queer, Do Terrorism. Oh, that actually wasn't the one I wanted to release. That was the podcast version. Hang on. This is the one I wanted to click on. I covered the Be Queer, Do Terrorism manifesto, November 14th, 2025. It literally says Be Queer, Do Terrorism on the back cover. It is a queer manifesto written by nihilistic, violent extremists. Here's the link in the chat for this if you guys want to go check it out. Hang on one sec. One sec. Does anyone have the link to the No blogs? Can someone find me the link to their No blogs really quick? I thought I linked it in here, but maybe I didn't. Maybe I was trying to hide the link from people so they didn't go to that website to find it. Can someone link me to the No blogs, please? I know someone has the link. I just tried to remember it and I couldn't remember it. I bet it's going to be Reagan. I bet you Reagan's going to find the link. Oh, Master Shake! That's what I thought it was. Thank you, Master Shake. Thank you. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you very much. Boom. Oh, no. That's not going to work. How about that? Okay. Be Queer, Do Terrorism manifesto. We have this document. I broke it down. I reported it back in November of last year. There it is on the screen right there. This is written by the nihilistic, violent extremists. And when we go to their website, what is the first thing you see on their website? It's bashback. See? This is last year. They released the Be Queer, Do Terrorism manifesto. Nihilistic, violent extremists. You literally go right to their website. It is the very first image on their website. So when I say that the things that are in this document, Queer Ultraviolence, the Bashback Anthology, influenced today's militant queer activists, what I mean is it's the same ideology. It's the same ideology. These are the documents that inspired the real queer militants that we see in the real world today. Okay? I want to just allow ChatGPT to do some of the work for me here. And again, I just want to show you guys that like everything that I asked, let me just demonstrate to you how easy it could be for Andy No to do this type of research if he was actually interested in doing this type of research. I asked ChatGPT a few questions earlier. Basic information to give people who are new to this a little overview. The first thing I said is, can you tell me, I don't know, why is my question thing so big? I don't need that. Ugh. The first question I asked was, tell me about the book Queer Ultraviolence, the Bashback Anthology. Give me a short overview of key points. And because I don't want to read all this, I'm going to go to read out loud.
Queer Ultraviolence, Bashback. Anthology is a 2011 anthology documenting the radical queer anarchist network Bashback, which was active in the United States from roughly 2007 to 2011. The book is a mix of essays, manifestos, communiques, interviews, theory pieces, and accounts of direct actions. It was edited by Frey Baroque and Tegan Iannelli.
I think Tegan was
the
definitely
anthology
married already
argues that
gay.
mainstream LGBTQ politics became too focused on assimilation into existing institutions like corporations, electoral politics, marriage, and the state. Bashback rejected that approach entirely. Instead, the movement embraced queer anarchism, anti-capitalism, direct action, militancy, and confrontation. Some of the major themes include rejection of respectability politics and mainstream pride culture, viewing queer not simply as an identity, but as opposition to fixed social categories and norms.
Capitalism.
Strong overlap with insurrectionary anarchism and anti-capitalist politics.
Antifa.
Defense of diversity of tactics, including illegal direct action and confrontational protest.
Violence.
A belief that queer liberation cannot happen within existing political and economic systems.
Capitalism.
Celebration of militant resistance, self-defense, riots, sabotage, and anti-police politics as historically tied to queer struggle. The anthology also reflects internal tensions within radical queer activism at the time. Some essays focus heavily on theory and revolutionary rhetoric, while others describe street-level organizing, protests, clashes with police, and conflicts with conservative religious groups. Critics of the book, including some sympathetic readers, argued that parts of it romanticize violence, adopt exclusionary politics, or rely on highly abstract ideological language. Historically, the book is useful because it captures a specific strand of late 2000s radical queer politics that influenced later activist and anarchist scenes. Even people who strongly disagree with its politics often view it as an important primary source snapshot of that movement and mindset.
If you do not understand the Bashback movement, you do not understand queer Marxism as it exists today. If you have never been told about the Bashback movement because Andy No gatekept that fucking information, then it is very easy for you to be lied to believe that something is trans extremism following a conservative narrative, which is exactly why people like Andy No have gatekept this information from the public, and they don't want people to see it. What people need to understand is, and it says it right here, at its core, Bashback argues that mainstream LGBTQ politics became too focused on assimilation. This is the tension that exists on the left when it comes to this type of politics. Starting in the 1970s, there were really two types of people who were fighting for, quote, gay rights or, quote, gay liberation. Those are two different things, by the way. There were the normie gay rights activists who just wanted to get married and to be able to visit their partners in the hospital and didn't have an issue with capitalism. They wanted to be able to get married, buy a house, settle down, have a life, all that stuff. That was the normie gay rights people. Now, you might not agree with being gay. It doesn't fucking matter what you think. You need to understand that there is a difference between the normie gay rights people and the gay liberationists or queer liberationists, because the queer liberationists never wanted to get married. They never wanted to assimilate. It was always an anti-capitalist ideology from the beginning. However, back in the day, there was enough in common between the assimilationist gay rights activists and the anti-assimilationist queer liberationists. They had enough of the same problems that they kind of went along side by side together for a little while. And they were kind of like, we don't agree with each other. Like, they openly talked about this. Like, we don't agree with the politics of assimilation. But you know what? We have some common problems right now, so we're not going to cause problems for you if you don't cause problems for us, sort of thing. People are confused because they believe that just because there was a time that these people were kind of working together on some things and not trying to cause problems for each other, they think that that means that gay and queer is the same thing. And it is not the truth. It's just that back in the 70s, it was in a different time period, and the assimilationists who just wanted to be good little capitalists and get married and all that stuff, and the anti-assimilationists who never wanted to get married, never wanted to be in the military, never even wanted to assimilate to polite society, they kind of got along because they all agreed that you shouldn't be able to kick the shit out of people for being gay and fire people for being gay and stuff like that. Okay, there was just enough agreement that it kept them together. This kind of went through into the 80s until we start getting into the late 80s and the ACT UP movement. The ACT UP movement was a group of militant far left activists that were jumping on the AIDS movement because, or the AIDS epidemic, rather, I shouldn't say AIDS movement, the AIDS epidemic, because they basically wanted to use it to push a far left agenda about healthcare for all. The ACT UP movement is important because the ACT UP movement was one of the first mass queer activist movements that we saw, where they were doing these big publicity stunts, doing die-ins in churches and getting on the news and acting all crazy. This is where the pink triangle came from. The pink triangle was reclaimed by the ACT UP movement and became a focal point symbol of the ACT UP movement. That's why whenever you see a pink triangle, whether it be a right side up pink triangle or an upside down pink triangle, it could be either, that is a symbol of militant queer politics. It didn't start with the ACT UP movement. They reclaimed it from stuff from obviously the World War II stuff, but the queer liberationists were also starting to use it too. But the ACT UP movement was the thing that really popularized it because it became the most famous symbol of their revolution. We're not going to read the whole book. We're not going to read the whole book. Settle the fuck down. Okay? Settle down. I have to listen. You've been around forever, okay? But we have new people that we have to make sure understand this, Master Shake. We have new people that haven't done this with us before. Do you think I like having to teach the same thing over and over and over again for the rest of my fucking life? God. The ACT UP movement started to really schism the assimilationist gay rights activists from the anti-assimilationist queer activists, okay? And there was a manifesto that was released in the 1990s called Queers Read This. It was actually in 1990 that really you started to see a very big rift forming between the gay rights activists who just wanted to be good little capitalists and the queer militants who wanted to abolish all of society. And so they had been going along and getting along for a little while, and then it just started to schism out like this, and they started fighting a little bit more. Well, one of the questions that I asked ChatGPT, we'll go back to the Mary Nardini Gang one, was, can you give me a brief overview of the timeline and evolution from the ACT UP movement through the Mary Nardini Gang? So let's see what ChatGPT had to say about this, just to fact check me to see if what I'm telling you is correct, because I don't mind being fact checked, Andy. Unlike Andy No, I can intellectually defend every idea that I have. Andy No cannot intellectually defend his ideas, which is why he will never, ever, ever debate, but I can.
The evolution from ACT UP to the Mary Nardini Gang traces a major shift in American queer activism over about 20 years, from focused AIDS activism into broader anti-capitalist queer radicalism. Here's the short version of that trajectory. 1980s, ACT UP and AIDS militancy. ACT UP formed in 1987 during the AIDS crisis, when the federal government, pharmaceutical companies, and much of society were seen as indifferent to mass death among gay men and other affected groups. Their tactics were confrontational: die-ins, street blockades, disrupting churches, government meetings, and Wall Street, aggressive media campaigns, direct pressure on the FDA and NIH. But ACT UP's core goal was concrete institutional change.
Well, let's still overthrow capitalism, but
AIDS funding, medical
we'll
access,
argue about that later,
public recognition of the crisis. Importantly, ACT UP was militant, but still largely reform-oriented. Many activists believed institutions could be forced to respond through pressure. Early 1990s, Queer Nation and Queer as Political Identity. Out of ATP emerged Queer Nation around 1990. This period shifted from gay rights to queer politics. Queer became framed less as a demographic identity and more as opposition to social norms involving gender, sexuality, family, and respectability.
Cultural
The rhetoric
normativity.
became more anti-assimilationist, more culturally confrontational, more theory-driven, more influenced by postmodern academic ideas. This is where slogans like open quote, "We're here, we're queer," became political identity statements rather than just civil rights messaging. Close quote. Mid-late 1990s, academic queer theory plus anti-globalization. During the 1990s, queer activism increasingly merged with academic queer theory, anti-capitalism,
Bing.
anarchist organizing, anti-globalization activism. Think 1999 Seattle WTO protests, Black Bloc tactics, DIY activist culture, zines, and decentralized affinity groups.
Zines.
At the same time, mainstream LGBT organizations increasingly pursued marriage equality, military inclusion, corporate partnerships, electoral lobbying. This
Assimilation.
created a split. Mainstream LGBT politics moved toward institutional integration. Radical queer activists moved toward revolutionary politics.
No way.
Early 2000s, radical queer anarchism. By the early 2000s, a distinct queer anarchist scene had formed. Key characteristics: anti-state, anti-police, anti-capitalist, influenced by insurrectionary anarchism, suspicious of NGOs and nonprofits, often hostile to liberal identity politics as assimilationist.
You don't say.
This scene developed through info shops, squats, zine culture,
Zines.
protest networks, convergent spaces around anti-war and anti-globalization organizing. 2007-2011, Bashback and the Mary Nardini Gang Bashback emerged during this period as a decentralized network of queer anarchist groups. This was the culmination of the ideological shift. The movement openly rejected gay marriage politics, corporate pride, electoral activism, liberal reformism. Instead,
Rejected
it embraced
liberalism.
revolutionary anti-capitalism, direct action, street confrontation, militant queer identity, queer as insurrection. The Mary Nardini Gang Manifesto toward the queerest insurrection became one of the defining texts of this tendency. Its worldview was far more radical than ACT UP. ACT UP wanted institutions to respond to crisis. Mary Nardini rhetoric often treated institutions themselves as irredeemable systems requiring collapse or abolition.
Capitalism.
The big arc. In simplified terms, ATUP equals militant reform activism during a public health emergency. Queer nations, queer identity becomes political and anti-assimilationist. 1990s queer theory plus anarchism equals broader revolutionary framework. Bashback, Mary Nardini equals fully developed queer anarchist insurrectionary politics. That does not mean every activist followed this path. Most LGBT activism ultimately went in the opposite direction toward institutional integration and mainstream political participation. But the Mary Nardini bashback tendency represents one important radical lineage that grew out of the more confrontational wings of earlier AIDS-era activism.
Hey, listen, Master Shake, Karlyn's prompt make me sound right about everything. No. You will see no such prompt. All I did was say, tell me about these things. I also asked it about the Mary Nardini Gang. We'll read that one in a second. All I said was, tell me about these things. I didn't say make me sound right about everything, although it does. Do you want to know why I'm always and perpetually right about this stuff? Because I only use primary source evidence to do my research. That's it. That is why I'm always right. Because when you say the primary source evidence says X, Y, B, and Z, and then you go back and you look at the primary source evidence, it says X, Y, B, and Z. It's really that simple. So that's the evolution of the ACT UP movement into what we're going to be talking about today, which is mostly focused on the Mary Nardini Gang. Now let's go listen to ChatGPT's answer for my question, who is the Mary Nardini Gang? And you guys can fact check me on this one as well, and then we'll get into the text.
The Mary Nardini Gang was a militant queer anarchist collective active in the late 2000s, most associated with the radical queer direct action movement around Bashback. They became known primarily through an anonymously written manifesto called Toward the Queerest Insurrection, which circulated widely in anarchist and radical activist circles around 2008. The name itself was partly symbolic and partly intentionally mythic. Mary Nardini was not a real gang leader. The collective used the name as a kind of shared pseudonym or political identity. The manifesto framed queer rebellion as inherently antisocial toward mainstream institutions like capitalism, policing, nationalism, traditional family structures,
Nationalism.
and assimilationist LGBT politics. Key ideas associated with the Mary Nardini gang included queer identity as rebellion rather than integration, opposition to mainstream LGBTQ organizations pursuing marriage equality, military inclusion, and corporate acceptance,
opposition to gay
alignment
rights
with
movements,
anarchism, insurrectionary politics, and anti-capitalism,
anti-capitalism,
advocacy for direct action and confrontation instead of electoral or institutional politics,
no elections,
viewing social instability and crisis as opportunities for revolutionary change. The manifesto's tone was intentionally provocative, nihilistic, and confrontational. It mixed political theory with revolutionary rhetoric and drew heavily from anarchist, anti-civilization, and post-left influences. It became influential in some radical queer activist circles because it articulated a more militant alternative to mainstream LGBT advocacy at the time. Historically, the group gained broader public attention after incidents tied to bashback chapters, including protests and disruptions at churches and conservative events. One of the most widely reported incidents happened in 2008 when activists associated with bashback disrupted a church service at Mount Hope Church in protest of anti-LGBT organizing connected to California's Proposition 8 campaign. It is important to separate rhetoric from actual operational capacity. Despite the dramatic language and gang branding, the Mary Nardini gang was not a structured criminal syndicate or armed underground organization in the traditional sense. It functioned more as a decentralized ideological current and symbolic identity within radical queer anarchist activism.
Decentralized,
The broader significance of the Mary Nardini gang is that it represents a turning point in late 2000s queer radicalism, where parts of the activist scene openly rejected assimilation and instead embraced revolutionary politics, anarchist theory, and militant aesthetics.
Okay. So that provides, I think, enough of background for people to start to understand why it is important that we look at things like queer ultraviolence. And I know that reading books is not necessarily the same, or reading essays is not necessarily the same and not as entertaining as watching a presentation. I get that. But if you do not understand this material, you do not understand queer activism as it exists today. And they're about, again, Andy Ngo is going to lie to a lot of people with his book. And I want to make sure that when Andy Ngo releases a book that doesn't talk about any of this and deflects all of it and just makes it about the conservative bullshit narrative, I want to make sure people have the information and the receipts to know what's going on. I also want to make sure that people who are newer to the channel have seen this information. And so while I do understand that this will be review for some people, especially toward the queerest insurrection, because I've done like at least 4 different breakdowns of Toward the Queerest Insurrection at this point, but it's one of those essays that you have to fucking read. You have to. And so tonight what we're going to do, and I don't know how far we're going to get, but we're going to give it a try. We're going to see how this goes. We are obviously not going to read this whole book. This whole book is like 400 pages long. We are not going to read this whole book tonight. The first part of the book is an introduction, a timeline of the bashback movement, and a series of communiques. Communiques are basically operational communications that were issued by different bashback chapters while all this stuff was going on. So you can go in there and you can see, here's the announcement of their big conference. Here is this event on this date, and here's what the flyer said and all that. So it's more like operational stuff. It is interesting if you want to go back and see it. These are historical primary source documents. So if you want to go back and see them, you can. But where we're going to start is actually in the theory and essays section. And I want to try to work our way through all of the Mary Nardini gang stuff tonight, which might be a lofty order. Some of these are longer than others. But that is what we are going to do tonight. Okay. The PDF of the book is pinned on YouTube, so you can go download it. It's called Queer Ultraviolence. You can follow along in the PDF yourself. These are not the only essays in the book. There's a whole bunch of other shit in there too. We are not going to be covering it's like this one, like this classic. How is it to be done in the ass? Remember when we've actually read that on stream before, by the way. Hell Hath No Fury, a chronology of gender fuck insurrection. Classic. 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 So that is what we're going to do tonight. We're going to try to get through all these Mary Nardi gang essays. And I do think we're probably going to be doing more than one part to this because there's other stuff I want to read in this book too. This, again, I've read this entire book before. I've read this entire book multiple times. This is review for me. I am doing this because I want to get better at explaining this to people and breaking it down. For some people, this will be brand new. For some people, this will be a review. But a lot of it's pretty fucked up. And we might utilize ChatGPT during this as well to like go back and read some of the stuff to like interpret some of the stuff for us. That might actually be happening. But let me just get set up here because I do have this loaded in another thing that's going to read it for me. But I need to just find the part where we are actually starting because I'm not going to read all this shit. It's not going to happen. I am not going to read all this shit. But luckily, not there. Where is it? Where is my window for this? Not that. Oh no, shit. Is it not going to work? Of course. Why would something work when I need it to, guys? No, wait, found it. Never mind. Got it. Got it. Got it. Got it. Crisis averted. Crisis averted. I just need to get down to where the essays actually start. What page should they start on? Need to get to 256. Okay. Now. Good thing I looked. That was about to take for fucking ever. Guys, please mount the like button if you would be so kind. Oh, wait, hang on. I missed a W to Nathaniel. Thank you for that gifted channel membership, Nathaniel. I really appreciate that. Let me add that to the tally. I apologize I didn't get it at the time. I was mid-rant. Guys, as we are making our way into Socialism Saturday, I do want to remind you there are a couple rules to Socialism Saturday. In fact, while I am finding my place in the chat, or on the document so we can get started reading this, let me just play the rules video real quick for all of our newcomers, and then we can get started on reading this here task. Pay attention. All right, for anyone that's new, we have some rules for Socialism Saturday. Let me go over them real quick. Socialism Saturday is a research group and a class. We do take this seriously. You're allowed to have fun. You're allowed to have a drink or two. You're allowed to kind of kick back and joke in the chat. However, I need everyone to understand that when we are researching the radical revolutionary left, we do take this seriously. And so if you're shitposting in my chat, I'm going to tell you to stop. If you are posting off topic in the chat, I'm going to ask you to stop at some point because it's going to be distracting to what we're doing. I need you to think of yourself as in a classroom. And I'm not talking about an online classroom. I'm talking about a real life classroom, okay? When you walk into a real life classroom, I am the teacher, you are the students. You are sitting in the desk, I am sitting in the front of the classroom. I'm standing there teaching you what is going on. If you were in a real life classroom, you wouldn't walk in, start throwing shit at the wall, yelling, saying, I disagree with you because my best friend said something different. That's not allowed. I don't care about your feelings. I'm not going to coddle your opinion. And that's going to be the way it is. And if you don't like it, you don't have to be here. But if you are in my classroom, you will respect my rules and you will listen to me. And if you do not do that, then you will be removed. And how you feel about being removed makes no difference to me at all. The expectation is if you're going to be here and you're going to be watching socialism with us and you're going to be participating in the chat, you are doing it because you are serious about learning this topic and understanding this topic. The minute that I think that you're just fucking around or you're trolling or something like that, you're going to get put in a timeout or permanently banned, and that's just going to be the way it is. Rule number 2, don't be a dick. Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. I can do whatever I want because I am the queen fascist bitch of my YouTube channel. So I can say and do whatever I want. But if you don't insult me and you don't insult other people in the chat, we're not going to have a problem. So be an adult, rein that shit in. Number 3, no whining. I don't care about your feelings. I don't care if you feel personally attacked. It makes no difference to me at all. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a little bit more than the left does. So if you can't handle me, you can't handle the left. If you start whining and complaining because you don't like the rules or you think you're being treated unfairly, you can just leave, bro. There's the door. You don't have to be here. Number 4, listen. Our job here and why we do Socialism Saturday is to listen to what the left is saying, to listen to what real leftists are doing in the real world. This is not to support your confirmation bias. This is not to support any conservative bullshit narrative that you may have heard on Glenn Beck that one time. This is not to be what you want it to be. This is to engage with reality. We need to listen, we need to actively listen, and we need to understand the left better than they understand themselves. That is the purpose of this exercise, okay? As part of that, I do ask that people refrain from debunking. You do not have a single debunk in your arsenal about the left is stupid because of reasons X, Y, B, and Z, or the left is her hypocrites for reasons X, Y, B, and Z. You don't have a single debunk that we haven't heard before, okay? And every time you put energy into debunking, that is energy that you're not putting into listening. So if I see you debunking, I'm going to tell you to stop, because you need to put that energy into listening instead. Lastly, break the rules of my chat or disrespect me in any way, and I'll just kick you out, and that's the way it is. All right, now exactly after I had started the rules video, we had someone come into the chat, and I just want people to really expect to see a lot of stuff like this in the chat. I want people to expect to see a lot of chats like this coming in every single time we point out that Andy No is a conservative bullshit con artist who shills a narrative because he is paid to do so. Every single time we debunk Andy, every single time we correctly point out that he is gatekeeping information from people, we are going to see people like this. Let me make an example of this retard who is still ranting in the chat right now. Love you, Karlyn, but Andy No has been killing it with his exposés. Can you name one that he actually did journalism on himself? Bet you can't. You've been dead wrong. Covering him in a bad light just because he is more popular and went to the White House. Hey, guys, guess what? Guess what? Bruce here, Bruce, is such a fan that this is Bruce's first ever chat on the channel. Bruce is my biggest fan, guys. Bruce is my biggest fan, He's such a big fan that this is the first ever chat that Bruce has sent in to the channel. Big fan. But can you stop saying things I don't like? Big fan. I'm a big fan, Carl. I've been a supporter for years and years and years. I've just never bothered to chat in on literally any of the thousands of live streams that you have ever done. But I'm a big fan, Karlyn. I swear. I'm just concerned that you are jealous of Andy now. Sorry, Bruce. We don't have time for your level of retardation. You're exposed, motherfucker. Get the fuck out. We're going to see a lot of chats like that every time we talk about this stuff, guys, because this is exactly how the conservative con artist grifting machine runs. They basically try to psyop you by making you think that it's like concern trolling. It's like he's not only talking to me, he's talking to other people in the chat to try to be like, Karlyn, I am just concerned for you. Why would you do this? Why would you say these things? I'm your biggest fan and I'm just really concerned. And what he's trying to do is get other people in the chat to question what they're seeing. Because when you guys actually look at the evidence, you learn that Andy No and all of his fucking flying monkeys and all of the psyop fake accounts that we're going to see in the chat, they're all full of shit. They're all full of shit. So that's that. Anyway, welcome back, guys. We are getting into our reading for tonight, which, of course, is part of Queer Ultraviolence. We have the PDF pinned to the chat, so you can go and follow along with it yourself. We are starting on page 254 in the PDF. And we are getting into the writings of the Mary Nardini gang. If you guys have any questions throughout this, please feel free to send in any and all questions. This is a little complicated. I will do my best to try to break it down so that you guys can understand it, especially if you're new. But the very best way to learn is to ask questions. Do not assume you know anything. If you have never read these texts before, chances are you're going to be surprised at what they say. but this is directly written by the people who were most influential to militant queer activism as we know it today. And this stuff was written about 20 years ago. So let's dig in and get started.
Questions to be addressed.
How
The
about that?
following texts: Toward the Queerest Insurrection, Whore Theory, Criminal Intimacy, and What Is It to Become Beautiful? All surfaced in Milwaukee, Wisconsin in the time between 2008 and 2010. The texts are all attributed to an elusive group referring to itself at times as the Mary Nardini Gang and at others simply as a gang of criminal queers. However it describes itself, this group published only ephemeral tracts of negative queer theory. Beyond these texts, we're including an interview with an associate of this enigmatic group, printed in the journal Vengeance 3. Toward the Queerest Insurrection. By the Mary Nardini Gang. Some will read queer as synonymous with...
I want to try to make this bigger so you guys can actually see it, but I don't know if it's going to let me. I want to be able to have it reading too.
Some will read queer as synonymous with gay and lesbian or LGBT. This reading falls short. While those who would...
Okay, the very first sentence, this is toward the queerest insurrection. This is the most influential manifesto. That's why it's always at the start. This is the one that came out in 2008. This was the first one that was published. And so the very first line, some will read queer as synonymous with gay and lesbian or LGBT. This reading falls short. The very first thing that they are telling you in Toward the Queerest Insurrection is queer is not the same as LGBT. And they're going to tell you what they think that means.
While those who would fit within the constructions of L, G, B, or T could fall within the discursive limits of queer, queer is not a stable area to inhabit. Queer is not merely another identity that can be tacked onto a list of neat social categories, nor the quantitative sum of our identities. Rather, it is the qualitative position of opposition to presentations of stability, an identity that problematizes the manageable limits of identity.
Okay, so what they're talking about here again is cultural normativity. The goal of queer is to undermine cultural normativity. That is the cultural norms that uphold capitalism and that capitalism created in the first place. Because their ultimate goal, and they're going to say it in this document, is to overthrow capitalism and the state. So queer is anything that is in opposition to cultural normativity. People often ask, why do queer people look weird? Why do they have those weird haircuts? Why do they have weird tattoos? Why are they fat? Why are they doing all of these things? People often ask, like, you know, what does the look have to do with it? When someone is having those weird haircuts where they have the little bangs and the shaved head and the mullet, or they have crazy colors in their hair, or they're fat and they're like doing this fat positivity bullshit, or they have the crazy tattoos, they are queering capitalist beauty standards. When they are calling themselves non-binary, which means no binary, no men, no women, they are advocating for the abolition of gendered categories because they believe capitalism created the social constructs of men and women. They believe in abolishing all identity categories. Therefore, no men, no women. Do they even know what they're doing? Yes. This is actually like a retarded question to ask. Bro, we're literally reading the essays where they're explaining what they're doing. Do they know what they're doing? Yes. They're going to say so in the essays. Bro, they're going to say so. Where do you think these ideas come from? When we are talking about abolishing the family, that is because the family is the reproduction mechanism of capitalism, and they want to abolish the family to disrupt capitalism. This is why they are anti-marriage. These people never wanted gay marriage to be legalized. They were fighting with the people who wanted gay marriage to be legalized. It was the gay rights normies that wanted gay marriage to be legalized. Queer Marxists, the Mary Nardini Gang, the Bashback movement, never wanted gay marriage to be legalized, and they're going to talk about that. They never wanted gays to be included in the military. And they're going to say that because the military is a construct, an imperialist construct that advances capitalism through war and yada, 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 yada. So they are telling you this is not about being gay. This is not about being trans. This is about undermining cultural normativity. Queer is in opposition to cultural normativity.
Rather, it is the qualitative position of opposition to presentations of stability, an identity that problematizes the manageable limits of identity. Queer is a territory of tension, defined against the dominant narrative of white heteromonogamous patriarchy, but also by an affinity with all who are marginalized, otherized, and oppressed. Queer is the abnormal, the strange, the dangerous. Queer involves our sexuality and our gender, but so much more. It is our desire and fantasies and more still. Queer is the cohesion of everything in conflict with the heterosexual capitalist world.
And we need to be clear here, heterosexual does not mean man and woman. When they say heterosexual, they mean normal. They mean assimilationist. They're going to talk about gays who assimilate to straightness in this essay. They don't like gay people who get married in a monogamous marriage and assimilate to capitalist culture. It's called homonormativity. So when they're talking about heterosexual, they are not saying one man, one woman. They are saying the normal, the thing that upholds the capitalist order. I know that's a hard code switch for people to make, but that is what they mean by that. And you're going to see that later in this essay.
Queer is the cohesion of everything in conflict with the heterosexual capitalist world.
Bing, capitalist.
Queer is a total rejection of the regime of the normal. As queers,
no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I said it does not matter to them if you are gay or straight. That is not what queer is. Again, guys, you really gotta, this is a day where I know I repeat this a lot on this channel. Stop making shit up. And I know you're asking a question, but I want to demonstrate something. I didn't say they used heterosexual and heteronormative interchangeably. I didn't say that. These are two very specific terms that identify very specific things, okay? It's just like, this is just the way they operate. Normativity is more about cultural normativity. Normativity involves a lot more than just who you are in a relationship with. Heterosexual is about like walking the straight and narrow. It's about the monogamous relationship. It's not, I'm figuring out how to explain this right now. It's not about if the relationship is between a man and a woman or a man and a man or a woman and a woman. It is about, don't argue with me, it is about whether or not the relationship is monogamous, whether or not it is a propertied relationship, whether or not it upholds, again, it's one of many cultural norms that uphold capitalism. So in answer to your question, heteronormative is about it's about a larger, like all of the cultural mechanisms upholding capitalism. When they're saying heterosexual, that's really more about monogamy. Hope that makes sense. But don't ever argue with me when I'm answering your question, because that means you're not listening and I don't like it, honestly.
As queers, we understand normalcy. Normal is the tyranny of our condition, reproduced in all of our relationships. Normalcy is violently reiterated in every minute of every day. We understand this normalcy as the totality being the interconnection and overlapping of all oppression and misery.
Okay, queer Marxists have a lot of like flowery names for this. Sometimes they call it, as they are here, the totality. Sometimes they've called it the Leviathan. Sometimes, what else did they call it? What was it? What did they call it? There's another term for it that I can't quite remember. It's like on the tip of, it's like productive or something. I don't exactly remember, but like there was the Leviathan, there's the totality. What is the other term they called it? It's in Against the Gender Nightmare. I bet Mizakan's going to figure it out. Either Reagan or Mizakan's going to figure it out. You guys know what I'm talking about, though. There was another term for it that I thought was pretty funny. Anyway, they're talking about capitalism. They're talking about the oppressive system of capitalism. When they're saying the totality of the system, they're talking about the capitalist system, which, if we go back, not superstructure, if we go back into the really weird queer Marxist shit, which maybe we'll do someday, like, you start to learn that these people believe that capitalism started in ancient Sumeria. I'm not making that up. They believe capitalism started in ancient Sumeria, and in order to undo capitalism, you need to go back into you need to go back into like how we were in ancient Sumeria and all that bullshit. So it does get very, very weird and very, very nihilistic. But I just want people to understand, when they're saying the totality, they're saying all of these different forms of oppressions that are all coming together to oppress us all at the same time. It's like the totality of the oppressive system. Domestication. Yes, Bot got it. Domestication. That was what they said in Against the Gender Nightmare. They called it the domestication. So totality, Leviathan, and domestication, all different sort of flowery queer Marxist names for this big oppressive capitalist order that's designed to keep everyone down. Well done, Bot. Holy shit. I didn't see Bot answering that question. I thought for sure Reagan was going to go and get it. Well done, Bot. Well done. W's Bot.
The totality being the interconnection and overlapping of all oppression and misery. The totality is the state. It is capitalism. It is civilization and empire.
The totality is the state. It is capitalism. It is civilization. It is empire. These are all things that are part of the big, I'm going to steal Master Shake's words, superstructure that encompass the capitalist system. Okay? Does everyone get this? Civilization. Because this is anti-civilization stuff. Because it all goes back to that anti-civilization, abolish everything back to ancient Sumeria bullshit.
It is capitalism. It is civil. The totality is the state. It is capitalism. It is
That's stated. Yeah,
civilization
that's the gender
and
nightmare.
empire.
Yeah.
The totality is fence post crucifixion. It is rape and murder at the hands of police. It is STR8 acting and no fatties or femmes. It is queer eye for the straight guy.
Aha! I want to make sure we point this out. They're saying queer eye for the straight guy is part of the totality. Queer eye for the straight guy is part of the capitalist system. Queer eye for the straight guy is the problem. Why are they saying that? Pop quiz for the chat. No, we can't argue that, Josh. That's not what they want. Why are they saying that queer eye for the straight guy is the totality, part of the capitalist system, this oppressive behemoth? Why are they saying that? It's got the word queer in it. Why are they saying that queer eye for the straight guy is part of the totality, the thing that they're trying to destroy? Because it's normative gay. Exactly. Because it is normie gay. Because it is rainbow capitalism. It is corporations profiting off of the LGBT stuff at their expense. It supports capitalism. It is rainbow capitalism. It is assimilationist politics. It is the normie gay assimilationist politics. Guys, you have to learn to have discernment with this, because it is true that sometimes normie gay people take the word queer and they use it for normie gay related things. But you have to be able to look at it and go, is this actually queer? Is this anti-assimilationist? Or is this rainbow capitalism or normie gay people trying to co-opt a term in order to make money or do whatever they're doing? Because like that does happen. We have to be honest about it. Queer eye for the straight guy is an example of assimilationist normie gay politics trying to take a term that really belongs to the queer far left. And the queer left, literally as this was happening, was going, fuck you assholes. You're not queer. This isn't queer. This is part of capitalism. So the real queer Marxists always hated that bullshit. Oh yeah, RuPaul's Drag Race would be another example of this. Yeah, RuPaul's Drag Race would also be normie gay, assimilationist, rainbow capitalism. They don't like RuPaul's Drag Race. They do like some drag queens. They don't like that one.
It is queer eye for the straight guy. It is the brutal lessons taught to those who can't achieve normal. It is every way we've limited ourselves or learned to hate our bodies. We understand normalcy all too well. 3. When we speak of social war, we do so because purist class analysis is not enough for us. What does a Marxist economic worldview mean to a survivor of bashing? To a sex worker? To a homeless teenage runaway?
So they're saying here, traditional Marxism is not good enough for us. This is what I've tried to explain to people when I say we don't go back and read Marxist philosophy on this channel. We don't go back and read Frankfurt School of Philosophy on this channel, not unless it's directly pertaining to something we're talking about. The reason that we don't go back into the philosophy is that the activists today, or the people inspiring the activists today, are flat out saying, all this Marxism stuff, all this philosophy, that's not good enough for us. That's not enough for us. Because as this ideology has evolved through the queer liberation 70s, through ACT UP in the 80s, through the 90s when they started breaking between the assimilationists and the anti-assimilationists, into the 2000s, which birthed the Bashback movement and the Mary Nardini gang. As the ideology of queer Marxism has been developing, it has mutated and evolved way beyond what the philosophy said 200 years ago. It is beyond that now. And they are telling you that. That is why we don't go look at the philosophy, because oftentimes the the dead philosophers, as I call them, it doesn't even apply to what's going on in the real world anymore, because it's grown, it's changed, it's evolved over time, it's morphed, it's become gain of function Marxism. It's not to say that there's not anything related to Marxism. There's still Marxism in there, but it's like it's combined with all of this other weird shit that came out of the BDSM subculture in San Francisco in the 70s, that came out of the punk subculture. It's blended with all of this other weird shit and has become something different than what it was. So they're flat out saying this here. I want people to pay attention.
To a sex. When we speak of social war, we do so because purist class analysis is not enough for us. What does a Marxist economic worldview mean to a survivor of bashing? To a sex worker? To a homeless teenage runaway? How can class analysis, alone as paradigm for a revolution, promise liberation to those of us journeying beyond our assigned genders and sexualities? The proletariat as revolutionary subject marginalizes all whose lives don't fit in the model of heterosexual worker. Lenin and Marx have never fucked the ways we have.
Lenin and Marx have never fucked the ways we have. They're saying they're beyond that. Not that it's irrelevant. They're saying Lenin and Marx don't fucking understand us. Lenin and Marx don't understand what we're going through. Lenin and Marx don't understand the totality of the oppression that we are dealing with. That shit was 100 years ago.
Lenin and Marx have never fucked the ways we have. We need something a bit more thorough, something equipped to come with teeth gnashing to all the intricacies of our misery. Simply put, we want to make ruins of domination in all of its varied and interlacing forms. This struggle inhabiting every social relationship is what we know as social war. It is both the process and the condition of a conflict with this totality.
Conflict with the
totality.
totality.
In the discourse of queer, we are talking about a space of struggle against this totality, against normalcy.
In the discourse of queer, we are talking about a space of struggle against the totality, against normalcy. To be queer is to be in opposition to capitalist, heteropatriarchal cultural normativity. And you'll hear them say any variation of those words. But like when they're saying cultural normativity, when they're saying totality, when they're saying capitalism, when they're saying heterosexual, when they're saying heteropatriarchal, those are all references to cultural normativity. So to be queer is to be in opposition to the totality of capitalist cultural normativity.
In the discourse of queer, we are talking about a space of struggle against this totality, against normalcy. By queer, we mean social war. And when we speak of
Social
queer
war.
as a conflict with all domination, we mean it. See, we've always been the other, the alien, the criminal. The story of queers in this civilization has always been the narrative of the sexual deviant, the constitutional psychopathic inferior, the traitor, the freak, the moral imbecile. We've been excluded at the border, from labor, from familial ties. We've been forced into concentration camps, into sex slavery, into prisons.
Hey, guess what? Guess what? Lenin and Marx would have tossed queers in the gulag. Guess what, bro? Guess what? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. Do you feel good now that you've owned the libs? Guys, queer Marxism has been defeated. Queer Marxism over. We might as well cancel the entire rest of this episode. Guys, blue collar Canuck, which makes it sound like you're Canadian and not American, by the way, so we'll put that on the back burner, but blue collar Canuck here has just solved all of our problems by owning the libs. Guys, can we get a big round of applause? Queer Marxism defeated. Lenin and Marx would have tossed all queers in the gulags. Yeah, we did it, bro. We did it. Let's just cancel the rest of the stream. We can all go home now. We can all go do something more fun. Leftism defeated. If you don't have a question or you don't have something intelligent to say, then I need you to watch this short instructional video. This is what you need to do.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
Okay? We're actually researching here. We're researching. We are not owning the libs. That bullshit doesn't matter. It doesn't work. It doesn't make any sort of difference. This is 2026. This is not 1919.
We've been forced into concentration camps, into sex slavery, into prisons. The normal, the straight, the American family has always constructed itself in opposition to the queer.
The normal, the straight and narrow, not man and woman. Straight means straight and narrow. The normal, the straight, the American family, capitalist family, has always construed itself in opposition to the queer. Straight is not queer. Straight means normal, guys. White is not of color. Capitalist is not proletariat. Healthy does not have HIV. Able-bodied versus oppressed. Man is not woman. Capitalist versus oppressed. Everything they're about to say in this paragraph right here, what they are talking about is the oppressor versus oppressed narrative. The thing that is the oppressor is the thing that upholds capitalist normativity. The thing that is the oppressed is the queer. Does everyone understand that? It's bourgeois versus proletariat. Capitalist versus non-property owner.
The normal, the straight, the American family has always constructed itself in opposition to the queer. Straight is not queer. White is not of color. Healthy does not have HIV. Man is not woman. The discourses of heterosexuality, whiteness, and capitalism reproduce themselves into a model of power.
Oh!
For the rest of us, there is death. In his work, Jean Genet asserts that the life of a queer is one of exile, that all of the totality of this world is constructed to marginalize and exploit us. He posits the queer as the criminal. He glorifies homosexuality and criminality as the most beautiful and lovely forms of conflict with the bourgeois world.
Okay, I need to explain this. And you're going to see this later in this essay, but I want to prepare you for what you're going to see. He glorifies homosexuality and criminality as the most beautiful and lovely forms in conflict with the bourgeois world. By rights and by all right, queer Marxists believe that anyone who is gay is also obligated to be queer. Because they believe that gay people should be in opposition to the capitalist family. Gay people should be in opposition to the capitalist order. When someone is not queer, but they are gay, that is considered to be a betrayal. And you're going to see them talk about it later in this essay. They believe they are entitled to all gay people being anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist. When you don't go along with that and you're like, I just want to get married, bro. I just want to visit my spouse in the hospital. Like that, I just want insurance. I don't want to do any of this anti-capitalist bullshit. That is considered to be a betrayal. It is the same thing with the left assuming that all Black people should be on the left. They assume that all Black people are oppressed by the system because of slavery, etc., etc. Therefore, they believe that all Black people should be socialists. Now, when Black people are not socialists and Black people embrace capitalism and start businesses and become entrepreneurs, what happens? You get Larry Elder being called the blackface of white supremacy by the Los Angeles Times. You get articles about multiracial whiteness on NPR. You get Cheryl Harris, who wrote the paper Whiteness is Property, saying Black people can be white too. In Minneapolis during the BLM riots, they specifically targeted Black-owned businesses. Because when Black people assimilate to the norms of capitalism, what that means is they are betraying the righteous cause of the left. So I want people to see this. When Black people are assimilationists and they don't vote on the left and they don't participate in leftist politics, that is considered to be a betrayal, in the same way that when gay people are like, bro, we just want to get married. We don't want to overthrow the government. We don't want to overthrow the capitalist system. We just want to get married and buy a house and go to work and buy stuff. Like, that is considered to be a betrayal to queer Marxists. Because when we're talking about the left, it is not really about skin color, and it's not really about being gay or straight. It's about, do you adhere to anti-assimilationist politics, anti-capitalist politics? If you are a straight white and an anti-assimilationist, anti-capitalist, you are on their team. Okay? This has nothing to do with them hating white people, has nothing to do with them hating straight people. It has to do with, like, they feel entitled to these populations supporting them because they believe that these populations are inherently oppressed. And so when they don't support them, it is felt like a betrayal to everything that they're doing. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said. 2 in the chat if you're confused. 1 in the chat if you understand what I just said. 2 in the chat if you're confused. When they're saying homosexuality and criminality as the most beautiful, lovely forms in conflict with the bourgeois world, they're saying they believe that they believe that gay people are inherently in conflict with the bourgeois world, essentially. Straight people are the bourgeois world. Straight people are the ones having the families. And by all rights and purposes, all these gay people should be with us. And when those gay people don't want to go along with this bullshit, they get called homonormative, which you're going to see later in this essay. I know I'm going slow here, but I really want to make sure people get this.
He glorifies homosexuality and criminality as the most beautiful and lovely forms of conflict with the bourgeois world. He writes of the secret worlds of rebellion and joy inhabited by criminals and queers. Quoth
Criminals
Janet,
and queers.
excluded by my birth and tastes from the social order, I was not aware of its diversity. Nothing in the world was irrelevant. The stars on a general's sleeve, the stock market quotations, the olive harvest, the style of the judiciary, the wheat exchange, flower beds. Nothing. This order, fearful and feared, whose details were all interrelated, had a meaning, my exile. A fag is bashed because his gender presentation is far too femme. A poor transman can't afford his life-saving hormones. A sex worker is murdered by their client. A genderqueer person is raped because ze just needed to be fucked straight. 4 black lesbians are sent to prison for daring to defend themselves against a straight male attacker. Cops beat us on the streets and our bodies are being destroyed by pharmaceutical companies because we can't give them a dime. Queers experience, directly with our bodies, the violence and domination of this world. Class, race, gender, sexuality, ability. While often these interrelated and overlapping categories of oppression are lost to abstraction, queers are forced to physically understand each. We've had our bodies and desires stolen from us, mutilated and sold back to us as a model of living we can never embody. Foucault says that power must be understood in the first instance as the multiplicity of force relations immanent in the sphere in which they operate and which constitute their own organization.
Yo!
As the process.
Hang on, we got a member. We have a membership from Old Sub. W's in the chat to Old Sub. I really appreciate that. Actually, guys, can we talk about channel memberships for a second? One in the chat if I've already, in the 2 hours that I've been streaming. One in the chat if I've already taught you something that you didn't know before today's stream. 2 in the chat if you haven't learned anything new yet. 1 in the chat if I've already taught you something new in the course of this stream. 2 in the chat if I haven't taught you anything new yet. Let me know. Oh, we got accented with 5 gifted channel memberships. W's, bro, W's. Thank you for those 5 gifted channel memberships. Appreciate it. That brings us up to 18. Guys, I would love to get to 100 gifted channel memberships. See, you guys knew where I was going. You knew where I was going. I was about to say, if I've taught you something new in this stream, hey, please feel free to chip in some channel memberships. We got Malcolm here with a 10. W's, Malcolm. We've got Derpy Dan in with a channel membership. W's to you, good sir. We appreciate that. We appreciate that. So that's going to bring us up to 29. Guys, I would love to get to 100 gifted channel memberships given out today on the stream. If I teach you something that you didn't know before, if I make you look at things in a new way, if I answer your questions with a academic college level answer that you're not going to get anywhere else, if you're like, holy shit, I never even knew this stuff existed, please feel free to support my work. I'm 100% funded by you. I am funded by super chats. I am funded by channel memberships. We're a little behind in the channel memberships today because I haven't really been begging for them because I want to use this recording to actually teach people and stuff like that. But please help me do this by donating channel memberships, donating super chats. I cannot do it if you guys don't allow me to do it. And unlike Andy, no, I don't take any money from political interests. I work for you guys. My only job is to tell you the truth. So we're going to keep analyzing this stuff. I will keep breaking it down. I will keep answering all your questions. We got Thomas Conservative in here with 10 gifted channel memberships. How generous, bro. We love you. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Thank you so much for supporting my work. Massive W's in the chat to you, good sir. Let's keep going.
As the processes which Foucault says that power must be understood in the first instance as the multiplicity of force relations immanent in the sphere in which they operate and which constitute their own organization. As the processes which, through ceaseless struggles and confrontations, transforms, strengthens or reverses them. As the support which these force relations find in one another, thus forming a chain or system, or on the contrary, the disjunctions and contradictions which isolate them from one another. And lastly, as the strategies in which they take effect, whose general design or institutional crystallization is embodied in the state apparatus, in the formulation of the law, in the various social hegemonies. we experience the complexity of domination and social control amplified through heterosexuality. When police kill us, we want them dead.
Again. Heterosexuality does not mean one man, one woman. Heterosexuality means cultural normativity. It means monogamous marriage. It means the nuclear family. It means upholding capitalism.
When police, we experience the complexity of domination and social control amplified through heterosexuality. When police kill us, we want them dead in turn. When prisons entrap our bodies and
See, and I want to demonstrate this because they're talking about heterosexuality, and then they go right into the police are killing us. Prisons are entrapping our bodies. Borders are here to construct nationalism. Why are they equating heterosexuality with abolish the police, abolish prisons, abolish borders? It's literally all in the same paragraph. They're equating all of these terms. How could that possibly be if it was about a man and a woman? It doesn't make sense to read that as they're talking about a man and a woman. What the fuck does that have to do with the police? What the fuck does that have to do with prisons? What the fuck does that have to do with borders? But when you understand that they're not saying one man, one woman, they're saying a capitalist relationship, a monogamous relationship, a marriage in the nuclear family, a capitalist propertied relationship, regardless of if it's man or woman or man and man or woman and woman, they don't actually fucking care. That is upholding capitalist cultural normativity. The police are the protectors of normativity. The prisons are the enforcers of normativity. The borders are the enforcers of normativity because it's all about enforcing capitalism. That's what they're saying. You need a new trap question? No, the trap question still works perfectly, Mike, but I do appreciate that super chat. I'll add it as a channel membership for you, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. The trap question still works. Like, the trap question is great. If you don't know what the trap question is, don't worry about it. Yep, they're all forms of capitalist oppression. It's an engine of, that's a great way to put it, Origami. It's an engine of capitalist infrastructure. Exactly. Capitalism is the source of all oppression, all problems. Like when you understand man and woman are social classes and not biological realities, statements like men can have penises make a lot more sense. Exactly. This is why we have to break all this shit down.
When prisons, we experience the complexity of domination and social control amplified through heterosexuality. When police kill us, we want them dead in turn. When prisons entrap our bodies and rape us because our genders aren't similarly contained, of course we want fire to them all. When borders are erected to construct a national identity absent of people of color and queers, we see only one solution: every nation and border reduced to rubble.
We see only one solution: every nation and every border reduced to rubble. The same anti-ICE protesters that are out on the streets today are making the same argument. Abolish ICE, abolished borders. When you abolish borders, you abolish nations. It's all the same organizing structure. It's always the same goal.
Identity absent of people of color and queers, we see only one solution: every nation and border reduced to rubble. The perspective of queers within the heteronormative world is a lens through which we can critique and attack the apparatus of capitalism.
Oh, look at that. The perspective of queers within the heteronormative capitalist world is a lens through which we can critique and attack the apparatus of capitalism. When I told you they were going to tell you that it was about capitalism, what I meant is, I've read this essay like 15 times. They're very clear about what they mean about this, and they're going to define that further for you. Thomas Conservative, thank you so much for the super chat. Sounds like they walk around angry at everything that maintains order. Well, they believe that it maintains their oppression, though. So they don't believe that it maintains order. They believe it maintains oppression. They believe it maintains suffering. They believe that it maintains a society in which everyone is unhappy. They believe capitalism causes all crime. They believe capitalism causes all problems. So I understand why you say that, but that's not the way they see it. They see it as we are angry that we are being oppressed and made to suffer unnecessarily by this thing. But I appreciate the super chat. Thank you. Now, okay, so they're going to say we are critiquing and attacking capitalism, and then they're going to tell you exactly what they mean by capitalism. Listen.
The perspective of queers within the heteronormative world is a lens through which we can critique and attack the apparatus of capitalism. We can analyze the ways in which medicine, the prison system, the church, the state, marriage, the media, borders, the military, and police are used to control and destroy us.
So they're saying this is about critiquing medicine. These are the people who came up with the idea that you do not need to have trans surgery to be trans. You don't need to medicalize to be trans, because they believe, and you guys might not believe this if you're new, they actually believe that the capitalist system is responsible for the irresponsible gender transition of children. They believe that children who become detransitioners are victims of the capitalist system that tried to medicalize their transition to make them lifelong medical patients. So when you ask these people, like, and I've heard them say this, what about the detransitioners? They say, oh yeah, it's the capitalist system that caused all this problem because the capitalist medical system tried to convince them to medicalize in the first place, whereas we don't think they ever needed to medicalize. Now, you might not believe that. That is what I've heard them say. They are not in favor of what they believe they believe hospitals and pharma are getting rich off of convincing people to medically transition. These are the people who never thought you had to medically transition. Although that's not to say they don't take hormones. They do. They make their own hormones. They write papers about making their own hormones. We've read them before. I have instruction manuals from these people on how to make your own hormones and how to take your own hormones. I'm not going to do that, but I know they exist because I have them. So so they believe the medical complex, the hospital insurance, all that's all capitalist. The prison system is capitalist. The church is capitalist. The state is capitalist. The state in this case means the United States. Marriage is a capitalist institution. The media is capitalist. Borders are capitalist. The military and the police are used to control the capitalist system. They're telling you explicitly what they mean by this. Okay? Let's listen again.
We can analyze the ways in which medicine, the prison system, the church, the state, marriage, the media, borders, the military, and police are used to control and destroy us. More importantly, we can use these cases to articulate a cohesive criticism of every way that we are alienated and dominated.
We can use all of these things to articulate every way in which this capitalist system has oppressed us. Hans, W Hans, 20 gifted channel memberships. W's in the chat. Thank you so much, bro, for your amazing generosity, your ongoing support. Love you and appreciate you, Hans. The legend of Hans. The legend of Hans is quickly growing on the chat, getting us up to 60 gifted memberships for the day. Thank you so much. Welcome to all the new channel members. Hans is a Black trans Latinx woman, but Hans is demonstrating his whiteness today in the chat, and we appreciate that.
More importantly, we can use these cases to articulate a cohesive criticism of every way that we are alienated and dominated. Queer is a position from which to attack the normative, more, a position from which to understand and attack the ways in which normal is reproduced and reiterated.
We are attacking the normative, capitalist, and we are attacking the ways in which normal is reproduced and reiterated. That means the nuclear family. That is a reference to social reproduction theory and the nuclear family.
Queer is a position from which to attack the normative, More, a position from which to understand and attack the ways in which normal is reproduced and reiterated. In destabilizing and problematizing normalcy, we can destabilize and become a problem for the totality.
In destabilizing capitalism or cultural normativity, we destabilize and cause problems for the totality, this behemoth, mythical, oppressive force in which all the elements of capitalism combine to oppress them forever and ever and ever. So in destabilizing all of these cultural norms that uphold capitalism, they are attacking the overall capitalist totality.
In destabilizing and problematizing normalcy, we can destabilize and become a problem for the totality. The history of organized queers was born out of this position. The most marginalized, trans folk, people of color, sex workers, have always been the catalysts for riotous explosions of queer resistance. These explosions have been coupled with a radical analysis wholeheartedly asserting that the liberation for queer people is intrinsically tied to the annihilation of capitalism and the state.
All right, this is probably the most important line in this entire text that people need to commit to memory. Every single time someone tells you that being queer is about being gay or trans, I need you to remember that in the most influential queer Marxist document that is read in queer activist circles today, the one that was written 20 years ago by the Mary Nardini Gang in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, as part of the Bashback movement, I need you to remember it explicitly says these explosions have been coupled with a radical analysis wholeheartedly asserting that the liberation for queer people is intrinsically tied to the annihilation of capitalism and the state. And by the state, they mean the United States government. They believe the United States government is built on capitalism. The Constitution was written to protect capitalism. When they are talking about overthrowing or annihilating capitalism and the state, they are talking about getting rid of bourgeois property ownership, the thing that upholds cultural normativity, and abolishing the government and abolishing the Constitution. That is what they are saying. All right? This is one of the most useful debunking tools that we have. Every single time liars like Andy Ngo tell you that this is about something that it is not about. They say explicitly, the liberation for queer people is intrinsically tied to annihilation of capitalism and the state. That is what this is about.
The history of organized queers was born out of this position. The most marginalized, trans folk, people of color, sex workers, have always been the catalysts for riotous explosions of queer resistance. These explosions have been coupled with a radical analysis wholeheartedly asserting that the liberation for queer people is intrinsically tied to the annihilation of capitalism and the state. It is no wonder, then, that the first people to publicly speak of sexual liberation in this country were anarchists, or that those in the last century who struggled for queer liberation also simultaneously struggled against capitalism, racism, patriarchy, and empire. This is our history.
They're saying that everyone in the last century who has struggled for queer liberation has been struggling against capitalism, racism, patriarchy, and empire. These are all references to capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. Patriarchy means the gender hierarchy created by capitalism. Empire means stealing land, which is inherently capitalist. They're saying that every queer liberation struggle forever has been about overthrowing the capitalist system. So this was not a new concept that was invented 20 years ago. They're saying this is our history. This is where we come from. This is the core of what we are doing. This is the core of our movement. And this is not something that we're inventing. It's always been that way.
This is our history. If history proves anything, it is that capitalism has a treacherous recuperative tendency to pacify radical social movements. It works rather simply, actually. A group gains privilege and power within a movement, and shortly thereafter sells their comrades out. Within a couple years of Stonewall, affluent gay white males had thoroughly marginalized everyone who had made their movement possible and abandoned their revolution with them.
So the Stonewall riot is considered to be one of the big milestones of the queer liberation movement. It was actually preceded by Compton's cafeteria riot, which is 3 weeks. It was three years earlier. Was the first one was actually Compton's cafeteria riot, but the Stonewall riot is what people know about. What they're saying is, no retardation in the chat, please. What they're saying is that basically, as soon as we had the Stonewall riot, and the Stonewall riot was a rebellion against the police, just so people understand. As soon as we had the Stonewall riot, all of these rich, white, gay males basically started betraying us. So this is where you're starting to see that they're like, listen, man, gay and queer is not the same. We have all these rich, white, gay men running around, fucking with us, and trying to fuck up our revolution because the gay men never wanted to do this. The gay men just wanted to be left alone to fuck in the bathhouse. And you might not approve of that. And I understand that. And I don't agree with it either. I think that's gross. But like the white gay men just literally wanted to be left alone to fuck in the bathhouse. Okay. That's what they wanted. And so the white gay men were never participating in all of this crazy queer liberation bullshit. And this was being called out as it was happening, saying, you assholes, we just started a police riot for you guys to liberate queers, and you guys are still assimilating to the capitalist system.
Couple years of Stonewall, affluent gay white males had thoroughly marginalized everyone who had made their movement possible and abandoned their revolution with them. It was once that to be queer was to be in direct conflict with the forces of control and domination. Now we are faced with a condition of utter stagnation and sterility. As always, capital recuperated brick-throwing street queens into suited politicians and activists. There are log cabin Republican
capital recuperated brick-throwing street queens into suited politicians and activists. They're saying that those queers who were throwing rocks at the Stonewall riot, they went on to become these capitalist politicians. Fuck them, because they believe that elections are capitalist. They uphold the capitalist system. As soon as someone gets sucked into the capitalist system and they start wearing a suit and engaging in respectability politics, they are no longer queer.
There are as always, capital recuperated brick-throwing street queens into suited politicians and activists. There are log cabin Republicans and Stonewall refers to gay Democrat. There are gay energy drinks and a queer television station that wages war on the minds, bodies, and esteem of impressionable youth. The LGBT political establishment has become a force of assimilation, gentrification, capital, and state power.
So they're saying again, we are not assimilationists. The LGBT political establishment, the assimilationist gay rights establishment, has become a force of assimilation, gentrification, capital, and state power. They're saying the human rights campaign, all that fucking gay marriage bullshit, because remember, this was written before gay marriage was legalized. This was written in 2008. Gay marriage was legalized in 2015. This was written as the human rights campaign and all those Democrat groups were fighting to legalize gay marriage, essentially. And so what they're saying is, fuck you assholes. All of you normie gay rights activists that are trying to get us to assimilate into marriage, you are assimilating into capitalism. You're gentrifying. You are capital. You are the state power now. Yes, the current LGBT groups are capitalists. If they are normie Democrat groups that just want equal rights for people, that is not the same as queer Marxism. They are completely different.
The LGBT political establishment has become a force of assimilation, gentrification, capital, and state power. Gay identity has become both a marketable commodity and a device of withdrawal from struggle against domination. Now they don't critique marriage, military, or the state. Rather, we have campaigns for queer assimilation into each.
See, now the normie gay rights movement, the fucking HRC, they hated the Human Rights Campaign, by the way. They still do hate the Human Rights Campaign, but they hated the Human Rights Campaign back then. Now, now these normie gay rights activists don't even critique marriage. They don't critique military. They don't critique the state, the capitalist state, the US government. Rather, we have campaigns for assimilation into each.
Now they don't critique marriage, military, or the state. Rather, we have campaigns for queer assimilation into each. Their politics is advocacy for such grievous institutions, rather than the annihilation of them all. Gays can kill poor people around the world, as well as straight people. Gays can hold the reins of the state and capital as well straight people. We are just like you.
They're saying that gay people can assimilate to cultural normativity and capitalism too. They want the annihilation of all these institutions. They do not want the upholding. They want the overthrow of the government. No, they don't flirt with it. You are still under the misguided impression that Democrats and communists are the same thing. I've tried to explain this to you numerous times now. You keep trying to ask questions in the chat saying, but, don't they work together? But, don't they work together? No, they don't. And they never did. That's because you were misinformed. So stop asking the same question in different ways and expecting me to give you a different answer. I'm never going to give you a different answer. There is never going to be a time when the normie gay rights activists were flirting with all of this. No, they are two different groups. They're the assimilationists and they're anti-assimilationists, and that's it. You are one or the other. The assimilationists are not flirting with the anti-assimilationists. The anti-assimilationists are saying, fuck off. Old sub in with the channel membership. Thank you so much for that, old sub. Appreciate it. W's in the chat. W's, good sir, up to 61 memberships for the day. Now they're going to get into they're going to get into the concept of homonormativity in the next paragraph. So I just want to prepare you guys for that. They are going to explicitly say, we're going to re-listen to this paragraph again. In the next paragraph, which I'm just going to let play so you can hear it, they're going to explicitly say gay people who assimilate to capitalist norms, cultural normativity, are not our friends. They are homonormative.
Now they don't critique marriage, military, or the state. Rather, we have campaigns for queer assimilation into each. Their politics is advocacy for such grievous institutions, rather than the annihilation of them all. Gays can kill poor people around the world, as well as straight people. Gays can hold the reins of the state and capital as well straight people. We are just like you.
Hang on. We'll get into the homonormative paragraph in a second. We got to stop to give Tolkien fan a round of W's, donating 5 channel memberships. Thank you so much for supporting the stream, good sir. W's to you in the chat. Welcome to all our new channel members. Appreciate you guys being here tonight. I know this is a wonky night, but it's really, really important. Now let's hear about homonormativity.
Gays can kill poor people around the world, as well as straight people. Gays can hold the reins of the state and capital as well straight people. We are just like you.
We're just like you.
Assimilationists want nothing less than to construct the homosexual as normal, white, monogamous, wealthy, 2.5 children, SUVs with a white picket fence. This construction, of course, reproduces the stability of heterosexuality, whiteness, patriarchy, the gender binary, and capitalism itself.
When gay people just want to get married, be in monogamous relationships, buy a house, have kids, go to work, they are engaging in reproducing heteronormativity. They are reproducing capitalism. When gay people assimilate to the norms of the straights, the norms that uphold cultural normativity, the norms that uphold the capitalist system. That means adhering to the gender binary. That means getting married and being in a monogamous, propertied relationship. That means buying a house, owning property. That means having a respectable job somewhere, just like any good capitalist, and being a part of the capitalist system. That means having kids and raising them with capitalist values. That means having a white picket fence and a car and a dog and like all of the normie gay rights stuff. They're saying you are reproducing our oppression. You are reproducing the system that we are trying to overthrow.
This assimilationists want nothing less than to construct the homosexual as normal, white, monogamous.
No, and I want to be very clear. I want to be very clear. Someone is saying in the chat, shouldn't we be on the same side as Andy? No. Aren't we on the same side? No. No. We are not on the same side. No. I am on the side of properly informing the public about what is going on. Andy No is on the side of lying to the public about what is going on. I am on the side of giving people access to primary source evidence so they can see for themselves what is going on. Andy No is on the side of gatekeeping this evidence because it goes against the narrative that he is selling to people that is unhinged from what is actually going on. I am on the side of truth. Andy No is on the side of clout chasing, grifting from his home in London, where he doesn't even do any real journalism and defames people behind closed doors, spreads horrible lies about people, gatekeeps people, tries to get people banished from even being listened to. I am on the side of we should actually just be solving the problem and exposing all this shit. Andy No is on the side of he's going to make as much money as possible and gain relevance for as long as he can so he can continue to write books that are fucking lies, but tell people what they want to hear, but they're not fucking hinged into reality what's going on. So are we on the same side as Andy? No. 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 You have to choose sides. You will have to choose sides. You don't get to like us both. If you like Andy No, you like being fed a pile of bullshit. If you like Andy No and you support Andy No, you are supporting people who are fucking lying to you for money. At some point, you have to be a big boy, put on your big boy pants and say, I either want the truth or I want to be lied to. If you want to be lied to, Andy knows a great source of information. He will lie to you and take your money all day, and he'll smile when he does it, and he'll make you feel real good about those lies, and he'll pat you on the back as he continues to pat his pockets when he doesn't even fucking live in America. If you want the truth, you come here. We are not the same. We have never been the same. We will never be the same.
Assimilationists want nothing less than to construct the homosexual as normal, white, monogamous, wealthy, 2.5 children, SUVs with a white picket fence. This construction, of course, reproduces the stability of heterosexuality, whiteness, patriarchy, the gender binary, and capitalism itself. If we genuinely want to make ruins of this totality, we need to make a break. We don't need inclusion into marriage, the military, and the state.
We don't need inclusion into marriage, the military, and the state. This was written in 2008. This was during the liberal, Democrat, normie gay rights organizations pushing the idea of gay marriage. This was before gay marriage was legalized. And you had these queer Marxists over here screaming and yelling and writing these pieces of propaganda, and they were actually protesting pride parades, guys. They were protesting pride because they thought it was rainbow capitalism. These are the people that have driven what queer militancy really is today. They are the main influencers of it. And they were saying back in 2008, we don't want gay marriage. Gay marriage is assimilationist into capitalism. We don't want to be in the military. The military is a capitalist institution that steals land. We don't want assimilation into the state. We want the overthrow of the state. We want the annihilation of the state. That means the United States government and the Constitution. They're being very clear. We don't want to get married. Stop wasting time on this gay marriage bullshit. Stop wasting energy on this gay marriage bullshit. That was the fight that was happening on the left that you probably never knew was happening. But this back and forth and this push-pull between the assimilationists and the anti-assimilationists was happening for years. And the assimilationists won. Gay marriage was legalized. Against all of the protestations from the queer Marxists, gay marriage was legalized in 2015. The assimilationists won. But then what happened next? Because the reason that you started to see an explosion of the non-binary bullshit happen in 2015, 2016, 2017, it was not because of Trump getting into office. Andy No is also going to lie about this, by the way. And I know that because I asked Andy No this at one point, and Andy No said, oh, Trump getting into office caused all this. No, it fucking didn't, Andy. No, it fucking didn't. The thing that caused the explosion of all the non-binary stuff in 2015, 2016, and 2017 was that gay marriage was legalized. How does that work, Karlyn? Let me explain. For years and years and years, you had all these normie gay rights activists that were just saying, we just want to get married and be able to have insurance and be able to visit our spouse in the hospital. We just want normal marriage protections, blah, blah, blah. Again, whether or not you agree with that is not the point. The point is you had a lot of people that literally just wanted to get married and just wanted to have kids and just wanted to have a house and a normal life that were doing the assimilationist thing, that were assimilating into capitalist normativity. And that was all they wanted. And so when gay marriage was legalized, they won. They got what they wanted. They're like, all right, we're done. We met our goal. We win. And so what happened then? They stopped being activists. What happened? What happens when normal people achieve a goal? They're like, okay, I can go do other shit now. Holy shit. We were fighting for gay marriage for years and years and years, and now I can go get married? Shit, I won. They lost. Like, they were done. They met their goal. And so you had all these normie gay rights activists leaving these nonprofits and these NGOs and all these things that had been set up to fight for gay marriage for decades and decades and decades. You had all these people going, we don't need to do this anymore. Like, we're done. We're good. Who do you think filled the positions? Who do you think came? These activist organizations didn't go away. Because the nonprofit industrial complex is the real thing. Once they solve one problem, they try to go over to another problem. They're like, oh shit, we can't make money anymore doing this. We got to go do something else. So when all of the normie gay rights activists who just wanted to get married kind of got their wish, they stopped being activists. There was a void left in that whole arena where you had all these organizations set up, and these are multi-million-dollar organizations. And all of a sudden they lost a bunch of people that achieved their goal, right? Who's going to fill those positions? The queer Marxists. The queer Marxists came in. That's why in 2015, after gay marriage was legalized, you had things happening like the Gay Straight Alliance in schools, which was started in the 90s. You had things like the Gay Straight Alliance being renamed the Gender Sexuality Alliance. Because when the queer Marxists took over the roles in the organizations, they shifted the focus. It was no longer about normie gay rights. Now you had the queer liberationists coming in to start co-opting the movement and making it all about abolishing the cultural norm of gender. That's what they're trying to do with non-binary. That's why you saw the non-binary explosion. They were trying to abolish the cultural norm of gender, abolishing the idea that men and women are a thing by teaching kids you can change your gender as easy as changing an outfit. This is the whole impetus behind Drag Queen Story Hour. And all of a sudden, all of these queer Marxists are coming into all these organizations that were pushing the gay rights stuff, but then suddenly switched gears after gay marriage was legalized. And now we're going much more to the anti-assimilationist left. It's all being dragged into the anti-assimilationist left. They start pushing all this non-binary stuff. Non-binary pronoun usage starts to explode all over the place. That was what happened, guys. That was what happened. So does everyone understand what I just explained? 1 in the chat if you understand, 2 in the chat if you're confused. The legalization of gay marriage is the thing that started the explosion of all of the non-binary, queer-leaning gender abolition bullshit, because the normie gay rights activists won. They're like, we're done. The queer liberationists came in and they co-opted the entire apparatus that had been utilized to push gay marriage in the fucking first place. And that is why, and conservatives don't like it when I point this out, but I'm going to make sure people understand this. If conservatives ever repeal gay marriage, they are going to instantly radicalize all of those normie gay rights activists that are not on board with the queer bullshit, but that just want to be left alone and get married. Conservatives need to leave gay marriage the F alone. Because if conservatives get rid of gay marriage, all of those normie gay rights activists, you're going to take their marriage away. They're going to instantly radicalize to the anti-assimilationist far left, because and you have to remember, guys, the anti-assimilationist left was always saying to the normie gay rights activists, they were always trying to tell them, they're like, the state is going to betray you. This is not a good idea. Don't assimilate. Don't assimilate. Like, this was a very active discussion that was going on back then. So if gay marriage ever gets repealed, all of the anti-assimilationist queers are going to be like, we fucking told you guys. We told you guys this was going to happen. We told you guys they were going to do this. And then all of those gay people that just wanted to get married and be left alone, they're going to radicalize to the queer left. And then we're really going to have a fucking problem. Because right now, gay marriage, assimilation is the thing keeping that at bay. That is why you need to let the repeal of gay marriage go, conservatives. You need to just let it be. Because the minute that you screw with that is the minute that you lose the nuclear family. I promise you, if conservatives ever repeal gay marriage, the nuclear family will someday die as a concept in this country. The left will achieve their goal of abolishing the nuclear fucking family, which if they achieve that goal, it's game over, by the way. The left will achieve that goal if gay marriage is ever repealed. And I don't even think it would take that long, if I'm being honest about it. So you fuck around with that, conservatives, you get what you get. W's in the chat to old sub. Appreciate the channel membership, bro. Let's add that to our tally. We are 2/3 to the goal so far. I don't even have the goal on there. Maybe we'll put the goal on there. How about that? Boom. All right. Let's keep going.
If we genuinely want to make ruins of this totality, we need to make a break. We don't need inclusion into marriage, the military, and the state. We need to end them. No more gay politicians, CEOs, and cops. We need to swiftly and immediately articulate a wide gulf between the politics of assimilation and the struggle for liberation. We need to
swiftly and immediately articulate a wide gulf between the politics of assimilation, gay marriage, and the struggle for liberation, overthrowing capitalism. They're telling you again, there's a huge fucking difference between these assimilationists over here and the queer liberationists over here.
We need to swiftly and immediately articulate a wide gulf between the politics of assimilation and the struggle for liberation. We need to rediscover our riotous inheritance as queer anarchists.
Oh, hey, whoa. Are you fucking serious? Still uncertain because Karlyn does nothing on the streets like Andy. Excuse me? Excuse me? Do people in the chat want to explain to this obviously uninformed person just how wrong he is? I'm just going to take a moment and I'm just going to allow the chat to debunk this for you, Greg. I literally go undercover with Antifa, you stupid motherfucker. I have gone undercover with Antifa more than Andy No ever did. I have gone undercover with Antifa all over the country. I literally go undercover with these people. I literally go undercover with these people. Andy No doesn't even do on-the-ground journalism. Andy No sits in his apartment in London and pays other people to do his journalism for him. When has Andy done anything on the streets lately? Andy gives interviews where he said, I was attacked with a milkshake and blah, 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 and it was really humiliating, and they wanted to hurt me, and it was really scary, and they want to exact violence. He doesn't do shit on the streets today. In fact, Andy No celebrated me being physically assaulted when I was in front of the fucking ICE facility in Portland. Links in the description, dumbass. I've gone undercover a multitude of times to gather materials. I have trained people to go undercover. I infiltrate far left events all the fucking time. This is all coming from the chat, bro. People who obviously know more than you do. I go undercover with Antifa. I go undercover, moron. I literally do more of this shit than anyone. It is absurd to say I don't do anything on the streets. I've infiltrated Antifa. You can go find the fucking receipts. Bro, there are literal videos about this. There are literal videos about this. Do you know where you can find one of the videos about this? Pinned to the top of my fucking Twitter, literally right now, from when I went undercover with Antifa 2 weeks ago. My God. I literally, hey, bro, I don't do anything. Hang on. Karlyn doesn't do anything. Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah? Let's check in on my Instagram, shall we? What's this? What's this right here? Is this when I was literally put on an Antifa hit list wall at an Antifa event, and I still showed up to the event undercover in a disguise to go to the event? That's literally fucking me on their fucking hit list wall at an Antifa event in Seattle, and I knew it was there. And I went the next day in a disguise and took a picture of myself with me on the hit list wall. No, I don't do anything undercover. I don't do fucking anything undercover. W. Malcolm, 5 gifted channel memberships. Thanks so much, bro. God. Do you know why you don't know that I went undercover, by the way? Do you know why you don't know that I've gone undercover? I'm going to explain it to you. Because Andy No prevents anyone from reporting on my work. Andy No prevents anyone in his little fucking clique from reporting on my work and sharing my work. If someone like someone at Turning Point USA, Jonathan Cho, if someone like someone at Turning Point USA does a whole story on me that is supposed to be a multi-part series, and then all of a sudden the multi-part series goes away, it's because Andy No made a phone call and said, I don't like that you're doing this because, and then he lies about me and spreads all sorts of bullshit. Do you know how I know? Oh, I hear shit too. That is why you don't know that I've been undercover. Anyone who is I have been on Fox News talking about fucking going undercover multiple times. And the reason you don't know that, if this is your first introduction, one of the many reasons you don't know that is because of Andy fucking No. Back to the other thing. We are now no longer going to interact with that person. Bro, Greg, if you are not here to study this document, where's the... Are you fucking shitting me? Hey, bro. Well, I see we've moved into the retard segment of the chat. Bro, here's my fucking Twitter. That's me undercover with Antifa two weeks ago. That is pinned to the top of my Twitter right now. That's 2 weeks ago. You want a better overview of me going undercover with Antifa? Okay, I'll give you that too. You want a better overview? How about you go back to my Instagram and watch this story pinned to the top of my Instagram called How I Started Going Undercover with Fucking Antifa. It's pinned to the top of my Instagram right now. Go watch that. But for all the retards in the chat who can't bring themselves to do basic research, to find the information pinned to the top of my Instagram, to find the information pinned to the top of my Twitter, to find all of this stuff that is in public for everyone to see, who are too lazy to go to the fucking Substack, who are too lazy to do any research at all, we are now moving on from your bullshit. We are trying to study a complex fucking document that is one of the foundational documents guiding militant queer activism today. There will be no more shilling for Andy No in the chat. If you want to come in here and defend him, take it somewhere else. I am showing people shit that asshole doesn't even know exists. I am showing people stuff he will never bother to show you. This is more important than your fucking feelings about Andy fucking No.
We need to destroy constructions of normalcy and create instead a position based in our alienation from this normalcy, and one capable of dismantling it. We must use these positions to instigate breaks, not just from the assimilationist mainstream, but from capitalism itself. These positions can become tools of a social force ready to create a complete rupture with this world. Our bodies have been born into conflict with this social order. We need to deepen that conflict and make it spread. 9. Susan Stryker writes that the state acts to regulate bodies, in ways both great and small, by enmeshing them within norms and expectations that determine what kinds of lives are deemed livable or useful, and by shutting down the space of possibility and imaginative transformation where people's lives begin to exceed and escape the state's use for them. We must create space wherein it is possible for desire to flourish. This space, of course, requires conflict with this social order. To desire, in a world structured to confine desire, is a tension we live daily. We must understand this tension so that we can become powerful through it. We must understand it so that it can tear our confinement apart. This terrain, born in rupture, must challenge oppression in its entirety. This, of course, means total negation of this world.
Okay. This is where we start to get into the anti-civilization stuff that I explained earlier. Because at the end of the day, and again, I do plan to go through a lot of this literature, basically reviving the counter-revolutionary book club here. I do plan to go through a lot of this literature in the coming months because, again, my job is to educate the public as much as possible so that when Andy No's bullshit book comes out, people are going to be able to debunk him very easily just based on primary source evidence. But what you're hearing here when they're saying this, of course, means total negation of the world, this is an anti-civilization, pro-nihilist. This is an anti-civilization nihilist ideology that believes in the total eradication of all civilization. And I know that sounds weird, but they believe capitalism was created in ancient Sumeria, and in order to overthrow capitalism, we need to abolish all civilization and basically go back to what it was in ancient Sumeria. They have documents saying this. So that's what they mean by that. It's an extreme nihilist ideology that very literally wants to abolish everything. And that's why this is so much worse than people like Andy No ever fucking tell you. And that's part of the reason I'm pissed off. Because this is the real shit. This is the real stuff. It's so much worse than what people think it is.
This, of course, means total negation of this world. We must become bodies in revolt. We need to delve into and indulge in power. We can learn the strength of our bodies in struggle for space for our desires. In desire, we'll find the power to destroy not only what destroys us, but also those who aspire to turn us into a gay mimicry of that which destroys us. We must be in conflict with regimes of the normal. This means to be at war with everything.
We must be in conflict with regimes of the normal. That means anything that upholds capitalist normativity. This means to be at war with everything because they define capitalism as the totality of everything in the world that is oppressing them right now.
We must be in conflict with regimes of the normal. This means to be at war with
Social war.
everything. If we desire a world without restraint, we must tear this one to the ground. We must live beyond measure and love and desire in ways most devastating. We must come to understand the feeling of social war. We can learn to be a threat. We can become the queerest of insurrections. To be clear, we've despaired that we could never be as well-dressed or cultured as the Fab Five. We found nothing in Brokeback Mountain. We've spent far too long shuffling through hallways with heads hung low. We don't give a shit about marriage or the military. But oh, we've had the hottest sex everywhere, in all the ways we aren't supposed to, and the other boys at school definitely can't know about it. And when I was 16, a would-be bully pushed me and called me a faggot. I hit him in the mouth. The intercourse of my fist and his face was far sexier and more liberating than anything MTV ever offered our generation. With the pre-cum of desire on my lips, I knew from then on that I was an anarchist.
Okay, people might be distracted by the sexual nature of this, and I have to say, the line with the pre-cum of desire on my lips, I knew from then on that I was an anarchist, that's a great fucking line. It is. But I want you to understand what this paragraph says. This paragraph is an open advocation for violence. This is a militant, violent subculture. This is a militant, violent manifesto. They say if someone insults you, you beat the shit out of them. That is what the bashback movement is. If someone insults you, you beat the shit out of them. If someone oppresses you via capitalist normativity, you have the complete go-ahead to engage in violence against them. This is they militant queers reject non-violence. They reject it entirely. So they have no problem if you say something they don't like, or you're part of a system they don't like, or you don't agree with them. They have no problem hurting you in any way. Yeah, they literally say, now they say, I don't bash back, I shoot first, because they believe the capitalist system in and of itself is inherently oppressive. And so that means capitalism is inherently violent. And so that means they can do whatever the fuck they want, basically. Green light to engage in violence. Yes. Open violence. For any reason.
With the and when I was 16, a would-be bully pushed me and called me a faggot. I hit him in the mouth. The intercourse of my fist and his face was far sexier and more liberating than anything MTV ever offered our generation. With the pre-cum of desire on my lips, I knew from then on that I was an anarchist. In short, this world has never been enough for us. We say to it, we want everything, motherfucker, try to stop us. Filth is our politics. Filth is our life.
All right.
Appendix.
All right. And it's going to get into an appendix here. I don't think we need to read the appendix. The appendix is about different queer like liberatory riots that have taken place. This is just all kind of like history stuff. It's interesting if you ever want to get into it. I don't think we need to get into it today, though. So what we just read, guys, I'll go back up to the top. This was Toward the Queerest Insurrection. This is the original manifesto of the Mary Nardi Gang. This is the most influential queer militant document that exists today. This was written in 2008 in Milwaukee, Wisconsin by a group of militant queers, the Mary Nardi Gang. This is what I promise you every single queer Marxist has read. This is taught in colleges. This is cited as a paper in colleges. You can actually find articles about this. If you look up where this has been cited, you will find this shows up in academia all the time. You do not understand militant queer activism today if you don't understand this document. So we have now just taken a couple hours to go through this meticulously. I want to do a quick pause and see what questions you guys have in the chat. I want to do a quick pause here and say, what questions do people have about all this? And please, I want to remind people, it's better to ask questions than to make statements. So here's your opportunity to ask questions before we move forward. It's not about taboos, it's about cultural normativity. Yes, there's more information in that video. I would still watch it if you want to. The introduction to queer Marxism. Yeah, I would still watch it. Although I do feel like I covered a lot of the stuff in this one, but you still can if you want to. Okay. So I'm not seeing any questions come in. Do you guys want to do another one? Do you guys want to do horror theory? One in the chat if you want to analyze another Mary Nardini gang essay. Two in the chat if you've had enough. One in the chat if you want to do another one. Two in the chat if you're like, Karlyn, this is pretty fucking crazy and I don't really want to anymore. What page is this? On 286. Hang on. Hang on 1 second here. What I'm going to do, we're going to do this a little bit differently. What I'm going to do, I got to find this essay in the other one. Hang on. You guys want to do another one? Guys, can we meet the channel membership goal and then we'll do horror theory? Can we do that? Can I make a deal with you guys? I will do another in-depth analysis of another Mary Nardini gang essay if we can hit the channel membership goal. We really don't have that many more. We need 28 more channel memberships. Can we hit that goal and then we'll do this? Can we do that? We'll do 2 more. Well, actually, horror theory is actually pretty short. We'll actually do 2 more if we hit the channel membership goal. Let me see. Hang on. Yo, Nathaniel, coming in with a channel membership. W's. We got one person who wants to do more. I'm going to run this essay through AI real quick. This is Mary Nardini gang horror theory. Can you give us a brief summation of what this is about and key takeaways? We're going to have ChatGPT summarize this for us first, and then we'll actually read it. Yo, we got a W in the chat for Badlands Moon. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Appreciate that. Yes, send, analyze. Guys, if I've taught you something on this stream, please help me meet the channel membership goal today. That way, guys, once we meet the channel membership goal, I will stop asking you. We only have 2 people that want to keep going? Seriously? Seriously. Okay, well, let's read the ChatGPT summary. And perhaps if more people decide that they want to donate, perhaps we will read the essay. But let's read the ChatGPT summary and see what it says.
Horror theory is a highly stylized, provocative piece of radical queer writing from Queer Ultraviolence Bashback anthology that uses the figure of the whore as a symbolic political and psychological archetype rather than a literal profession or identity.
Thank you, Tolkien
Argues
fan.
for embracing social deviance, emotional extremity, contradiction, instability, vanity, rage, sexuality, ugliness, glamour, and alienation as forms of resistance against what the authors see as a sterile, conformist, rationalized society. It is intentionally excessive and theatrical in tone. Some of the major themes are
Yo,
respectability and
Badlands!
normalization.
W!
The whore
Thank you!
represents someone who refuses social discipline, politeness, assimilation, or emotional restraint. The piece attacks the idea that marginalized people should become respectable in order to gain acceptance. Identity as performance and contradiction. The S, he, whore cannot be cleanly defined. The figure is contradictory, unstable, shifting, and excessive. This reflects postmodern and queer theory influences that reject fixed identities and coherent categories. Anti-rationalism. The text openly dismisses rational political discourse, log-cal frameworks. Emotion, desire,
W,
aesthetics,
Russell.
grief, rage, and instinct are elevated over structured political programs.
W, Donna,
Glamour
thank you.
fused with destruction. One of the recurring motifs is combining femininity, fashion, sexuality, nihilism, and violence. The text treats beauty and destruction as intertwined forces. Alienation as political identity.
Yo, Malcolm!
The whore is portrayed as someone fundamentally estranged from mainstream society who turns discouma into power and identity rather than trying to overcome them. Queer insurrectionary politics. Near the end, the whore becomes a catch-all revolutionary identity. Faggot, queen, angry dyke, manarchist, tranny. Del is that social outsiders and
Gaspar,
perceived
thank
degenerates
you.
become symbols of revolt against social order itself. The piece is less a formal political theory document and more a manifesto poem or aesthetic declaration. It draws heavily from queer theory, anarchism, punk aesthetics, antisocial queer. The Neri writing traditions. Historically, texts like this reflected a specific current within late 2000s radical queer anarchist culture associated with entity, organization, Bash Back, United States Queer Anarchist Network, and the broader queer insurrectionary milieu. The writing style itself was part of the politics. Emotional overload, theatrical hostility, fragment bashback language, and liberal respectability.
Okay. So that is our summary of horror theory, which we're about to read. And one of the things it really emphasizes in this is it does use very dramatic, shocking language to articulate these same basic concepts. So people like, and this is part of why queer militancy and queer propaganda blow people's hair back so much. It's not just about the concepts that they're writing about, is like, the reason that people get pulled into these queer Marxist subcultures is because this is the shit that blows your hair back. Think about, does anyone remember being young? Does anyone remember being young and reading, maybe this is just my experience, like Hunter S. Thompson? Does anyone remember when they read Hunter S. Thompson for the first time? Hunter S. Thompson, when you read Hunter S. Thompson the first time, is fucking awesome. Okay? Like, we all have, and maybe you guys had different experiences with different authors, or like that first book that you read that you were just like, holy shit, this is fucking cool. Like, we all have probably different things that have blown our hair back. For me, it was Hunter S. Thompson. It may have been something else for you, okay? You guys have never heard of Hunter S. Thompson? That's a different problem for a different day. Oh, no. The point is, this is like the subversive shit. This is the stuff that you read that you try to hide from your parents. This is the stuff that like you feel like naughty reading it or something because it's also very sexual a lot of the times. This is the stuff that when you're younger, this is the type of shit, and you're like this type of person, this is the shit you want to read. Okay? That's why this was appealing to people. That's why people get pulled in to these crazy subcultures. So we are going to read horror theory because so many of you just sent in gifted channel memberships. I know I did it quietly as the chat GPT was summarizing it for us, but I just want to give a big thank you to Nathaniel. I want to give a big thank you to Badlands Moon for 10 channel memberships. For Tolkien fan, thank you, bro. Badlands Moon, or for 5 for the first one for Badlands, 10 more. came in with the W. Russell's in here with a membership. We got Donna. We got Malcolm in with another 10. We got Kazmar in with another 5. Thank you guys so much for helping me meet the channel membership goal for tonight. I really do appreciate it. And now you guys can still totally feel free for to keep sending me in channel memberships and stuff like that. But I'm not going to ask you anymore. I'm not going to ask you. I'm not going to keep begging for money. We got the Kaok here. Thank you, W's. Give the channel membership. I don't know how to say your name. I'm going to call you K, okay? I'm just going to call you K. W for the gifted channel membership. Thank you so much. Let's get into it. And let's read Horror Theory. Fun times, fun times.
Appendix 1.
Nope. Here.
Horror Theory. FOR the WHO re. It is OF extreme imp overtance to be at all times stunning. Both.
Okay, it's a little weird because of the capitalization. For the whore, it is of extreme importance at all times to be stunning, both in terms of appearance and intellect.
FOR. As faithful deviants of femininity, we have a certain responsibility to display a well-versed hatred towards everything pristine and bland. Little boys and girls need more examples of filth in their life, crazy beautiful cunts to admire. They must learn what it is to want, to be whores incapable of holding in and repressing their emotions.
Okay, I know all the conservative pedophilia... Seltzer, relax. I know all the conservative pedophilia bells just went off, okay? All the conservatives are like, this is about pedophiles, oh no! They're talking about kids seeing beautiful cunts and stuff like that. No. That's not what it's about. That's not what it's about, guys. That's not what it's about. I know it sounds that way. I understand that, okay? But they're not literally talking about children being shown crazy, beautiful cunts to admire. That's not what they're saying. This is flowery extremist language to talk about basically destroying everything that upholds, again, it's always about cultural normativity, right? It's about they are in these pristine little perfect little capitalist things and we want to disrupt all of that bullshit. It's extreme language that is meant to shock, that is meant to trigger, that is meant to sound outlandish and almost disgusting, but they're not literally advocating for the sexualization of children. That is not what they're advocating for. I'm not a defender of these people. I think these people should be put in jail for the rest of their lives. I am not defending these people, but like we need to actually be grounded in reality here. And it's meant to be provocative. That is the purpose of it. Okay?
They must learn, as faithful deviants of femininity, we have a certain responsibility to display a well-versed hatred towards everything pristine and bland. Little boys and girls need more examples of filth in their life, crazy beautiful cunts to admire. They must learn what it is to want, to be whores incapable of holding in and repressing their emotions. Becoming whore does not mean anything, so put your fucking notebook down. We are strutting contradictions and we do not care. If you cross us, we will annihilate you and everything you love.
When they're using the term whore in this document, they're talking about, again, going against all of these standards that uphold capitalism, going against beauty, going against anything related to commercialization. That's what it's not necessarily a reference to sex worker explicitly, although it certainly can be that, but it's really more of like a reference to you are pushing back on all of these things that uphold these standards that were created by capitalism. It's the same reason why they purposefully look weird. They purposefully fuck up their appearance. That's what's becoming the whore means. It's purposefully fucking up your appearance, making yourself look ugly because you are pushing against the beauty standards that capitalism has imposed, is my understanding of this anyway.
If you fuck us, we will break your heart or maybe fall in love and hate you forever. We are addicted to the disgust of society, corrupted jeune filles that know no restraint. We want to destroy everything in diamond-encrusted high heels. The violence of our desire tastes unlike any other bodily fluid. It is a poisonous venom that only the most masochistic of bodies can encounter and crawl towards for a second helping. We invite men in, waiting for the degradation that will warrant vengeance, and until then we just shove their cocks in our mouths and swallow whatever. We gaze at our body's image in every reflection we find and can't help but fuck ourselves all day long, because we are so incredibly beautiful. Our insecurities are displayed like sparkling gold crowns on top of our pretty heads. We couldn't be more proud of our many imperfections. We are horribly vain, and every whore knows that only another whore can satisfy her needs.
Okay, I want you guys to think about no, I'm not going to read it. No, that's not going to happen. Think about fat liberation activists. Think about all of these like queer Marxists that are fat, that are purposefully flaunting themselves being fat. Think about all of these activists that we've seen over the years that are displaying themselves, and they're dressing all up in their best fat liberation outfits, and they're being good little fat activists, displaying their insecurities with sparkling gold crowns on the top of their head. We couldn't be more proud or ashamed of our many imperfections. They're showing off their imperfections. For queer activists, the way you look is a political statement. The way you look is reflective of your radical politics. Well, yeah, and that's probably why all fat activists are also amateur porn stars, because being an amateur porn star is also subversive to the system, right? Does everyone get that? The reason that queer activists look ridiculous is it is a purposeful political statement against the capitalist system. The weird haircuts are a purposeful political statement. The ridiculous fucking clothes, the crazy tattoos, the hair dye, everything. It is all a political identity. They are literally wearing their politics on their body. They are making themselves deliberately ugly to say, the more ugly I am, the more radical of a queer militant I am. It's like social clout within their own community.
We are horribly vain. We gaze at our body's image in every reflection we find and can't help but fuck ourselves all day long, because we are so incredibly beautiful. Our insecurities are displayed like sparkling gold crowns on top of our pretty heads. We couldn't be more proud of our many imperfections. We are horribly vain, and every whore knows that only another whore can satisfy her needs. Whore is not a sexuality, such a thing does not exist. Our orgasms are inseparable from our hatred, from our fashion and fears. Nothing makes us come that doesn't also revolt us in some way or another. We experience this world as an ugly little playground for our fantasies, and these dirty thoughts cannot possibly be contained within any designated arena of sex. Sex for us is turning heads, scraping knees, and pissing anywhere but in a toilet. If you see a whore swinging her
sex for them is undermining basic like norms that uphold society. That's what turns them on.
If you see a whore swinging her hips down a busy street, you may notice a furrowed brow while she mutters angrily under her breath. This is because you annoy her with your presence. Every insignificant body that brushes past her is at risk for her hatred.
Essentially, becoming a whore is to embrace like permanent outsider status within the capitalist world. Okay? That's what they're talking about. Could that be being a sex worker? Yeah, sure. But it could also be any number of other things. What they're actually saying is you are embracing and fully embodying this identity as an outsider in society. You go against everything society loves. You make things dirty. You make things criminal. You sexualize things when you shouldn't be. You are an impolite existence in an otherwise polite society. They're talking about actually embracing this as a part of your identity. That's what becoming a whore means in this regard. Does everyone understand this? 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm saying, 2 in the chat if you don't. You are identifying yourself and embracing and internalizing yourself as a permanent outsider to the culturally normative system. You are not of this system. You are offensive to this system. You are impolite. Someone said yeah, you are impolite. Politeness upholds capitalism, so you are impolite.
If you see a whore swinging her hips down a busy street, you may notice a furrowed brow while she mutters angrily under her breath. This is because you annoy her with your presence. Every insignificant body that brushes past her is at risk for her hatred. Hatred makes her erect. She wastes no time in forming assumptions about you based on what you're wearing.
You know, it's like one of these things where, like, I've read these essays before, but every single time you read something, you identify something new in it. Look at this fucking line. Hatred makes her erect. You have to appreciate the artfulness of it, right? You have to appreciate the fucking artfulness of which they put together these essays. Hatred of the capitalist system, open rebellion of the capitalist system. Hatred makes her cock erect. Because, of course, she has a cock. Because, of course, part of her identity is being an open rebellion against the gender binary, because the gender binary is the capitalist system. So, of course, her cock would be erect at the hatred of the system that is very literally trying to oppress her.
This is because you annoy her with your presence. Every insignificant body that brushes past her is at risk for her hatred. Hatred makes her erect. She wastes no time in forming assumptions about you based on what you're wearing. Your shoes are not fierce enough. Your walk is not sexy enough. Your eyes are not burdened enough. You are nothing compared to the beautiful people that hide in the alleyway, waiting to mug you.
We got a W for, I'm going to say Kayak W's for the gifted channel membership. Thank you, bro. Appreciate you. Appreciate it. No, it wouldn't. We are not talking about 1950s communist China. We are talking about America today. So no, this has nothing to do with China. Literally, it has nothing to do with China. Could not have less to do with China. This is America today. Okay? That's what we're focused on.
You are nothing compared to the beautiful people that hide in the alleyway, waiting to mug you. Politics does not interest the whore, it is the whore. Seduced by the incessant pain of
Politics does not interest the whore. It is the whore. The whore is a political identity. Queer is a political identity. Whore is a political identity. Politics does not interest the whore. It is the whore.
Politics does not interest the whore, it is the whore. Seduced by the incessant pain of living and dying and aching, she is simultaneously afraid of every little thing and fueled with the exhilaration of having nothing to...
No. You're confused. First off, communists in America don't even like China. They believe China's capitalist. No, they're not all funded by the CCP. Only conservative retards think that. No, this has nothing to fucking do with China. No, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. And if you come into my classroom and you start pretending you know more than me, you and I are going to have a fucking problem. I'm trying to break down a very complex document here while you're ranting and raving about something that has nothing to fucking do with what we're talking about. So I need you to watch this short instructional video. It was created just for you.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
We do not give a flying fuck about China. The only people who give a flying fuck about China are conservative retards who don't know what they're talking about. This has nothing to fucking do with China. This is the United States in 2010. That is what we are talking about. This essay was written in the fucking 2000s in the United States. Nothing to do with fucking China. So either focus on what we're doing or get the fuck out.
Politics does not interest the whore, it is the whore. Seduced by the incessant pain of living and dying and aching, she is simultaneously afraid of every little thing and fueled with the exhilaration of having nothing to lose. She thinks that to speak logically of this world is pure delusion. Rationality is an unnecessary indulgence typical of mumbling prick. Attempting to define her context or articulate her existence is utterly futile. Absolutely nothing about her makes sense. The whore critically engages only with astrology, preferring the opinion of our sky's constellations over the utterance of some dying old white man.
So real. So
Brilliantly
real and
bitter,
true.
the whore holds on to grief and anger like precious gems wrapping around her heart. Her traumas lovingly swim and pulsate through her veins like tiny shards of glass.
Okay, I want to really think about this for a second. Do you want to know why the left is always talking about trauma and all of their emotional labor? We got W's in the chat for Bella Lagos. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships, good sir. We appreciate you. Do you guys know how the left is always talking about their trauma and their emotional labor and how all psychiatric drugs should be available to everyone? Listen to what they're saying here. The whore is the political radical. The whore is it's ma'am. Okay, it's ma'am. Oh, okay. My apologies on misgendering. The whore is a political identity. Brilliantly bitter. The whore holds on to grief and anger like precious gems, wrapping around her heart. Her traumas lovingly swim and pulsate through her veins like tiny shards of glass. They are holding on to the traumas imposed on them by the capitalist system. They are using that to fuel their anger against the capitalist system. The trauma is part of the weaponization. The trauma is part of the political identity. All of the trauma is caused by capitalism. Everyone get it? And by the way, if you guys have a different interpretation of this, please let me know in the chat. I'm giving you my interpretation of this. Other people in the chat, especially people who've been studying this stuff with me for a while, you may have a different interpretation of this, Mizakan. And if you have a different interpretation of this, Mizakan, I want you to tell me if you have a different interpretation of this. Master Shake, Reagan, people who've been around here and have read this stuff before, you guys might have a different interpretation. I'm telling you, I don't want you to be afraid to say, Karlyn, I think it means this, okay? I'm telling you what I think it means. I could be wrong. People might have different ideas.
Brilliantly bitter, the whore holds on to grief and anger like precious gems wrapping around her heart. Her traumas lovingly swim and pulsate through her veins like tiny shards of glass. A part of her longs for the sadness and disappointment she knows as truth. She is full of emptiness and boredom in its absence. For her, seeing the world through sorrow is seeing in full color, feeling the sensation of life tingle through each nerve ending on her body.
I mean, they're literally saying that, that this pain, this trauma this allows them to see life more in full color. This is like part of like the defining characteristic of how they see the world is through the lens that the trauma of capitalism has imposed on them.
For her, seeing the world through sorrow is seeing in full color, feeling the sensation of life tingle through each nerve ending on her body. Without it, joy eludes her as well. The whore is utterly exposed, a raw wound dripping sweet, deadly excrement onto each thing, each person she comes into contact with. She is naked, forever tucking what is sacred into the crevice between her legs for no one else to see. If you look too close, be prepared to lose a limb, a lip, a piece of your fucking heart, because what is precious to her is untouchable to you. You worthless shit of a human race. A proper whore knows, deep down inside of her, why this world pretends to detest her. All her life she has had an irresistible charm that, when coupled with an unbecoming volatility, has the power to reveal to those around her their most unwanted desire.
Okay, I have actually had, you know who said this? I'm going to tell you exactly who said this. Sophie Lewis. When I was DMing with Sophie one time, and this was years ago, but I have DM'd with Sophie before. Sophie Lewis once said to me, I think you're enamored by the left because I think you want to be part of the left. And I think that's why you're so obsessed. It wasn't that exact wording, but it was something like, Karlyn, do you know what your real problem is? You want to be us. You want to be on our side. You are enamored by us. She literally fucking said that to me one time. I want you to listen to this part again with that understanding that Sophie is a queer Marxist. Sophie, in her queer Marxist mind, believes I hate her because deep down, I want to be her and I want to be in her world. And that's why I study this stuff so much. It's not because I think they're going to do something very dangerous that's going to end up in mass starvation and death. It's because I secretly want to be of them. She's literally fucking told me this, okay? A proper whore knows deep down inside her why the world pretends to detest her. All her life has been an irresistible charm that, coupled with an unbecoming volatility, has the power to reveal to those around her their most unwanted desires. What they're saying is, deep down, you all know that you're oppressed by this system too. And deep down, you really envy us because we are the outsiders. And that's why you're so obsessed with us, because you really want to be us. That's what I'm reading there. And if Sophie hadn't said that to me one time, maybe that wouldn't be my interpretation, but I really do think that that's what they believe.
A proper whore knows, deep down inside of her, why this world pretends to detest her. All her life she has had an irresistible charm that, when coupled with an unbecoming volatility, has the power to reveal to those around her their most unwanted desires. Her ass makes married gentlemen fidget incessantly, and her vulgar wit causes dry academics to wet their lips with excitement. Upon her exit, entire rooms breathe a heavy sigh of relief that they are no longer forced to face their quivering perversities. Alone in their modern bedrooms, they shamefully jerk off to her image, quietly hating themselves and their crass routine of living. She is as quick to laugh as she is to cry. When Mercury is in retrograde, she knows that getting out of bed means catastrophe. But even the fucked up alignment of the planets, working hand in hand with this mundane and despicable society, cannot stop her lunacy from being cast onto her surroundings and those around her. The circumstances which make her and fellow whores weep also create potent hysterics, and islands once isolated in insanity come together for a good laugh, and maybe a little revenge. The whore is a slut, yes, but she is also a bum and a young delinquent. She is a faggot, a queen, an angry dyke, an insurrectional monarchist in heels, a tyrannical tranny.
A whore is a slut, yes. Could be a sex worker. But is also a homeless person, is also a young delinquent that is rebelling against the system, is a faggot, a queer, a queen, an angry dyke, an insurrectional monarchist in heels, a tyrannical tranny. A whore is someone that pushes back on the cultural normative concepts that uphold our society. A whore is in opposition to everything that is normal. It could be this thing, it could be that thing. It could be all of these things. The astrology stuff doesn't really matter. That's just flavor. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that so much.
The whore is a slut, yes, but she is also a bum and a young delinquent. She is a faggot, a queen, an angry dyke, an insurrectional monarchist in heels, a tyrannical tranny. She is everything and nothing, everyone and no one. Glamorous in her many disguises and transparent in her filthy desires. She overflows with love for those spilling over with hatred, forever enchanted with the beauty hidden beneath this sterile economy of bodies. She enjoys nothing more than spitting on the face of humanity, laughing as her stinking spittle drips down pointed chins to make a satisfying splat on the dirty pavement beneath her feet.
And that's it. That is the end of whore theory. It's a short essay. We'll do another one with criminal intimacy in a moment. Can we say whore and queer are synonymous? Yeah, I would. Yeah. 100%. Yeah. I mean, they're saying that whore is a political identity. Whore is an anti-normative political identity. Guys, what questions do you have? Well, I don't know that that's quite the same thing. I don't know that they're going in that tradition, North Star Esoteric, but I appreciate you offering that. We'll put that one in the back burner. They're very happy. Guys, when you go to far left events, they're having a great old time. They're not angry all the time. They're friends. This is their social circles. They're not angry, miserable people. So do they experience joy? Yeah, they do. They do. Of course. They're human beings, guys. They're human beings like anyone else. Does anyone have any questions about where we are so far? We're going to do the same thing with criminal intimacy that we did with whore theory. We're going to put it into ChatGPT first, and we're going to ask them to explain it to us. And then we're going to read it. This is Criminal Intimacy by Mary Nardini, gang. Please give us an overview of the main points and takeaways. Okay. We're having ChatGPT do this analysis for us because it's easier than me doing it. And I like giving you guys I like using AI for stuff like this because they make sure that you guys know this isn't just coming from me. The occult stuff about breaking taboos. I think these are two different things. Okay, this is a lie that the right likes to tell about the left. Listen, you know I am well versed in woo. I am well versed in magic. I'm well versed in energy. I know I'm very, very psychic. I believe in astrology, for real. And I know about all this stuff. And I have studied for years all of this energy stuff. Okay, I understand this stuff. I don't see this on the left. Like, people on the right like to say that they're Satanists, they're occultists, they do this and that. I don't actually see that. There are occasionally some satanic things that show up, but really, I've only ever seen those in one place, and that place was Seattle. Like, one city. So, I'm not saying this stuff doesn't happen, but I've never seen this, to any great degree with any of the leftist stuff that I've done, with the one exception of one bookstore in Seattle where we found queer Satanist stuff. But that was like one bookstore in Seattle. So I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I'm saying I haven't seen a ton of it. I'll use AI for whatever the fuck I want, and I will update my thumbnail if I feel like it, and if I don't feel like it, I won't. So I have better things to do than think about my fucking thumbnails, honestly. I'm a tarot card reader, bro. I'm a tarot card reader. The left doesn't know shit about tarot cards. That's not fucking real. Come on. All right. So no one has any questions? Okay, let's get ChatGPT to explain us. The next essay we're going to do is criminal intimacy. And we can get ChatGPT to do a quick rundown for us so we know what to expect.
Criminal intimacy is one of the clearest expressions of the insurrectionary queer anarchist worldview associated with the Mary Nardini gang and the broader bashback milieu. It combines anti-capitalist theory, queer identity politics, anarchism, nihilism, and romanticized outlaw imagery into a manifesto about building revolutionary relationships through shared deviance and conflict. Marcy is that modern society, especially capitalism and heteronormativity, produces a condition of emotional and social deadness. The authors portray ordinary life as alienated, surveilled, transactional, numb, and spiritually empty. They argue that institutions like capitalism, policing, morality, monogamy, and even mainstream LGBT politics all reinforce this deadening system.
Assimilation.
From there, the essay move 1. Criminalization as identity and rebellion. The text argues that queer people have historically been treated as criminals, deviants, or outcasts, and therefore should embrace outlaw status rather than seek social acceptance. Crime becomes reframed as both survival and political resistance. The essay romanticizes theft, sabotage, riots, underground mutual aid, not simply as tactics, but as ways of rejecting mainstream social order. Sasher 2. Intimacy through shared transgression. The phrase criminal intimacy refers through collective illegal or socially forbidden activity. The authors argue that shared risk, secrecy, revolt, and confrontation create deeper human connection than legal or socially approved relationships ever could. In their framework, committing crimes together, rioting together, evading police together, and participoem is a form of emotional and political closeness. 3. Revolt as world-making. The essay repeatedly describes rebellion as a process of creating an alternative social reality. The authors are not asking for reform within existing society. They envision building entirely different forms of social relations based on affinity, mutual aid, desire, pleasure, and conflict. They describe this as world-making, creating ruptures, building a secret universe, forming new collective identities through revolt entities. A major theoretical point is that criminal and queer are not treated as stable identities, but as tools for escaping social categories altogether. This reflects strong influence from post-structuralist theory, Deleuze and Guattari, anti-identity anarchism, antisocial queer theory. The essay explicitly says our identity is viewed as fluid, unstable, and constantly transforming through conflict and desire. Aestheticized revolutionary nihilism. One of the defining features of the piece is its highly aestheticized language. Crime, destruction, sex, outlaw culture, and rebellion are romanticized in almost poetic terms. The inclusion of entity people, John Jider, at the end is important because Genet heavily influenced queer outlaw aesthetics through his glorification of thieves, criminals, eroticism, betrayal, and so Jean Genet fundamentally arguing that modern society is spiritually and emotionally dead. Queer outsiders should stop seeking inclusion within it and instead build forms of solely rough rebellion, illegality, and collective social rupture. Historically, this represents a very specific radical current that emerged in the late 2000s queer anarchist scene. It is much more revolutionary and anti-systemic than earlier LGBT activism focused on legal rights or institutional recognition.
All right. I can't pause that once it starts reading, which is why I have to let it read through, and then we're going to talk about it a little bit. North Star Esoteric, thank you so much for the super chat. Love you, Cara. I say to the far right to reject Satanism as well as Christianity. Yeah, I agree with that. Because it's all Abrahamic and Jewish. You're the best. Appreciate you, bro. Thanks so much for stopping by. So one of the things I want to point out in this that you're going to see in this one is, where is it? Anti-identity anarchism. Okay. One of the things you need to understand is that queer Marxism is anti-identity politics. I know that might sound weird. You're like, Karlyn, they're calling themselves queer, they're calling themselves non-binary. Hang on. Queer Marxism believes that all identity groups, we'll use the example of men and women. Men and women are social constructs created by capitalism. They do not believe these are biological. They believe the categories of men and women are social constructs created by capitalism. And so they created a third category of non-binary, which means no binary. It's a rejection of the gender binary of men and women. They created a third category of non-binary to identify as, so as to reject the gender binary as part of their identity. However, when you get into queer nihilist documents, when you go beyond the stuff we're reading today, what you find out is eventually they want to abolish the category of non-binary as well because it's a transitionatory mechanism. That's what it is. They're not doing it because they believe in identity politics. They're doing it because they need to get people to learn to identify outside of the gender binary system by getting them into a third category. And then once they reach a critical mass of that, of people rejecting the socially constructed categories of men and women, once they reach like a critical mass, they want to get rid of the non-binary category as well. They want to get rid of all identity groups, including race, by the way. They believe white is a social construct created by capitalism. They believe black is a social construct created by capitalism. All identity categories, probably except Jewish, would go away entirely. Okay? Does everyone understand that? So identity politics is about Democrats, liberals, and progressives. Democrats, liberals, and progressives like identity politics. Queer Marxists, who are much further left and much more dystopian than Democrats, liberals, progressives, completely reject identity politics, but they have to do stepping stones to train society to do that as well. That's what we're talking about here. One in the chat if that makes sense to you and you understand. Two in the chat if you're confused. North Star Esoteric. It's also Kabbalistic. Well, yeah, okay, sure. In the beginning, God was one, androgen, and that split into duality. Yeah, we'll talk about the fucking Tim Tum or whatever the fuck that is. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, there are zines about that. We've got that stuff too. I know what you're talking about though, bro. Thank you so much for the super chat. All right. Let's get into On Criminal Intimacy. And maybe we'll read more after this, guys, but we'll get through this one and we'll see kind of where we are. Yo! Dragon Tail! W's! Dragon Tail! We love you! Thank you! 5 channel memberships. Thank you. We're into criminal intimacy. This is like our third essay. Jeez. Always got to be the Debbie Downer, Master Shake. Always got to be the Debbie Downer. Is 3 essays not good enough for you, asshole? God.
Criminal Intimacy by a gang of criminal queers. Because the night belongs to lovers. Because the night belongs to us. Patti Smith. On deadness. To live in this culture is to be dead, bare. Deadness is the effect and the aspiration of dominant social membership. It is the social relationship wherein life is reduced to exchange and capital. It is everywhere.
Okay. Deadness is the effect and aspiration of dominant social membership. Dominant social membership, of course, means cultural normativity or capitalism. Deadness is capitalism. Capitalism is literally, to be a capitalist, to assimilate to capitalist culture, is to literally be dead.
It is everywhere. To live in this culture is to be dead, bare. Deadness is the effect and the aspiration of dominant social membership. It is the social relationship wherein life is reduced to exchange and capital. It is everywhere, in those walking the streets without ever meeting the eyes of another, in the exchanges of service work, in the aisles of a department stores and the pews of church. In capital, in heteronormativity, in law, in morality, everywhere it is the logic of death.
See, they say it flat out. In capital, in heteronormativity, which we really know means capitalism, it's cultural normativity. In capital, in cultural normativity, in law that maintains the capitalist system, in morality that upholds the social norms that uphold capitalism, everywhere it is the logic of death.
In capital, in heteronormativity, in law, in morality, everywhere it is the logic of death. The unthinkability of our desires is reiterated over and again. Power and control are written on our bodies. What is passion? Desire? Adventure? Play? What but such catchy slogans for adverts? Our love and our appetites and our very bodies are inscribed with this culture. Capital is written on our bodies. We dare not dream. How could we conceivably want more than this?
So again, this gives you more information about why they are so focused on appearance as a political identity, because they believe there is also a capitalist appearance. Capital is written on our bodies. Anti-capitalism, anti-assimilationism can also be written on your bodies. They also believe it's in terms of like what you allow yourself to pursue. Do you allow yourself to be an artist and like things like that? But that's kind of like what they're talking about.
We dare not dream. The unthinkability of our desires is reiterated over and again.
Capitalism prevents us from going after the things we want the most.
The unthinkability of our desires is reiterated over and again. Power and control are written on our bodies.
Capitalism.
What is passion? Desire? Adventure? Play? What but such catchy slogans for adverts? Our love and our appetites and our very bodies are inscribed with this culture. Capital is written on our bodies. We dare not dream. How could we conceivably want more than this? And the agents and exertions of biopower, the boot of queer bashers, the panoptical ever-present surveillance cameras with the flashing blue lights, the sirens and guns of the police, the campaigns for gay marriage and military service,
Again,
the lingering pains of monogamy, and such shapely mannequins, ad nauseum, stand everywhere erected as checkpoints guaranteeing the impossibility of anything else.
okay, we got a question, and I want to go over that paragraph again. But to them, are social categories based in hierarchy. Capitalism creates the social categories. The social categories create the hierarchy. So it's not that the social categories are based on hierarchy. The social categories create the hierarchy. Capitalism creates the social categories. The social categories create the hierarchy. That is what we're talking about. They do not acknowledge biological reality of any of this stuff. This is not biological. It's about the needs of the capitalist system. That is how capitalism creates the social categories. What they believe, not what I believe, is what I'm explaining. Let's go back over this sentence here. It's a little bit long, but we'll just start here. The sirens and guns of the police, the campaigns for gay marriage and military service, the lingering pains of monogamy, and such shapely mannequins, ad nauseum, stand everywhere, erected as checkpoints, guaranteeing the impossibility of anything else. They are saying all of these things are manifestations of cultural normativity or capitalism, and they want to undo all of these things. They want to undo the police. They want to abolish the police. They never wanted gay marriage to exist in the first place. They don't want the military to exist because the military is a force of capitalism. The lingering pains of monogamy. Monogamy itself is considered to be a form of capitalist relationship. They do not believe in monogamy. The shapely mannequins are a reference to bodies in stores that are selling clothes in the capitalist ecosystem. Diet culture telling you that you need to be a certain size body so that you can fit into the capitalist norms of beauty. Ad nauseum, all of these elements of capitalism stand erected as checkpoints, guaranteeing the impossibility of thinking outside of the capitalist system. Make sense?
The sirens and guns of the police, the campaigns for gay marriage and military service, the lingering pains of monogamy, and such shapely mannequins, ad nauseum, stand everywhere erected as checkpoints guaranteeing the impossibility of anything else. Life, stripped bare, is nothing more than raw survival, banal, cold, numbing. Could it be more clear? Heterocapitalism, this culture, this totality, it is out to destroy us.
So they've just told you they define heterocapitalism. Hetero, again, does not mean man and woman. It means the normal. It means normal, more normativity. Capitalism, cultural normativity, this culture, this totality, it is out to destroy us. It is the oppressive force in society. Side note, Master Shake. I've started to notice that, you don't come around every day anymore, and that's fine. We can have different interests. We can do different things. I do notice, though, Master Shake, that you tend to show up anytime we're shitting on Andy No. I feel like Master Shake disappears, and then somewhere in the ether, Master Shake has some sort of bat signal going, Karlyn's shitting on Andy No today. I'm going to go to the stream today because Karlyn's shitting on Andy No. And I definitely want to be a part of shitting on Andy No and going after Andy No. I'm just saying. You can come back and forth. You're allowed. It's okay, bro. It's okay. I'm just saying, I appreciate this about you. I appreciate it. I appreciate it that Master Shake is in the chat right now going, Andy No doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. I see what you want, dude. It's okay. You're welcome. You are a welcome general in our war against Andy No. I hope you know that. You are a general in the war against Andy No. Okay? You have been deputized. 3-star fucking general already. I'm just pointing out the truth. You can't deny it. You are always here when we are shitting on Andy No. Look, Master Shake has gone quiet. Master Shake is like, I neither confirm nor deny. I know. I know we need to read. I know, Reagan. Okay. I know.
Heterocapitalism, this culture, this totality, it is out to destroy us. Taking and sharing, on getting what is ours. The machinery of control has rendered our very existence illegal. We've endured the criminalization and crucifixion of our bodies, our sex, our unruly genders. Raids, witch hunts, burnings at the stake. We've occupied the space of deviance,
Look,
of whores, of perverts.
They're saying, we've endured the criminalization and crucifixion of our bodies, our sex, our unruly genders. When they are saying their unruly genders have been criminalized, what they mean is they do not consider themselves to be men or women. They are not part of the binary. Their genders are unruly. Their genders are criminal to the capitalist system.
We've occupied raids, witch hunts, burnings at the stake. We've occupied the space of deviance, of whores, of perverts, and abominations. This culture has rendered us criminal, and of course, in turn, we've committed our lives to crime. In the criminalization of our pleasures, we've found the pleasure to be had in crime. In being outlawed for who we are, we've discovered that we are indeed fucking outlaws.
When they are saying crime, They could be saying actual crime. They could be saying we're stealing shit or we're breaking shit, and they're not opposed to doing any of that stuff. But I want you guys to understand, when they are saying the term crime, they are saying a crime against the capitalist order. So they are saying, like, if they do something that is against the capitalist system, they are a criminal. Now, that could be actually committing an actual crime, like something that's against the law, or it could be something like saying your pronouns are zimzer, they, their, fey, fair, whatever the fuck. It could be something like you are a big fat person walking naked down the street. I guess that would be a crime. You are a big fat person wearing a bikini walking down the street to undermine the beauty normativity of the capitalist system. Something that's like not really a crime, but is like they're doing it with the specific intention of like subverting normativity. That's what they mean by crime. So it could be like an actual crime, or it could be like a crime against just this idea of normativity and pushing back on that. So both of those things are considered to be criminal in this.
In being outlawed for who we are, we've discovered that we are indeed fucking outlaws. Many blame queers for the decline of this society. We take pride in this. Some believe that we intend to shred to bits this civilization and its moral fabric. They couldn't be more accurate.
Oh!
We're often described as depraved.
Well, that's being pretty specific, isn't it? Many blame queers for the decline of this society. We take pride in this. Some believe we intend to shred to bits this civilization and its moral fabric. They couldn't be more accurate. This is an anti-civilization ideology. They want to undermine all parts of society and abolish everything going back to being hunter-gatherers in ancient Sumeria. I'm not going to tell you that in this essay. They say that in other essays. But, like, that's what we're talking about. Yup, unshaved armpits are regarded as a crime. And they are, if we're being, like, honest about it. But
Many blame queers for the decline of this society. We take pride in this.
Well,
some believe
it's
that
what
we
they're
intend.
like. This is what people need to understand. Yes, this is what horror theory is about. This is what Toward the Queerest Insurrection is about. This is what Be Gay Do Crime is about. Like, this is what they're all about. Literally, all of them are about this. And I want people to see that. Like, I want people to see, okay, they may be using different words. They might be talking about sex here. They might be talking about crime here. They might be using different words, but essentially what they're doing is they're reiterating the same concepts over and over and over again. It is always about being against capitalism, being against cultural normativity. So now we've seen, like, this is our third essay where they're talking about these ideas in different ways, but essentially it comes back to the same concept. Does everyone understand that? One in the chat if you understand that all these essays are essentially about the same concept. They're just doing it in different ways. Two in the chat if you're confused about that. One, if you understand that these are all basically the same, because, like, once you're able to identify the pattern, you can say, okay, how is this about normativity? How is this about undermining cultural normativity? Once you know that the target is always and forever the cultural norms that uphold capitalism, then you start to work your way back and say, oh, I understand the rest of this now. It's not about sexualizing kids. It's about saying we are creating this population that's subversive to the system. It's not necessarily about committing crime, although they do. But it's about pushing back against the crime is the crime against capitalism. It's not the against the law crime necessarily. It's any crime against capitalism. It's always the same thing. It's all just different words for capitalism. Yep, true.
Many blame queers for the decline of this society.
No,
we take
oh my
pride in
God.
this.
See, and then we get the conservative retard. No, bro. No. And I feel like this is the second stupid thing you've said in my chat. They do not want to bang kids. That's completely false. And it's also distracting. And I'm very sorry. I'm too stupid to be here. Go away. Goodbye.
Many blame queers for the decline of this society. We take pride in this. Some believe that we intend to shred to bits this civilization and its moral fabric. They couldn't be more accurate. We're often described as depraved, decadent, and revolting, but oh, they ain't seen nothing yet. Let's be explicit. We are criminal queer anarchists, and this world is not and can never be enough for us. We want to annihilate bourgeois morality and make ruins of this world. We're here to destroy what is destroying us. Let's be speaking of revolt. We are tracing the lineage of our queer criminality and charting the demise of the social order. And oh, the nectar from
We are tracing the lineage of our queer criminality, queer being anything against capitalism, and charting the demise of the social order, the capitalist totality.
and oh, the nectar from which we drink. Lesbian pirates raging tea. Seas, queer rioters setting cop cars ablaze, sex parties amidst the decay of industrialism, bank robbers wearing pink triangles, mutual aid networks among sex
Bank robbers wearing pink triangles, you say?
seas, queer rioters setting cop cars ablaze, sex parties amidst the decay of industrialism, bank robbers wearing pink triangles, mutual aid networks among sex workers and thieves, gangs of tranny fags bashing the fuckback. We've been assured that each day could be our last. As such, we've chosen to live as if every day is. In turn, we promise that the existence days are numbered. In our revolt, we are developing a form of play. These are our experiments with autonomy, power, and force. We haven't paid for anything we're wearing, and we rarely pay for food. We steal.
They're talking about mutual aid here. They're talking about how they exist outside of the capitalist system. They're talking about instead of feeding into the capitalist system, here's how we steal for survival. Here's how we support each other. How do, as anarchists, as militant queer anarchists, how do we create a life outside of the capitalist order?
We steal from our. In our revolt, we are developing a form of play. These are our experiments with autonomy, power, and force. We haven't paid for anything we're wearing, and we rarely pay for food. We steal from our jobs and turn tricks to get by. We fuck in public and have never come harder. We swap tips and scams amid gossip and foreplay. We've looted the shit out of places and delight in sharing the booty. We wreck things at night and hold hands and skip all the way home. We are ever growing our informal support structures, and we'll always have each other's back.
We are ever growing our informal support structures, and we'll always have each other's backs. That means mutual aid networks. Are they mentioning Soros in these papers? Are they saying their escapades are funded by George Soros? No. They're saying we help each other. We steal for each other. We have informal support networks. We have each other's backs. This is about mutual aid.
We are ever growing our informal support structures, and we'll always have each other's back. In our orgies, riots, and heists, we are articulating the collectivity of and deepening these ruptures. On criminal intimac y. world making and becoming whatever. The ecstasy and electricity of crime is undeniable. We've felt the sweetest adrenaline rushes as we've dashed from security and blown each other on the bus. And nothing offers up the feeling of being alive more than the weight of a hammer.
So if someone needs rent, they pay the rent? Yes. Yeah. Explicitly. When Chandler in Portland almost missed his rent payment, he raised money from the comrades and they paid his rent. They do this all the time. They do this in Minneapolis all the time. When immigrant families are hiding in their home because ICE is going to fucking deport them if they leave, other people pay their rent so they don't have to leave their home. Would they even accept money from Soros? No, probably not. Soros goes against their pure political ideology. They don't support him. They don't believe he supports them. Soros supports progressives. He does not support fucking Antifa and queer Marxists.
and nothing offers up the feeling of being alive more than the weight of a hammer through the facade of capital. Crime helps me get out of bed every morning. We queers and other insurgents have developed what good folks might call a criminal intimacy. We are exploring the material and effective solidarity fostered between outlaws and rebels. In our obstruction of law, we've illegally discovered the beauty in one another. In revealing our desire to our partners in crime, we've come to know each other more intimately than legality could ever allow.
What they're saying is that when they become queer and fully embrace their queer identity, they find other people that are queer too. And only queers can be truly intimate with other queers. When you are around queers, queer criminals who have rejected the capitalist order, whose entire identity is literally built as a political statement around the capitalist order. Only fucking retards think these people are funded by George fucking Soros. I am giving a college level breakdown of a fucking essay right now, and I still have conservative retards in my chat reading about fucking Soros. Can you please focus for 1 second of your fucking life? Jay Stray over on Rumble with the $5 Rumble rant. It would be nice if the current administration would pay attention to this, but no, they're too dumb. So real and true. So real and true. What they are saying is when you become queer and embrace your queer criminal nature, that queer criminal identity, you become intimate with other people who are doing the same thing. You form social communities with those people. It's not just about sex, although they do have sex, like, for sure. But, okay, bro. Bro, I have a short instructional video. I need you to pay attention.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
You keep talking, I'm going to time you out. You keep talking after that, I'm going to ban you. Pay attention to the essay or get the fuck out. They are saying that they have an intimate social system based entirely on political identity. Does everyone get this?
In revealing our desire to our partners in crime, we've come to know each other more intimately than legality could ever allow. In desire, we produce conflict, and in conflict with capital, we may have found an escape route from the deadening of our lives. Our gang's discourse is conflict. The real power expressed in our crimes isn't in the damage caused to our enemies or even in the various improvements of our material conditions. The power we express is in the empowerments and relationships we're creating. In our sex and our attack, when we pull down our masks and share our cache of bricks, we are expanding the possibilities of our affinity. In our crime, we create dynamic new relationships of criminal intimacies. In these
In our crime, and again, crime in this case means crime against capitalist. It doesn't necessarily mean outlaw crime. It means crime as in against capitalism. In our crime, in being anti-assimilationist, anti-capitalist, anarchists, we create dynamic new relationships of criminal intimacies. Queers become intimate with each other, not necessarily sexually, although they do sometimes. Queers become intimate with each other based purely on the political identity of being in conflict with the capitalist order. Hey, Adam, thank you for being a member of the channel for 39 months. Dear conservatives, when someone who knows more than you talks, shut up and listen. What amazing advice. What amazing advice, Adam. Thank you so much for that member chat. I appreciate it. The definition of queer is an anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist, revolutionary, political ideology. If you are confused about this, I need you to go back to the beginning of the stream and start with the beginning of the stream. That is what their definition is. That is always what their definition is. That is not just in this context, that is in every context. Their main crime is breaking their capitalist assigned identity. True. Excellent clarification.
In these possibilities, we are learning how we might, together, reduce this world to rubble.
Capitalist
We
world.
must make ourselves bodies without organs. Within each of us is contained a virtual pool of everything we are capable of becoming, our desires, effects, power, ways of acting, and infinite possibilities. To embody and activate these possibilities, we must experiment with the ways our bodies act in conjunction with others. We commit crime together so we can unveil our criminal becoming. We do not offer criminal or queer as identities, nor as categories. Criminality, queerness. These are tools for revolt against identity and category.
Criminality, queerness. These are tools for revolt against identity and category. This is what I was explaining earlier when ultimately I said that queer is anti-identity politics. Queer wants to get rid of all identity. That non-binary is just a transitionary mechanism. It's not meant to be permanent. It's meant to be a temporary transition to get people out of identifying within the gender binary. These are tools for revolt against identity and category because all identity groups and all category groups are created by capitalism, and criminality and queerness means to be anti-capitalist.
We do not offer criminal or queer as identities, nor as categories. Criminality, queerness. These are tools for revolt against identity and category. These are our lines of flight out of all restraint. We are in conflict with all that restricts every and each desire. We are becoming whatever. Our sole commonality is our hatred for everything that exists. Held in common, such a revolt of desire can never be assimilated into the state form. Right-wing talking heads invoke the imagery of a culture war, waged between civil society on one side and queers on the other. We reject this model of war. Our war is a social war. The nexus of domination and class society is everywhere. Yet everywhere, too, are ruptures and points of conflict. In these fissures we exist in rebellion, we queers, criminals, whatever. Our dirty talk and our nighttime whispers comprise a secret language. Our language of thieves and lovers is foreign to this social order, yet carries the sweetest notes in the ears of rebels. This language reveals our potential for world-making. Our conflict is space for our possible other selves to blossom. By organizing our secret universe of shared plenty and collective explosive possibility, we are building a new world of riot, orgy, and decadence. Convict's garb is striped.
Okay, I mean, they're saying here, again, the overall theme of this essay is essentially the idea that once you become queer, once your identity is queer, you are basically part of this rebellious political gang that is trying to overthrow all of the elements that uphold current society.
Convict's garb is striped pink and white. Though it was at my heart's bidding that I chose the universe wherein I delight, I at least have the power of finding therein the many meanings I wish to find. There is a close relationship between flowers and convicts. The fragility and delicacy of the former are of the same nature as the brutal insensitivity of the latter. Should I have to portray a convict or a criminal, I shall bedeck them with flowers that, as they disappear beneath them, they will themselves become a flower, a gigantic and new one. Toward what is known as evil, I lovingly pursued an adventure which led me to prison. Those doomed to evil, of their own volition, or owing to an accident which has been chosen for them, they plunge lucidly and without complaining into a reproachful, ignominious element, lie that into which love, if it is profound, hurls human beings. Erotic play discloses a nameless world which is revealed by the nocturnal language of lovers. Such language is not written down. It is whispered into the ear at night in a hoarse voice. At dawn it is forgotten. Repudiating the virtues of your world, criminals hopelessly agree to organize a forbidden universe. They agree to live in it. The air there is nauseating, they can breath it. But criminals are remote from you, as in love, they turn away and turn me away from the world and its laws. There smells of sweat, sperm, and blood. In short, to my body and my thirsty soul it offers devotion. It was because their world contains these erotic conditions that I was bent on evil. I do not want to conceal in this journal the other reasons which made me a thief. With fanatical care, jealous care, I prepared for my adventure as one arranges a couch or a room for love. I was hot for crime. Jean Genet in The Thief's Journal.
That's one of their inspirations. That's why they have that quote in there. All right. Guys, we just finished Criminal Intimacy. We have 2 more Mary Nardini Gang's essays left in this book. You guys want to just power through all the Mary Nardini Gang essays? You guys want to know more about the Mary Nardini Gang essays than like anyone else on the internet? You guys want to learn more queer Marxism in a single fucking night than Andy No has ever taught his audience in the totality of his teaching? One in the chat if you want to push through and do the rest of the Mary Nardini Gang essays tonight. 2 in the chat if you've had enough and you don't want to do anymore. You guys are going to know more than like everyone else on the internet after tonight. Regardless of whether you're new or this is review for some of you, we've never gone through all these essays in one fell swoop. This is fucking great. All right. The next essay is What Is It to Become Beautiful? Again, these are relatively short, actually. Towards the Queerest Insurrection is the longest. We are, as usual, going to have our trusty AI summary so that we know what we're getting into. You guys are going to get an overview of what this essay is going to say so that when we go and read the essay, you know what to expect so you aren't confused or as confused by the language, okay? They're not luxuriating in filth. That is not what is being said. Please hinge into reality. No conservative bullshit. Let's see what ChatGPT has to say about what it means to become beautiful.
What Is It to Become Beautiful is another highly confrontational manifesto-style essay from Queer Ultraviolence Bashback Anthology. Like the other pieces associated with the Mary Nardini gang tendency, it uses exaggerated, provocative language to fuse queer identity, anti-assimilation politics, nihilism, aesthetics, rage, and revolutionary desire into a single worldview. Ease that beauty is not physical attractiveness in the conventional sense. Instead, becoming beautiful means rejecting social conformity, assimilation, commodified identity, and what the authors see as the deadening structures of patriarchy, capitalism, liberalism, and heteronormativity.
Be beautiful as
Some of the major themes A as rebellion, not appearance. The essay rejects mainstream
not
beauty
appearance.
standards as artificial products of consumer capitalism and patriarchal control. Instead, beauty is framed as authentic self-transformation, emotional intensity, deviance, rage, and confrontation with oppressive systems. The authors argue, you do not become beautiful by by resisting normalization, embracing your desires, and transforming yourself according to your own internal logic. Hesher 2, Hatred of Assimilation and Liberal Politics. The text aggressively attacks liberalism, mainstream LGBT politics, and assimilation into existing institutions. Liberals are portrayed as managers of social order who neutralize revolt and preserve hierarchy through respectability politics. and
Liberals
control
preserve
reform.
capitalism?
This reflects a recurring theme in Bashback Mary Nardini writing. Mainstream JO capitalism, radical queer politics equals opposition to the system itself. 3. Straightness as a social system. The essay uses straightness not just to mean heterosexuality, but as a broader social order built around patriarchy, assimilation, suburban normalcy, class hierarchy, gender conformity, and social discipline.
You don't say!
In this framework, even some gays and lesbians are criticized for reproducing straightness through assimilation resentment as political energy.
Oh, yeah?
The piece repeatedly argues that oppressed groups possess unique emotional knowledge produced by historical suffering and exclusion. Rather than suppressing anger, the essay says rage should be embraced and weaponized. The authors portray resentment, bitterness, trauma, and fury as sources of survival, identity, and revolt. Number 5, rejection of Udo. Interesting aspects is that the essay ultimately rejects the idea that total liberation or successful revolution is realistically achievable.
Because they're anti-civilization.
Instead, it embraces nihilism,
See?
perpetual conflict, hedonism, emotional rebellion, and ongoing resistance without expectation of final victory. The essay explic possible, liberation is unattainable, but revolt and self-transformation still matter. 6, aestheticized queer nihilism. Like horror theory and criminal intimacy, the writing is extremely aestheticized. Beauty, violence, glamour, sexuality, resentment, and destruction are all fused together into an emotional and symbolic political style. The phrase, open quote, queer ultraviolence is beauty, functions less as a literal strategic statement and more as an aesthetic political declaration of identity through conflict and refusal. Close quote. Overall take-eyeing that mainstream society is spiritually corrupt and assimilative. Traditional politics cannot meaningfully liberate marginalized people. Beauty comes from rebellion against deviance, and outsider identity should be embraced rather than rehabilitated into respectability. Historically, this represents one of the most extreme anti-assimilationist currents within late 2000s queer anarchist writing, blending revolutionary rhetoric with punk aesthetics, postmodern theory, emotional extremity, and nihilist philosophy.
Okay, well, that hit on a couple important points that I just want to take a moment to emphasize. So this is an essay that is talking about what it means to become beautiful is to become anti-capitalist, queer, in contrary to the capitalist order. It's the same thing as becoming a whore. We saw this in whore theory, right? To become a whore is to become an anti-capitalist, but then to become beautiful is also to become anti-capitalist, to become rebellious. It's not as much about physical appearance as it is that they are changing the aesthetic from an aesthetic that capitalism has assigned to an aesthetic of anti-capitalist. So it's like they're trying to invert the capitalist beauty standards to basically say, here's what it really means to be beautiful. It doesn't mean to have the perfect body, and it doesn't mean this, that, and the other. It's to be counter to this oppressive system. That is the real beauty of what they're talking about. Of course, it's anti-assimilationist. They don't like liberals. They've never liked liberals. Like we talk about that like ad nauseum. The big thing I want to emphasize when they say straight, and this is what I told you earlier, when they say straight, they do not mean heterosexual as in one man, one woman. They mean straight as in upholding the social order. So that means patriarchy, assimilation, suburban normalcy. All of these are elements of capitalism, class hierarchy, social conformity. This is when they say straight, straight means walk the straight and narrow. You have been listening to us for hours and you are still this fucking stupid. It's just code for people being ugly. Are you smart enough to be here? You have been listening to this for hours. And no, bro. You are the one that is coping. You are the one that is coping right now. They are being very clear about what they mean. Conservatives, I am dumbing this down for you so much that I am literally using AI to explain it to you, conservatives. Do you need me to write you a fucking picture book? Do I need to use AI next time to draw pictures, to explain this, to make it even more simple for you retards to actually fucking understand? I feel like I'm going to the bottom of the barrel here, conservatives. I feel like I'm getting as simplistic as I can possibly get. I am giving you an easy to understand AI interpretation before we even get into the essay to prepare you, and you are still coming out with retarded fucking copes. If you have a real question, then ask a question. If you do not have something intelligent to say, and you do not have a question to ask, I don't want to fucking hear from you. Now you know what the essay is going to say. You've got an introduction to the language, and now we're going to read. Yes, Greg, yes. Yes. Boston University, motherfucker. That's the college I graduated from. I am smarter than all of you. Yes. Hey, Greg, since you know so much and I know nothing, Greg, what is the left's definition of capitalism? You will answer this question or you will get permanently banned from my chat. What? This is only for Greg. No one else answer this. Greg thinks that he knows more than me. Greg, what is the left's definition of capitalism? Seems like you need to become a preschool teacher. I really do. Cack retard. Oh yeah, Boston University is a retard school. Oh yeah, okay. Okay. Hey Greg, what's the left's definition of capitalism? You know more than us? You know more than me? What is the left's definition of capitalism? Oh, now we're just ranting and raving. Greg, you have 30 seconds to answer. What is the left's definition of capitalism? We got a major retard here. This is not a normal retard. So you don't know the left's definition of capitalism is what you're saying? So you went to Georgetown? Who gives a flying fuck? You don't even know the left's definition of capitalism, Greg. You don't even know the left's definition of capitalism. And your answer is keck. You don't know the left's definition of capitalism, but you went to Georgetown. Georgetown didn't teach you shit. Congratulations. All right. Greg, this is very fun, but obviously you're not smart enough to be here. Obviously, you cannot stay because you're just going to be disruptive. Deported, asshole. And now we can get back to work.
Jean Jenna, what is it to become beautiful? In June 2010, people in Oakland, California revolted, even if only for a few hours. This resulted in the trashing and mass looting of a beauty supply store. The owner of the shop was quoted as saying, "There were tons of them, not just a few, and they went for the most expensive wigs I had. No justice, no peace for the hoarders of beauty. Despite the kindergarten and OTION that all POPLE are beautiful, most are not. There are many heinous..."
Hang on, that read it a little funny because of the text, so I'll read that again. Despite the kindergarten notion that all people are beautiful, most of them are not. Most people... Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Hey, in the mix, do you know the left's definition of capitalism? We're doing this all over again. The conservative retards just can't fucking help themselves. In the mix, what's the left's definition of capitalism? Go. I will explain more about the anti-civilization another day, Oh the Shade. I promise you, I understand that's a lot. We aren't really getting into the anti-civilization stuff. I will explain more about this another day. I promise. Right now, In the Mix is going to tell us what the left's definition of capitalism is. We're waiting. Go. No one else answer. In the Mix, if you do not answer in 30 seconds, if you do not answer the question or say, I don't know, I'm permanently banning you from my chat. You really didn't go to a top tier school, Carl. Guess what? I don't fucking give a fuck. I don't fucking give a fuck. Boston University was a great school. It was a great college experience for me. I have no fucking complaints. Well, it's not really top tier. Okay, asshole. Time for you to show us how smart you are. What is the left's definition of capitalism? Go. Basic 101 level information. Do you know that? Do you know that at whatever gay retard school you went to? Did they teach you that? In the Mix, you have 15 seconds to answer before I permanently ban you from the chat. You either answer the question or you say, I don't know. Why is it that people who are obsessed about the college people went to, which, by the way, I don't fucking care where people went to college. Oh, no, we got another one. Oh, look at this. Oh, look at this. More people. Hey, Panther, what is the left's definition of capitalism? Go. Can you really believe this shit? Can you really believe this shit? Guys, let me be clear. I am not one of these conservative retard douchebags who can't answer basic questions about the left, who are obsessed with the schools people went to. If you didn't go to... Some of the smartest fucking people I know didn't even fucking go to college. Yeah, these are all Andy knows psyop retards. Some of the smart... And I bet this is true for people in the chat too. Some of the people that I know that didn't go to college are some of the smartest fucking people I know. If you went to community college, I don't give a fuck. If you went to a state school, I don't give a fuck. If you went to an Ivy, I don't give a fuck. It makes no difference to me at all. Hey, Panther fan, what's the left's definition of capitalism? We got to go back and ban that other guy. In the Mix never answered, so In the Mix now permanently banned in the chat. Panther fan, we're turning our attention to you now. What is the left's definition of capitalism? If the next thing you say in the chat is not the left's definition of capitalism, no. What is the left's definition of capitalism? If you say anything else, permanent ban. Obviously, the gay retard school that you went to didn't teach you basic 101 level information. You're in here obsessed with the schools people went to. What is the left's definition of capitalism? Go. You have 15 seconds to answer until I permanently ban you from the chat. You can either answer the question or say you don't know. No. Last chance. Answer the question or say you don't know. What is the left's definition of capitalism? Don't be so angry. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Oh no, permanent ban. Oh no, oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. So isn't that funny? We're trying to study what the actual far left is saying. And we have now had 3 fucking people come into the chat. You went to a shitty school, so you don't know what you're talking about. And yet none of those people could define basic 101 level information about the left. Isn't that interesting? Kind of seems like a deflection. Oh, Andy No went to Portland State. Is Portland State better than Boston University? It shouldn't actually fucking matter. People should go to whatever college they want to go to or not go to. Because I don't really think it matters. And I've done more fucking schooling than anyone. You get out of college what you put into it. And that's true wherever you fucking go. And again, oh, we got another one. We got another one. It's another fucking Andy No psyop. We're just going to start banning these people because you guys see this? We can't answer basic questions about the left and we don't know anything, but we're going to try to discredit everything you say by convincing people that the college you went to 25 years ago is a really bad school because that's all we care about. We have no intellectual argument that we can make. We are not capable of intellectual engagement. We don't know basic 101 level information about what we're talking about. All we can do is try to convince people in the chat that you went to a shitty school 25 years ago, and therefore they shouldn't trust what they're seeing with their own eyes right in front of them. That's 5 accounts. 5 accounts. 5 accounts. Made 9 years ago. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Hey, thanks, Average Person, for the super chat. Every damn time. Conservatives get in our way, but leaves a wide open role for the... Yeah, why is it that so many conservative retards come in here purely to cause problems and purely to disrupt the whole thing and get in our way? And yet those people always seem to be big fans of Andy No. Every single time these people are like, Andy No is the greatest, Karlyn, and you're just jealous. Okay. 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 Back to the essay, guys. We are focusing. We are reading the essay, What Is It to Become Beautiful? The first line of this essay is, despite the kindergarten notion that all people are beautiful, most people are not. And that is saying most people are upholding the capitalist normative order. And therefore, because they're upholding capitalism and ascribing and assimilating to capitalist values, they are not beautiful. The only people who are beautiful are anti-capitalist.
There are many heinous, despicable, and horrifically ugly people in this world. If society views someone as peaceful, honorable, and gorgeous, a beauty in becoming must assume the enshrined subject is exactly the opposite. Those seen...
If society says someone is beautiful, then we must assume they are ugly. If the capitalist world says something is beautiful, then we must assume that it is the opposite.
Those seen positively by the ugly at large are most often trying to rip off your snatch. steal from you, or doom your life to misery. To become beautiful is to constantly challenge colonialism and oppression internally and in creative ways externally.
Colonialism is another word for capitalism. It means colonizing the land or colonizing your mind or colonizing an idea. Colonizing is essentially when you take something that was pure and you force capitalism on it. Oh, we got another one. Another one. They're back. Running their whole psyop tonight. Guys, we're not going to continue to argue with these retards. We're just going to ban them when they come up.
To become beautiful is to constantly challenge colonialism and oppression internally and in creative ways externally. Should any person not take up these challenges, then they most certainly are not beautiful. In fact, they aren't even average. They are fucking ugly. For those seeking beauty, accept your mind and sex for what it is, in addition to what you want it to be. The desire to modify one's features.
What they're saying here, they're not saying accept that you are a man or accept that you are a woman. They're saying stop wanting to be a man or a woman. Accept yourself as a non-identity, non-gendered person as you are, instead of what society wants you to be. Does everyone understand that? They're saying that, like, you are not inherent. They're making the argument that you should not accept what society tells you to be a man or a woman.
The desire to modify one's features to conform to the beauty of the public pupil is worthlessness instilled. Beauty is not the fraudulent norm. Conversely, the desire to fuck who you please or to swap out that tired cock with a brand new pussy is pricelessness willed.
Again, you have to appreciate the language, don't you? You have to fucking appreciate the language. The desire to fuck who you please or swap out that tired cock with a brand new pussy is pricelessness willed.
Conversely, the desire to fuck who you please or to swap out that tired cock with a brand new pussy is pricelessness willed. Modify your body to complement your soul. Ravish yourself in brilliance. Beauty is the violent and persistent confrontation between your body and cosmo. Crave it. Unfortunately, becoming beautiful is more complicated than it may seem. Truth be told, a total makeover may not be possible at all. Our exterior beauty has been so rudely taken hostage by patriarchal greed. This commodification of beauty may be one of our deadliest enemies.
The commodification of beauty, the capitalist commodification of beauty, might be one of our deadliest enemies.
This commodification of beauty may be one of our deadliest enemies. We all feel the need to be fake pretty. To vomit here, lift weights there, to purchase mascara, or eat practically nothing. Commodified beauty negatively affects every person. Anyone who says otherwise is a liar.
The beauty standards imposed by capitalism gives people eating disorders. They make people invest in gym membership and gym equipment that they don't need. They make people buy beauty products they don't need. They make people starve themselves to meet the needs of capitalist society by weighing less. Commodified beauty negatively affects everyone. Capitalist beauty standards negatively affect everyone. And anyone who says otherwise is lying. That's what they're talking about here.
Commodified beauty negatively affects every person. Anyone who says otherwise is a liar. As long as we chase commodified beauty, and not beauty in actuality, we are cursed to depression, illness, and weakness. No one can pay to become beautiful, only to accentuate their becoming. Becoming beautiful is the most precious tool in combating liberal extremism.
This is a great fucking line. Becoming beautiful, which we know for them means becoming anti-capitalist. Becoming beautiful is the most precious tool in combating liberal extremism. If anyone is under the absurd notion that we are talking about liberals in this, I want you to dispense with that. They say that capitalist beauty standards, commodified beauty standards, are liberal extremism. Liberal extremism is upholding capitalism. These are queer Marxists. They are not liberals. They hate liberals. Liberal means capitalist. Liberal means upholding the capitalist system, upholding capitalist normativity. You have got to stop calling these people liberals. It is completely wrong and it is very confusing for people. And when you call these people liberals, you are allowing real queer Marxists to operate completely unopposed because no one even knows they exist, because you guys are focusing all your attention on liberals while queer Marxists are telling you, we fucking hate liberals. Liberals are ugly. Liberals are capitalist. Liberals uphold normativity. Fuck liberals. They are completely different. And they're going to say that. Listen.
Becoming beautiful is the most precious tool in combating liberal extremism. Liberals are ugly, fucking ugly, or fugly. The liberal is terrified of a beauty in becoming. They will lie, cheat, and steal to maintain their dominance over oppressed public relations. Real beauty lies in the truthful. The established liberal fears the truth and the tactics that real change requires. Beauty shits on the hypocritical and foul idea that is the respect for a diversity of tactic. Never respect the tactics of a liberal and do not conflate liberal with those actually at higher risk of state repression.
I mean, they are flat out telling you guys, like, this is the part where the left is like basically saying to conservatives, you are fucking stupid if you think we are liberals. Do you guys know that? We have the left on video multiple times making fun of conservatives for saying that they're liberals. We have actual communists and socialists on videos just saying, those fucking stupid conservatives think we're fucking liberals? How stupid are they? Never respect the tactics of a liberal and do not conflate liberal with those actually at higher risk of state repression, by which they mean queers.
Never respect the tactics of a liberal and do not conflate liberal with those actually at higher risk of state repression. Have no patience for those who do. Ultimately, the beautiful threaten the established liberals' class, privilege, and racial superiority. The beautiful are the only true enemies of fascism.
The beautiful, and again, when they say beautiful, they mean everyone who is a queer, anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist, okay? The beautiful threaten the established liberals' class privilege and racial superiority. That means whiteness. Whiteness means capitalism. They are saying that liberals are capitalists and that the beautiful, the anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist queers threaten the liberals' bourgeois class privilege. The beautiful are the only true enemies of fascism. And they're about to say that Barack Obama is not beautiful. They're about to say Barack Obama is a liberal, okay? Listen to this.
The beautiful are the only true enemies of fascism. Barack Obama could never successfully wage a war against corporate fascism.
Oh!
He is corporate fascism.
Oh!
He is hideous. The right does not fear the left in American politics.
See, I mean, this is like so fucking funny. God, I haven't read this essay in a while. This is so fucking funny. Look at this. With the understanding that the beautiful means anyone who's anti-capitalist, anti-assimilationist, queer. The beautiful are the only true enemies of fascism. Barack Obama could never successfully wage a war against corporate fascism. He is corporate fascism. He is hideous. The right does not fear the left in American politics. They're flat out saying the right doesn't know who the fucking left is. They're saying the right believes that Barack Obama is the left. The right believes that Nancy Pelosi is the left. They're fucking ugly. They're corporate fascists. They uphold capitalism. Do you guys understand this? Do you understand what you're seeing? 1 in the chat if you understand what they're saying. 2 in the chat if you're confused. 1 in the chat if you understand what they're saying. 2 in the chat if you're confused. Okay. They are going through great pains to define who they are here, okay? They're going through great pains to define who they are and, more importantly, who they are not.
The beautiful are the only true enemies of fascism. Barack Obama could never successfully wage a war against corporate fascism. He is corporate fascism. He is hideous. The right does not fear the left in American politics. Scratch the surface of their pale dry skin, and you will find Nancy Pelosi and Ron Paul dry humping in the back rooms of Congress.
Ooh!
Beautiful means targeting everything hetero in nature.
Oh, yeah?
Devote your lives to committing straight.
When they say hetero, they do not mean, and when they say hetero and when they say straight, they do not mean heterosexual. They do not mean one man, one woman. They mean upholding normalcy, upholding monogamy, upholding the nuclear family. That's what they're talking about here.
Devote your lives to committing. Beautiful means targeting everything hetero in nature. Devote your lives to committing straight crime after straight crime. Understand that straight does not mean one man and one woman. Gays and lesbians straddle the utmost rungs on the ladder to hetero superiority.
Just in case people thought I was making that up, that straight does not mean one man and one woman, they literally say it in the essay. Understand that straight does not mean one man and one woman. Gays and lesbians straddle the utmost rungs on the ladder of hetero superiority. It is explicit. It is not, they are not confused about what they're saying. Karlyn, do they really know that they're saying this? Yes. They are explicit about what they mean. They are not saying heterosexuality or straight as in a man and a woman. They are saying a monogamous two-person relationship, probably in marriage, that ultimately would end in marriage, upholding capitalist normativity. If you are a man and a woman, you can be in a monogamous two-person relationship that upholds capitalist normativity. If you are a man and a man, you can be in a monogamous two-person relationship that upholds capitalist normativity. If you are a woman and a woman, you can be in a monogamous two-person relationship that upholds capitalist normativity. That is what they are saying. Because that is always the target. They do not care if you are straight or gay in terms of like man or a woman or same gender. They don't care about that. They care about, are you living a lifestyle that upholds capitalist normativity?
One woman, gays and lesbians. Beautiful means targeting everything hetero in nature. Devote your lives to committing straight crime after straight crime. Understand that straight does not mean one man and one woman. Gays and lesbians straddle the utmost rungs on the ladder to hetero superiority. Straightness is the product of patriarchy and assimilation.
Bing!
It is the white picket fence in the suburbs, the gays on television blaming trannies for their unsuccessful bids at marriage, no fats, no femmes, rape, and English-only education.
Straightness is the product of patriarchy. That means the gendered categories created by capitalism and assimilation. If you believe that men and women exist, that is a form of straightness and assimilation. If you want to buy the white picket fence in the suburbs, that is patriarchy and assimilation. If you are engaging in rainbow capitalism, that is upholding the system. If you say no fat, no femmes, you are engaging in upholding capitalist beauty standards and capitalist normativity.
Straightness is the product of patriarchy and assimilation. It is the white picket fence in the suburbs, the gays on television blaming trannies for their unsuccessful bids at marriage, no fats, no femmes, rape, and English-only education. Straight crimes are the beautiful's physical manifestation in our war on straightness and towards our ultimate goal of creating a dictatorship of the beautiful.
What could be another phrase for a dictatorship of the beautiful? Why did they use that specifically? That's an odd phrase, isn't it? They want to get rid they are upholding a war on straightness, which is not defined as one man, one woman. It's defined as being in a monogamous relationship upholding capitalist normativity. Their war on straightness towards their ultimate goal of creating a dictatorship of the beautiful. It's a dictatorship of the proletariat. The proletariat. It is a dictatorship of the proletariat. When they say beautiful, they mean oppressed. They mean the proletariat. Exactly. There's a reason they use that language specifically. It's a reference to the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Straight fucking uglies will claim to be allies of the pretty. They are not. Straightness will stop at nothing to thwart a confrontation between the queer and a fellow hetero. Straights may even use peace and protection as fog to hide their real intentions, maintaining their status quo. Truth be told, the queer does not require the protection or the peace that the straight offers. The same is true for all other oppressed that comprise the beautiful. Becoming beautiful means becoming fearless. Do not associate this beautiful fearlessness with the common definition. Accept all emotions as legitimate and powerful. To the beautiful, fearlessness does not mean without fear, but fear without the possibility of stagnancy and paralysis induced by possible consequences of revolt. Instead, the beautiful would allow fear to signal caution, thought, and wisdom prior to any altercation with the ugly. This type of fearlessness will ensure a stable and safe route of travel for beauties in becoming. The queer or whore or native or person of color is the sword of those on the road to beauty. Oppression has given a resentment to these particular factions that the pimp or whitey or straighty will never know.
Well, so Derpy Dan says, hard to swallow what you learn here sometimes. That's because you've been lied to by your media. That's because you've been lied to. That's because you've been lied to by people like Andy No. That's because you've been lied to by conservative influencers. The reason it's hard to swallow this is because what people are learning in right-wing media is completely unhinged from reality and completely incorrect. I'm not doing magic here, guys. I'm literally just showing you their documents. These documents have always been available publicly. They've always had access to them. These documents go back to the early 2010s at this point. I forget exactly what year this was written, but it was probably around 2011, 2012. These were written in public. They were distributed in public. Right-wing and conservative influencers have had literally over a decade to figure this out and to share this with their audiences, but they don't. They just make shit up. And they make clickbait content and they make narrative content. They lie to and inform millions of people. The reason that this is hard to swallow is because it is so new, because you've never heard it before. But the fact that you've never heard it before is not a reflection that it's new. It's not new. This was written probably 15 fucking years ago. It's just that you've never seen it. And that is a failure of every fucking right-winger who took it upon themselves to say, I am the expert in Antifa because I once staged a publicity stunt in Portland where I got a milkshake thrown in my head, and then I made an entire career about going around to interviews to say, one time Antifa attacked me and it was very embarrassing and they wanted to harm me, and I'm going to base my entire career on that. I know some of this stuff is hard to swallow, but like, this is reality. It's all broken down for you. And you can come back to it at any time on your own if you want to and see that, like, run it through AI. Okay, you just got banned for saying one too many stupid things. Bye. Run it through AI. You don't believe me about this? Take it, copy and paste it into AI and ask it to interpret it for you. You don't have to take my word for any of this shit. But I've been reading this stuff a long time. And I've been in this subculture a long time. And I'm telling you what they're saying.
Oppression has given a resentment to these particular factions that the pimp or whitey or
I don't think he's
straighty
dunking
will
either.
never
That's why I
know.
took the time to say
An
it.
advantageous position to hold. If the oppressed embraced the rage that only they know, and used it as the most powerful weapon that it is, then nothing ugly could ever truly stop the beautiful. This rage is what ensures survival. It is why, regardless of millennia of colonization, the native, the whore, the person of color, the tranny, and the queer still exist. The beautiful no liberation is as fictitious as God. In heaven, liberation W could only be achieved if time, as understood by the mentally inferior ugly, was rewound. Upon completion of such a strenuous
Hang on, I need to go back to the beginning of this paragraph. I need to do this again. Sorry.
Upon
No,
completion
it's
of
starting
the
here.
beautiful no liberation is as fictitious as God. In heaven, liberation W could only be achieved if time, as understood by the mentally inferior ugly, was rewound.
Okay, this is where they're getting into anti-civilization stuff, and I know this bit is confusing for people who've never read anti-civilization documents before. What they're saying here is that true liberation can only be achieved if basically time was rewound. That means to go back to ancient Sumeria and start again. We're not doing the anti-civilization stuff tonight. We're already doing too much. But that is what that means. And I promise we will do the anti-civilization stuff someday.
In heaven, liberation W could only be achieved if time, as understood by the mentally inferior ugly, was rewound. Upon completion of such a strenuous feat, the guns would have to be dispersed evenly amongst the beautiful, and the ugly would have all limbs disposed of. Being that time travel, at this point, is unfortunately an impossibility, there will never be liberation.
See, they're saying we can't go back in time to ancient Sumeria and start again, so therefore we can never truly achieve liberation.
Being that time travel, at this point, is unfortunately an impossibility, there will never be liberation. A partial and superficial liberation could come from a roundup of all the uglies, to be tortured in re-education camps.
See, that's fun.
This hypothetical
that's fun. This is probably what's going to happen to us, by the way. When conservative retards make us lose because they refuse to listen to the left, and the left eventually gets what they want and overthrows the government, this is what's going to happen to all of us. A partial and superficial liberation could come from a roundup of all the uglies, that means people like us, to be tortured in re-education camps. So, conservatives, in the future, when your retarded bullshit leads to all of us losing and suffering because you refuse to hinge into reality, just remember that I tried to tell you that they were going to round all of us up and torture us in re-education camps, okay? I don't want to be tortured in a re-education camp, but I fear that it is my inevitable fate because of the amount of stupidity I'm surrounded by on any given day via the conservative right.
This a partial and superficial liberation could come from a roundup of all the uglies, to be tortured in re-education camps. This hypothetical yet equally unattainable situation might in fact turn beautiful people on and dispose of the ugly.
Who else is talking about this? No one. I'm the only one. I've been trying to get this. Listen, I appreciate this is your first day in my chat over on Twitter. You're asking some good questions. I hope you'll come over to YouTube and join us over here. And honestly, you'll get more involvement here. You might like staying on Twitter. That's fine too. There are some people over there. But like, what you need to understand is I've been trying to get this information out for years, and it has been gatekept by Andy No and his fucking friends. The reason that you've never heard about this shit before is because the conservative establishment influencer BS con artists are gatekeeping this information. They all know about me. Andy No has this fucking book. I know he has it because I sent it to him and I have the DMs to fucking prove it. So I wish other people were talking about this. I've been trying to make it happen for years. Welcome. Glad you found me. I'll show you the craziest shit on the internet that you've never seen before.
This hypothetical yet equally unattainable situation might in fact turn beautiful people on and dispose of the ugly. Revenge of this type is still not complete liberation. Complete liberation is a condition only occupiable by people, animals, or things that have never been subject to commodification. In this
Capitalism.
terrible world of the ugly-ass fascists, everything
See,
beautiful...
again, this is a reference to going back to before. They believe capitalism was created in ancient Sumeria. So complete liberation is a condition only occupiable by people, animal, or things that have never been subject to commodification. So they're saying that you cannot achieve liberation without like if you have ever been subject to the oppressive nature of capitalism, then you have already basically been infected. And the only way to truly eradicate capitalism and the influence of capitalist cultural normativity from society is to go back, time travel back to before capitalism existed, which is ancient Sumeria. What is the ultimate agenda of conservatives? Are they confused? Money and clout. Money and clout is the agenda of conservative influencers. Money, clout, relevance. Did I mention money? Because it's money. And then status. And then getting lots of retweets and stuff like that. That is their agenda. That is their only agenda. They have no vision for the world. They have no sense of what's going on the far left. This is why they keep losing to them. So, yeah. Yeah. What can we do to try and increase reach? I don't know, man. Go make noise in the replies of conservative influencers, I guess. I don't know. I truly don't know. I've been trying to solve that problem for years. I'm just, doing my thing over here.
In this terrible world of the ugly-ass fascists, everything beautiful has been used as a pawn for too long to ever be absolutely out of play. Becoming beautiful means fighting a liberatory struggle without a utopian illusion of liberation. Revolution is as fictitious as Jesus on the cross. The ugly has perfected the art of co-optation and recuperation. At this point, ugliness is able to connaturalize itself with most emotional or philosophical state. Consequently, the beautiful are...
Hey, welcome, Pew Pew Sticks. Welcome to the cult, bro. Your life is over. You're never gonna see the world the same way again. But you're gonna have friends during the communist revolution. You will never leave the cult once you join because we're the only sane people on the internet. Welcome, though, bro. We're gonna add your membership to the total overall tally for the night. Appreciate that. Yeah, actually, this is a really good suggestion. Stop listening to conservative influencers who are lying to you. Stop listening to conservative influencers who are misinforming you. Just stop listening to them. You will be like 100% smarter almost overnight if you just stop listening to people who are lying to you. I promise. Like that is like one of the best things you can do. Yo, pew pew, 10 channel memberships, W's, bro. What a fucking legend. Joins the channel and then doles out 10 channel memberships as well. How fucking cool is that? How cool is that? Massive W's, bro. Welcome.
Consequently, the beautiful are left with a non-war but certainly not a peaceful desire. All there is to be embraced by beauties in becoming is a debauched nihilism, a collective hedonism, not to be confused with an apathetic debauchery. It is rage that ought to be harnessed, if not gorgeously abused, to ensure survival and happiness. Under the thumb of an omnipotent yet hidden in plain sight fascism, utmost stealth is something to be considered by beauties in becoming. Travel down the yellow brick road of struggling beauty is sometimes only accomplished by donning the master's clothes. This is true for whores of all types, whether assimilationist or countercultural, whether corporate or street, whether on the path of fraudulent beauty or pounding the yellow brick. We all sacrifice ourselves to manipulate the enemy. The mirror is a weapon. Smash it only after the black flag has burned. To this end, nothing is more important than keeping goals set high and consciences guarded. Discover your beauty. Keep
Anti-capitalist.
your beauty close to your heart. Have faith in your beauty. Hold on to your beauty. Feel your beauty. Know your beauty. Caress your beauty. Finger your beauty.
Oh.
Eat your beauty.
Wow.
Fuck your beauty.
Wow.
Beauty is your only secret. Parade it as you must. Become as beautiful as you can. Above all, be your beauty.
So again,
Those deserving of beauty know that
beauty is about becoming an anti-assimilationist, anti-capitalist, rebelling against the evil totality of the oppressive system. So they're saying you need to become this. You need to internalize this. You need to enjoy this. You need to take pleasure in this. You need to take pride in this. This is who you are. This is your political identity. Do they far left draw any distinction with non-Americans that now live on the USA? They want to abolish the entire USA, bro. So they don't care really if you're American or not American. They want to abolish the country and the Constitution.
those deserving of beauty know that one day the world will belong to the beautiful. Becoming beautiful is the youth's only hope. Becoming beautiful is an extreme measure, sure, but it is the only path to happiness, love, self-fulfillment, and revolt. The war may not be here, it may never come, but the beautiful have almost arrived. Although sharpening the sword's blade while living in the non-war is essential, becoming beauties must dust off time's old layers of illusion.
Right, Warner.
The illusionary layers being revolutionary war against ugly people resulting in ultimate liberation of trannies and queers.
There it is. The illusionary layers being, well, hang on, let's go back a sentence. Becoming beauties must dust off time's old layers of illusion. The illusionary layers being revolutionary war against ugly people, resulting in ultimate liberation of trannies and queers. So what they're saying is, listen, you got to get rid of these ideas that we can completely overthrow the capitalist system and get to this utopian world. We're never gonna, these are nihilists, guys. All of these communists who say, once we overthrow capitalism, the world will be beautiful and there will be no more crime and there will be no more poverty and there will be no more oppression and we will all be artists. They're saying, all of you utopian Marxists, you're fucking stupid. They're saying, we cannot fully undo this problem. Fully undoing this problem would require going back in time and completely starting everything again. And what it means to become beautiful is to recognize that, listen, even if we have our revolutionary war against the evil capitalists, which is what they mean when they say ugly people, that means the capitalists, the bourgeois, the government, whatever. Even if we have this revolutionary war against the evil capitalists, we are never fully getting rid of the influence of capitalism. And this is where they become nihilist, okay? There are many far leftists, many revolutionary socialists who do really believe in a utopian future, in a future of beauty and freedom and art and liberation and all of these things when we just get rid of the capitalist government. There are a lot of people who believe in that stuff. These people do not. They are nihilists. And that is why they have no problem with violence. And that is why they have no problem with extremism, because they really believe that the world is going to stay a very dark place. And maybe they can make it better, bits and pieces here and there, by connecting with other beautiful people like them, beautiful queers, engaging in criminal intimacy, like they said in the last essay. But they're much more negative about the potential future than many utopian communists. And it's important to know that. Yo, Piff, thanks for the stream. Very informative. Ought to be common knowledge among all Americans. The left is insane. True, my friend. True. Hey, Eclectic Candy, you made it over. Do they advertise for their club? No, they don't, Candy. No, they don't. Welcome, Candy. You're going to learn a lot here. How are they getting to our youth? The public schools. They're your kids' teachers. Candy, you're going to learn a lot here. Candy, here's what I want you to do. Candy, when you have time, go to my Substack, which is karlyn.substack.com. Click on new to my work, start here. I will put it in the chat for you. And when you get here, when you have time, not right now, scroll down and I want you to watch Re-Education and Anti-Communist Introduction to the Far Left. That will give you a crash course in all this, Candy, because I know you just joined us. That will give you a crash course in this. If you want more information about that, then you can watch the 4-hour How to Speak Socialist course. And what would really help you today, Candy, is the Introduction to Queer Marxism. We're doing advanced queer Marxism today. So if it seems overwhelming to you, Candy, I've already been streaming for 5 hours. I'm not going to go back to the beginning, but like, you can find the introduction there, or you can watch the rest of the stream when you have time. But if you watch these things, this will help you understand everything we're talking about today. And this is for new people as well. So this is for anyone that's new here. All of this stuff is free. It's available on my Substack. Start with the introduction. Do that one first. It's 90-minute long. There's a 4-hour one, and that's an additional hour right there.
The illusionary layers being revolutionary war against ugly people resulting in ultimate liberation of trannies and queers. So, illuminate rage and resentment. These distinct emotional logics are the only weapons accessible to pretty people that can never be incorporated into the army of ugly prick. Dispel your illusions for the sake of beauty. Revolutionary war is impossible. Liberation is unattainable. Queer ultraviolence is beauty.
That is the last word in this essay. Queer ultraviolence is beauty. Violent, militant resistance to the capitalist system is beauty. That's what it means to be beautiful. Being a nihilist, accepting that you're never going to get to this utopian future. That is what it means to be beautiful. Everyone get it? I will post the link to the book in a moment. Okay. We have one more thing to get through tonight, guys, and this is actually a little bit different. So this is the last Mary Nardini Gang essay in this book. And again, the book we are reading, and I will link you the PDF in the chat right now. We are reading out of an anthology called Queer Ultraviolence. And I'll make this bigger so you guys can see it. This is an anthology of the bashback movement. No conservative retardation in the chat. This is an anthology of the bashback movement. We are reading a collection of essays written specifically by the Mary Nardini Gang, which is the group of militant queers in the late 2000s and the early 2010s who influenced queer militant activism as we know it today. Oh my God, we have another fucking retard in the chat. Banned, go away. We got people saying, oh my God. We literally have people saying they're a fucking god in the chat. Like, no, go away, go away, go away, go away. We're working here. So if you want to find it, you can find the PDF right there. We are getting into the last essay, which isn't actually even an essay. It's actually an interview. It's an interview with the Mary Nardini Gang that was published after all of these essays were published. Guys, I need to pee real quick. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start this playing and I'm going to run to the bathroom and I'll be right back. Okay? Is the hate of traditional beauty because it's traditional? No, it's because it's capitalist. Bro, you've sat through a couple essays. How have you not gotten to understand that it's because it is capitalist beauty standards imposed by capitalists? They hate it because it's capitalist. They hate it because it's a capitalist beauty standard. It's not because it's traditional. It's because it's capitalism. Why is Andy No ignoring this? Because he is a con artist grifter who is lying to you and shilling you a conservative narrative. Andy No is about the narrative. Andy No doesn't do any real journalism. Andy No doesn't do any real research. He pays other people to do it for him. He only reports on things that go viral on Twitter. He didn't even know about any of this stuff until I told him about it. And even after I told him about it, he refused to report on it. And now he has gate kept me out of everything, which is why you've never heard of me before. Because if you hear about me and you see what I'm showing people, it completely disrupts Andy No's con artist bullshit narrative that he is paid to sell. Oh, we got another one. We got another one. There's another Andy No psyop in the chat. Did I not tell you guys we were going to get a lot of these? We have another Andy No psyop in the fucking chat. Holy shit. Yeah, I know. Candy, girl, I've been trying for years. Literally years. Andy has a lot of isn't it funny that all of a sudden all of these people showing up in the chat are showing up to defend Andy No? Isn't that we never had these many people we never had people like this in the chat. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? Hang on one sec. Oh, I think I just banned someone wrongly. Hang on, I just need to put them in a timeout. They'll be right back. Sorry, Catman. I think I just banned you wrongly, but you should be right back. You should be right back. Oh, and yeah, Candy definitely found the right place. Andy is selling out for money, and he has been for a long time. Not just money, though. Also fame, also relevance. Also being able to sit in a flat in London and not go outside and do any real journalism because he's a Twitter journalist. Andy could be reporting on Antifa on the ground in Europe. Can I just remind you guys, Andy No lives in London. He could be reporting about Antifa on the ground in London. He could be reporting about Antifa on the ground in Paris. He could be reporting about Antifa on the ground in Germany. He could be reporting about anything that's going on in Europe, and he doesn't because he sits in his fucking flat in London and collects a paycheck and is famous on the internet, and that's all he ever really wanted. That's all he ever really wanted. Anyway, I gotta pee, guys. I'm gonna start playing this. I'm gonna be right back.
Interview with the Mary Nardini gang. From Vengeance 3. Vengeance. Does being a proletarian change for you being a militant queer? Mary Nardini. Being queer complicates the way we experience our role within capitalism. Queer bodies are often forced to sell their labor in ways that would be excluded from traditional Marxist narratives of what it means to be a worker. This includes service workers and sex workers. These forms of exploitation problematize the often heteronormative and patriarchal ideas surrounding what is or isn't labor. Ultimately, the positions of queers and proles intertwine. We are the class that has no control over our bodies. This means different things in various situations. But the bosses that manage our time and the queer bashers that manage our gender are clearly all class enemies. Why does both the spectacle and also the mainstream gay and lesbian movement seem to only identify with the middle and upper classes and never with working and poor people? Who benefits from such a narrative? Amen. It is abundantly obvious that the politicians who lead the LGBT community are only interested in preserving power for the ruling class.
Okay, so they're saying here, the politicians are engaging in assimilationist politics. The politicians who are waving pride flags and going to pride events and things like that, and using that as a political weapon, they are engaging in assimilationist politics. These are anti-assimilationists. They are not in favor of this.
Amen. It is abundantly obvious that the politicians who lead the LGBT community are only interested in preserving power for the ruling class. Political campaigns for gay marriage, gays in the military, and hate crime legislation only reproduce the capitalist institutions of marriage, military, and the prison industrial complex.
They are not in favor of gay marriage. They are not in favor of gays in the military. They are not even in favor of hate crime legislation because hate crime legislation feeds the prison industrial complex, and these are anarchists who want to abolish the police and abolish prisons. They believe marriage is a capitalist institution. The military is a weapon to expand capitalism through imperialism, and the prison industrial complex upholds and reinforces capitalism. A lot, Candy. A lot. More than you would have any idea. A lot. A lot.
Political campaigns for gay marriage, gays in the military, and hate crime legislation only reproduce the capitalist institutions of marriage, military, and the prison industrial complex. And it goes much deeper than that. Representations of queers portray and capitalize on images of wealthy, affluent, white, able-bodied gays and lesbians. You only need to look as far as Will and Grace or a copy of any LGBT magazine to see the way that queer bodies and desires are shaped by capital.
This is rainbow capitalism when they're doing things like Will and Grace or Queer Eye for the Straight Guy or, all of this generic pride bullshit. This is a capitalist endeavor to commodify the lives of queers.
You only need to look as far as Will and Grace or a copy of any LGBT magazine to see the way that queer bodies and desires are shaped by capital. Within anarchism, there seems to be a coming clash between activists and hooligans. Why do you think this is? What are the tensions that have given rise to this division? Amen. To be cheesy and quote the coming insurrection, everyone finds herself forced to take sides, to choose between anarchy and the fear of anarchy. The divide that is happening.
This is a good question. How do they find each other if they don't advertise? Okay. Look up, go to Google or whatever you use. Ask it to make a list of queer bookstores near you, or even just queer stores. There is a whole network of queer, far-left, radical bookstores all over the country. They're more prominent in some areas than others, but you can always find radical, revolutionary, communist bookstores like in almost in any major city, right? It doesn't even have to be queer. Look up far-left bookstore. Far-left bookstores have events that appeal to people like this, that bring them together to learn about things they're interested in together. So if you have a network of bookstores that are holding events and there's a network of bookstores all over the country, then that's a place where they can meet each other. And then they start creating community. And then they have these anarchist book fairs. The anarchist book fairs are one of the main places that I've gone undercover with Antifa. The anarchist book fairs are Antifa book fairs. There's Antifa booths at the fucking anarchist book fairs. You would see that if you watch the one piece that Jonathan Cho did on me before Andy No nicks the entire fucking thing. So they find each other by going to places in the real world that are aligned with their politics, like any other thing. They go to events that are appealing to their politics. The far left has events all over the country all the time, and that's how they meet each other. And they do advertise at their events. They don't pay to do it, but they hand out stuff at their events. They have flyers at their events. This is how we have all their propaganda. So that's how. Also, Instagram. Don't underestimate Instagram. They're doing a fuck ton of organizing on Instagram. I'll tell you that. It's in my feed all the time.
The divide that is happening, amen, to be cheesy and quote the coming insurrection. Everyone finds herself forced to take sides, to choose between anarchy and the fear of anarchy. The divide that is happening in the broader anarchist milieu is also happening among radical queers. I think that a lot of the tension is rooted in that a lot of people have confused radical queer struggle as a safe haven for the worst form of identity politics.
Oh!
They're really sorely mistaken. This isn't about sustaining identities, it is about destroying them.
This again, they're saying again, we are not in favor of identity politics. This is not about sustaining identities. It is about destroying them. The ultimate goal of queer Marxists is to abolish all identity categories, because all identity categories are created by capitalism. This is not about engaging in identity politics. Identity politics is liberal. Identity politics upholds capitalism because identity politics upholds the identities that capitalism created. The only way to overthrow capitalism is to abolish the identities that capitalism created.
This isn't about sustaining identities, it is about destroying them. V. Can you speak about the actions that occurred around the time of the Bashback conference and your disappointment with some of the people who responded to those actions?
I believe the original Bashback conversion was in 2008 or 2009. So this was an actual in-person conference that the Bashback movement had. I believe it was in Chicago. I could be wrong about that. But there are other parts of this book that detail all that. So if you go back into the earlier parts of the Queer Ultraviolence book, they have all the information about that. I'm just remembering off the top of my head.
V. Amen. At the Bashback Convergence, a dance party train occupation. The temporary occupation was an absurd mix of dancing, making out, and a cacophony of ridiculous chants and singing. This created a situation where people caused a lot of havoc, vandalizing the train and reclaiming it as a queered space. A spontaneous street march then erupted from the train. The march attacked luxury cars and pulled shit into the street. Someone within the march began pulling newspaper boxes out of the streets and back onto the sidewalk while yelling, "This is a peaceful protest." After the news boxes were removed, a police cruiser literally ran over someone's foot and officers began beating people with their telescoping batons. 4 people were arrested. The next day, all of the liberal, activist types went on a tirade to denounce the previous night's event.
Okay, so what they're saying is that they held a conference in Chicago that was just an innocent dance party in the middle of the street with making out and all sorts of other craziness. And then the cops came, and then they were vandalizing things because these people are not opposed to violence and vandalizing and stuff like that. And then after they started vandalizing things and attacking luxury cars, the police came and the police ran over their feet and arrested people. And then all of the fucking liberals denounced them. So the Mary Nardini gang is telling you they're not liberals because the liberals were denouncing them. The good assimilationist identity politics liberals were saying, we're not a part of those rowdy queer movements. We're not a part of that. Like, fuck those assholes. So they're trying to be as explicit as they can. They're saying the enemies of them are the fucking liberals.
The next day, all of the liberal, activist types went on a tirade to denounce the previous night's event. A telling anecdote: 3 white people stand up in a row and denounce the occupation as racist because there were people of color on the train. There were people of color who actually live in Chicago on that train.
Chicago,
They
that's
are
right.
actually part of the community. That's racist. People were being rude. Then, 2 female-bodied people of color who live in Chicago respond, saying that they find everyone disgusting. Bashback isn't about being polite or nice. Bashback means challenging and destroying normalcy.
Oh!
This is going to be rude. It's going to be messy. If you aren't into this, then you're in the wrong place. Everyone is silent for a moment. Then the stack continues. They are ignored, and more white activists continue to talk about how the action was racist and alienating to people of color. It continued as folks talked about all the white dudes with passing privilege who instigated the situation. I'm really disgusted by people's actions and sentiments that day because of their complicity with the police and their silencing of all the bodies that weren't white, cisgendered, and male.
Queer.
V. Where would you like to see Bashback go in the next several years, if the network is going to continue? Amen. I would like to see groups of queer anarchists working to build autonomous power and get more conflictual. I'm really excited about the Squat That BB. Memphis just opened for homeless queer trans youth. I'm really excited about groups distributing free pepper spray and teaching people to fight.
Okay, I want to emphasize this. The Bashback movement was an actual movement of decentralized militant cells all over the country. The Bashback movement and as an official movement ran from about 2008 through about 2012, at which point it kind of disappeared. That doesn't mean these people stopped organizing. That just means they stopped organizing as an official movement. But these people have always been floating around, and there have been multiple instances since the bashback movement kind of like officially dissolved, where this stuff has started to sputter up again and again and again. So, while there was at one point actual like bashback chapters, bashback Chicago, bashback Milwaukee, bashback Memphis, I think there was a bashback Denver. Well, these were what these used to be like official organizations. They kind of shuttered that. They didn't really continue to organize around it, but that doesn't mean these people necessarily went away. It just means they transitioned into doing other things.
I'm really excited about groups distributing free pepper spray and teaching people to fight.
Mutual aid.
I'm excited about queers kicking the shit out of queer bashers, and always about fighting in the street. Whether people continue to organize under the name Bash Back or not, I think that the network of wild-ass queers who hate everything is going to keep growing and building autonomous power. Gender mutiny.
So they flat out said here, and that's the end of the interview. That's the end of the interview, so that's where we're going to stop today. They're flat out saying, and this was, I think, in 2012, even if Bashback doesn't continue by name, there's still going to be a whole bunch of militant queers out there that are organizing. And they're right about that. And they're still organizing. And we know and they're still organizing today. And they're still trying to sputter up Bashback today, literally today. So we just spent over 5 hours going through, and I'll go back to this one over here, going through just a couple of the essays in the Queer Ultraviolence Bashback Anthology. And you guys all have access to the PDF of this. It is freely available on the internet. You can see there's a lot of stuff we didn't cover today. We didn't cover the timeline of Bashback. We didn't cover the communiques of Bashback. We basically read these 5 essays right here. We read Towards the Queerest Insurrection. We read Horror Theory. We read Criminal Intimacy. We read What It Means to Become Beautiful. And the interview with the Mary Nardini gang. Guys, we got through about 40 pages of material today. There's a lot more essays in this book. There's a lot more essays in this book. But the essays that we just read compile the work of the Mary Nardini gang, which is one of the most influential queer Marxist groups that exist, that influence all of the radical militant queer bullshit going on today. And if you do not read the Mary Nardini gang and you do not understand the Mary Nardini gang, you do not understand the problem we are dealing with on the left. This is not going to be the only time we read these materials. We are going to be focusing heavily on queer Marxism, though not exclusively, but heavily, over the next 5 months, because I am not going to allow Andy No to publish a bullshit con artist book about so-called trans extremism and lie to the public about this without making sure there are resources to educate the public about what is actually going on. Because when I say that we are at war with Andy fucking No, I'm tired of the lying. I'm tired of the bullshit. I'm tired of the fucking narrative. When I go to war with someone, I don't fight them with violence. I don't fight them with defamation like Andy No does. I don't slander them behind closed doors. I don't demand that people stop talking to them. I don't do like Andy No does and make phone calls to get stories removed. I don't do like Andy No does and cover up information from the public. When I fight a war with someone, I fight intellectually. Andy No has never even tweeted the phrase queer Marxism. So if Andy wants to pretend to be a fucking expert in so-called trans extremism, I will debunk his fucking book before it's ever published. And I will educate a fucking army so that as soon as Andy puts this stuff out there, Trantifa is a term he made up, by the way, Candy. Just so you know, he made that up. That's not a real thing. The real thing is what I just showed you. The real thing is the Bashback movement. The real thing is the Mary Nardini gang. The real thing is queer Marxism. This is all documented in public. He made this up to create a brand and a narrative for conservatives that is not real. It is not real. This is Andy Ngo's own personal bullshit con artist narrative. And that is why, one of many reasons. Yes, exactly. See, Candy just got here and she fucking gets it. You can't just make up fucking terms. You have to use real terms that are grounded in Andy, how is it that a person who just arrived at my content understands this and you do not? We literally have Andy on video saying he made that term up. It's not fucking real. So, when I fight a war with someone, I fight it intellectually. We're going to be doing a lot more of this stuff. If you guys enjoyed the Queer Marxism content, it gets worse. It gets much more dystopian. And I'm going to be finishing my book on this topic to make sure it is published before Andy's bullshit con artist narrative. And we're going to make sure all this information is out there. And then when he starts promoting his con artist book, we are going to be in his replies every fucking day. When Andy does any live interview, we are going to be in that fucking chat asking questions. When Andy has an event in person, I'm going to create an army of all. We are going to Groiper war that lying motherfucker. We are going to have our own Groiper war against Andy Ngo. When Andy Ngo does in-person events, I will have someone there in person to be the first fucking person in that microphone asking questions that Andy is not going to be able to answer. And I've done all this before with James Lindsay. We were the ones that drove James Lindsay insane by doing exactly this to him. And Andy, you have no idea what's fucking coming to you. I don't fight with violence. I don't fight with slander. I don't fight with cherry-picking content. We have the evidence. We have the receipts. We have everything we need to invoke the downfall of that lying con artist without needing to resort to the levels that he goes to silence and gatekeep other people. And we got a 5-month head start. And by the way, guys, I've published a book or two before. Andy can't go back and change the content of his book now. It's too late. Whatever Andy has already written for this book is the thing that's going to be published in 5 months. So even if I do all this education in public, Andy cannot go back and fully rewrite his book at this point. He can't do it. So we're going to see very, very clearly the lies that he tells when he releases that book. We will debunk the whole fucking thing, and we'll have an army of people that will be on his ass every single day until he stops fucking lying and starts telling people the truth. Andy is checked on our game of checkers. Sure, we'll go with that. Andy is surrounded in our game. He may not know it yet, but he will. Anyway, guys, that is a Marathon Socialism Saturday, if there ever was one. I so appreciate everyone who came out today. I know you meant chess. I was so confused. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, why did you say chess? I mean, it sounded good. Andy is checked in our game of chess. He is 10 moves away from check. We are 10 moves away from checkmate on Andy Ngo's ass. I love being in the power position. I just fucking love it. I just fucking love it. It's fucking great. All right, guys. That concludes Socialism Saturday for tonight. I really appreciate everyone who made it to the very end. I appreciate everyone who sent in super chats. I appreciate everyone who donated 129 channel memberships today. You guys keep me in business. You guys keep me independently funded. I only work for you, and I will always show you the truth. I will always show you the receipts. I will always give you the information to research it for yourself. You're a trans widow. I'm so sorry to hear that. Welcome. We appreciate you. I'm so sorry to hear that. Guys, I'm going to take my leave now. I'm going to take my leave, and I will see you all, not tomorrow probably, because I don't usually stream on Sundays, but I will see you all in the supporter Discord for movie night. If you just got a channel membership, you will be invited to join the supporter Discord tomorrow. So you'll see a message in the community or post tab for it. If you're on my Substack, I'll post there. We are doing, movie night in the supporter Discord at 8 p.m. tomorrow night. And I'm going to go relax until then. Sunday's my day off, okay? I'm done. It's midnight where I am. My husband just turned off the lights to go to bed. Haven't seen my husband all day. He just turned off the lights to go to bed because I'm still streaming on the internet with you guys. All right, guys. W stream. Appreciate all of you. Welcome to all the new people. More soon. Have a good rest of your night, guys. We'll see you.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.